This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. All credit goes to the original author. Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 199 Different Choices. It's spring again. The sky is glowing with clouds, and the moist, gentle breeze is blowing on the earth. The morning after the rain is always so intoxicating, but Pandora's mood, when she just woke up, is not beautiful at all. Yesterday, she once again sent away the goddess who came to show off to her on purpose. This time, the other party brought a string of pearl bracelets, which were said to be jewelry conceived at the bottom of the deep sea by some shellfish that survived the previous era. Talia described the origins of these shellfish in detail. They were born in the Golden Age, absorbing the essence of water in the ocean and the starlight in the sky, and it took hundreds of years to give birth to a pearl. Although the other party didn't say a word of ridicule, the implication could not be clearer. Pandora didn't understand how there could be such a boring god in this world. But I can't say for sure, because the daily life of gods is indeed quite boring now. Maybe Talia is just here to have fun. But what Pandora can't accept is that this pleasure may very well be her. So, what exactly is in this? Sitting at the table, Pandora tapped the pottery pot covered with mysterious patterns. Now she is alone where she lives. Epimetheus has gone somewhere, and her daughter Pyrrha was taken away to play by her cousin. She may not come back in a few days. Only Pandora is left alone. Here, apart from flowers and plants, the only thing that could keep her company was this jar with an unknown purpose. All your things are borrowed, but Pluto's gift belongs exclusively to me. He snorted coldly, as if to comfort himself. But even though she said that, Pandora had no idea how this jar worked. It can absorb disaster and pain, but Pandora is not aware of these conceptual existences. He tried asking Epimetheus, but he also said he knew nothing. So in her eyes, this was just an ordinary clay pot, nothing special. As for the additional gift from the underworld god named Liona, Pandora was even more confused. Nothing is impossible. She wants to become a god and want that boring Talia to be afraid of her. These are impossible things, so can this clay pot help her do it? Maybe. Really? Pursing her lips, Pandora unconsciously stroked her long hair hanging from her shoulders. If there was no precedent in the world, she might not have such thoughts, but there happened to be one. Hecate, the goddess of the magic network. Some say she is a divinely created being born during the second generation of god-kings, just like Pandora. Others say she is actually a descendant of a certain Titan god, but that person is rumored to be her father's material destroyer. The god has not appeared in the world for a long time. No one knows where he is, and it is naturally difficult to verify. At least for now, Pandora is willing to believe that it is a life similar to herself. Phew, I can't open it. She stretched out her hand halfway and then quickly retracted it. Pandora forced herself not to look at it. This ordinary clay pot seemed to have magic power, and it always aroused her attention recently. This is especially true when you stay at home alone. Feeling a little irritated, Pandora put the jar on the table and went out to relax alone. That night, the air after the rain carried the fragrance of petals. Lying on the bed in the bedroom, Pandora's eyes were a little dull. She freely spread her thoughts and imagined various futures. Perhaps because of her innate nature, she has a strong desire to explore everything, which makes her intolerable that there is such a thing that she doesn't know about right next to her and right in front of her. This is obviously a gift to me. Biting his lip, the sky outside had darkened. It was another night with stars and no moon. On such a day, some kind of silent throbbing surged in Pandora's heart. Everything was quiet, and she seemed to be the only one here. Everything was gone away from her, except for the woman lying on the bed and the clay pot that seemed to be looking at her. The intertwined lines on it looked like an eye. At a certain moment, Pandora even felt that the eye blinked, but then she realized that it was just an illusion. This is just an ordinary jar, no different from any other. If the only special thing about it is that it contains something unusual. But I can't see them at all. His breathing became rapid, which was particularly obvious in the quiet environment. In the past, she had tried to open the jar more than once, but gave up every time. She remembered Hades' instructions, but as Talia said, the master of Hades did not actually say what consequences would come from opening it. Even if there were, with the blessing of the gods, it would not be able to cause harm to Pandora. The power of the gods was limited on the earth. They were even deceived by mortals for decades, but it was not until the mortals despicably betrayed their creator that the gods realized this. Epimetheus told me get over this. Whispering softly, Pandora sat up from the bed. It is said that the goddess of the magic network was born on such a night with stars and no moon. She came to the world with the sky fire, walked on the earth for thousands of years, and finally ascended to the throne of God. Perhaps fate also indicates that this is the most suitable opportunity. Just this once. Yes, only once, under the dim starlight, Pandora secretly swore. Only one chance. Without the moonlight, the earth looked extremely dark, and the starlight was not very bright today, with only a hazy light appearing and disappearing. But this is not something that happens in a day or two. In recent years, the brightest stars in the ecliptic star field have become much dimmer than usual. According to the sun god Helios, the heroic spirits and star gods who used to roam the star space seem to be busy with other things. When he drove the sun chariot through the sky, they were rarely seen. Therefore, most of the mortals closed their doors at night recently, and the gods did not go out much. But today there are two exceptions. Behind the clouds floating in midair, Epimetheus looked over the garden. Although there was nothing there visually, he was sure that there was an invisible airflow there. The wind god, most likely the west wind god Epimetheus, had heard of his name. He was reused because he presented the artifact to Zeus, which was completely different from the treatment of the sun god, who also surrendered to the enemy. It seems that the god who often came here before is him. Also, there is no more suitable candidate than the god of wind. The young man had an innocent smile on his face. Together with the invisible air current, he looked at the struggle and luck of his wife, in the house in the distance, through the open window. But the difference was that the latter didn't know he existed. As early as the beginning, Epimetheus actually knew that someone might come to monitor them, so even though he was not a talkative person, he still deliberately said Prometheus's warning before leaving. Then a certain guy actually showed some clues, and over the next 10 years his position was gradually figured out. It has to be said that the absoluteness of divine power is indeed difficult to crack. Even until now, Epimetheus cannot detect any difference between the airflow and the natural one. But many times, no exception does not mean it is reasonable. Over the years, he made excuses to leave the garden again and again, not only because he didn't want to see the goddess of grace, but also because he was summarizing the changes in the nearby climate. According to this rule, there should be no airflow there now. You only get one chance, and this is the best chance. His eyes sharpened. At this moment, Epimetheus was no longer the innocent brother in front of the Illuminati, or the ignorant fool in the eyes of the gods. He stretched out his hand forward, and an invisible force enveloped the front. He is indeed a god of hindsight, but perhaps he is so insignificant that few people realize that just like the god of wisdom can bestow wisdom on others, the god of hindsight can also make others realize it later. Epimetheus released his power, and the authority acting on his consciousness enveloped the place where the airflow was for a while. Almost the next moment, the backlash of the law came. His face instantly turned pale and lost blood, but he smiled happily. His judgment was not wrong, and the feedback given to him by authority told him that there was indeed a life there that was affected by him. Call. You're right. You obviously can change something, but you don't want to change it all. This describes me very well. Wiping away the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth with his hand, Epimetheus couldn't help but think of the unexpected encounter in the human tribe. One is the goddess of the dark moon. Not long ago, he saw this powerful god again on Mount Olympus, but the other had no impression at all. His existence could not leave any memory in the hearts of the post-awakened people. Such a terrifying ability is probably the Lord of the Spirit World who really gave this gift as mentioned by the goddess of the moon before. He is another powerful ancient god, but he is no different from those gods. It is really arrogant to sit on one's innate power and then demand the weak with the same attitude as the strong. Facing a future that is destined to be unchangeable, is it also a mistake to choose to ignore it? Epimetheus didn't think so. He just made the right choice. There is no need to fight in vain. If there is no chance, then he will continue to drift with the tide. But like now, when he sees that the possibility of change is right in front of him, he will not hesitate to take action. To deceive the gods, his brother chose the stupidest and most meaningless way. He gambled his life for something insignificant, and then suffered a complete defeat, of course. This was the fate he deserved. He was also an enemy of the gods, and his younger brother had been loyal to an ancestor of the gods who did not know life or death. He can only accept the punishment of supporting the sky forever. Isn't this the reward for his stupidity? He was different. He wanted to deceive the God King today, but it was only for himself, not for any other existence. No one will know what happened except him and that stupid woman. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound, and Epimetheus knew that the clay pot had probably been opened. As if receiving some instructions at this moment, the authority of the gods in the underworld was touched. Even though they were far underground, they still noticed that the anchor they had given them had moved away from where it was supposed to be. So, in the newly built shrine in the Garden of Truth, Hades gestured to the left and right, and the gods who had already gathered here took orders. The authority of the true god began to show, centered on the anchor on the ground. They were exposed in the form of black mist, insects and flies, and all kinds of filth in front of Pandora and the two secret bystanders, and then suddenly spread.
Come.
They passed through mountains and rivers, crossed fields and city walls, and spread to every corner of the world in an instant. This is an act allowed by the God King. From now on, it may be difficult for the gods of Hades to gain the heartfelt respect of humans, but their existence itself will become an insignificant but inescapable part of human civilization. From now on, disputes, hatred, misfortune, lust, and deception will become prevalent in the world. This is not a distortion of thinking, but a subtle influence. Compared with these unintuitive disasters, plagues and disasters will occur immediately. Just think of it as punishment. You betrayed your creator. Prometheus can forgive you, but that doesn't mean I can too. Watching all this happen, Epimetheus no longer hesitated. This was the opportunity he was waiting for. He landed on the ground, walked quietly through the garden, and opened the wooden door to the room. In front of him, Pandora was facing away from him, looking at the scene happening in front of him in disbelief. Black air continuously pours out of the tank, announcing their existence to the world. Pandora never expected that this was the so-called gift. All the disasters were released because of her. She was trying hard to put the lid back on the jar, but it was all in vain. Finally, exhausted, Pandora fell to the ground. She watched all kinds of disasters fly out of the jar little by little, until finally, she saw a little light. It was the reflection of a certain star. When other things had left, it seemed to have noticed the change in the environment, and was ready to leave the clay pot and merge into the destiny of all human beings. However, at this moment, a hand picked up the lid of the jar, and the pot that Pandora couldn't close with all her strength was closed. You. Suddenly turning around and looking at her husband who had appeared behind her at some point, Pandora was speechless for a moment. She first wanted to defend her behavior, but then she realized something was wrong. Why is Epimetheus here? How long has he been here? Why does he sit back and watch all this? And why does he want to lock back the last gift? Don't be surprised. Putting his index finger in front of his mouth, the hind-awakened man motioned to his wife to keep her voice down. I am also a god. Although I am not a powerful god, it is not surprising that I have such abilities. But why didn't you close it in advance just now? I just wanted to see what was there. I didn't want to put those things out. The moment she saw the black mist, Pandora already knew what it was. The clay pot can indeed absorb disaster and misfortune. because it itself is the treasure in which they are imprisoned. But now, I have released them myself. I know that these are just some disasters. They do not exist because of your actions. Although future generations may record it this way, in fact, you just gave some people an excuse to really let them come to the world. This will make their behavior seems a little more reasonable. After looking at the brand new clay pot, Epimetheus said casually, "What about the last one?" Pandora gradually recovered and looked at her husband, who looked nonchalant. She asked angrily, "Why did you keep it in there?" "Who said that? It obviously left." "What's more dash?" Stretching out his hand, Epimetheus was ready to pick up the jar, but in the end, he gave up. "Pandora, you don't really think of yourself as a member of the human race." At this moment, he remembered the words of the goddess of the dark moon, which was a gift given to humans by the master of the spiritual world. If a god tries to snatch it away, he will surely pay the price. Fortunately, Epimetheus did not intend to rob. This was given to Pandora by the goddess of the dark moon, so let her continue to hold it. "Come here. Pick it up, it's time for us to leave," Epimetheus ordered as he glanced at Pandora with a smile. "You haven't answered yet. I asked you to pick it up." Facing her husband's increasingly cold gaze, Pandora finally realized that he was not only a famous fool among the gods, but also a true god. She hesitated for a moment. After all, she still had the protection granted by the goddess, but in the end, she still held the clay pot in her arms. "Very well, Pandora. We are a family. Don't be like my elder brother and younger brother, who always regard outsiders as more important than us. Neither human beings nor kings of gods are worthy of trust. Their fate is a clear warning." Nodding with satisfaction, the latter took another look at the outside world. The supervisor has left, and they can flee in fear of crime. Anyway, the God King will not pursue them. As long as the unknown god tells Zeus everything and tells him that all the gifts in the clay pots have been released, the God King will just treat them as if they do not exist, instead of pursuing them all over the world. Their whereabouts. Now, the key to breaking fate is in my hands. Oh, I thought there would be some troubles, but I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. It seems that fate is on my side, and it hopes that I can change it. Taking Pandora with him, Epimetheus pushed open the door. Daughter Pyrrha hasn't come back yet, but hindsight doesn't care about her very much. If he didn't need someone to carry the pot on his behalf, he wouldn't even want to carry Pandora. Just leave like this, and everything will be fine when he figures out the true use of the contents in this clay pot. Today it was perfect.
Okay.
The sky is still dark, and such a quiet night seems to hide all the secrets, deep and peaceful. On the other side, at the stall where Epimetheus was about to leave, the god of West Wind, who had also watched the whole process, had already turned into an invisible airflow and flew through the sky. He didn't wait any longer, but left as soon as he saw that all the contents in the clay pot were released. Until daybreak, Zephyros finally returned to Olympus. Walking straight to the palace of the God King, he thought that Zeus was still resting, but he did not expect that the other party had been waiting for a long time. "Your Majesty, I have come to report back to you." After bowing respectfully and looking at the God King on the high seat, Zephyros said, "As you predicted, Pandora opened Pluto's gift without authorization and brought disaster into the world. You are really farsighted." "I understand. What else?" Zeus already knew about the disaster when the pottery pot was opened. After all, he was the king of gods, and he would not be unaware of such things. But what he really paid attention to was obviously not his brother's masterpiece. The gift sent by the goddess of the dark moon has also been released. After hesitating for a moment, Zephyros finally said with certainty. Although he felt a little confused, the god of the west wind vaguely remembered that he saw a bright light. It should have been released, and there would be no mistake. In this regard, Zephyros believed in his own judgment. As for why he was distracted for a moment, that's quite normal. Maybe he was a little tired after concentrating for too long. After all, even gods get tired. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 200 Oath and Beginning. Really? Well, you did a good job. Although it was a bit regretful, Zeus also expected this result. In other words, in his opinion, the mysterious gift from the spirit world was the same as Pluto's gift. It was not really for that god's creation, but was released under the guise of Pandora's hand. After all, it is said that among the original gods, the Lord of the spirit world and the Night Mother have mastered abilities related to fate. Maybe they may not know what they saw. As long as it doesn't interfere with his gaining faith, Zeus doesn't want to pay attention to these unimportant things now. After all, the Earth Mother will not sleep forever, and unlike other primitive gods, she also needs external power to make up for her own shortcomings. In addition, Gaia, the Titan god imprisoned by him, is his potential enemy. In this case, Zephyros, you should go to the southern seas and inform the Poseidon. He wants to inflict punishment on mankind so much, so I allow it now. He can do it in any form he wants, and I just want the result. Of course, remember to ask him not to be too eager and slow down the time a little. Since it is punishment, always give humans some time to react. It's best if they can record all this. When the next era of human beings is born, let them discover the past of the destruction of their predecessors. Let them know that without the protection of the God King, the sea and the underworld will give them bringing catastrophe. Raising his right hand, a scepter inlaid with 3 gems appeared in Zeus's hand. Today, although the power of this artifact created by the previous generation of god kings is still worrying, after 2 generations of kings, it has acquired some special powers. The scepter pointed forward, and an invisible force condensed into a token. It was the token that the god king allowed Poseidon to exercise authority on the earth. Although even if he does not allow it, Zeus cannot actually prevent a powerful god from executing his authority. However, many things are like this. Adding an extra procedure can better express the orthodoxy of the divine court. And in these small things, the gods are also willing to give face to the god king. Yes, your majesty, your orders will be carried out. After taking the token and bowing, the god of west wind exited the hall and hurriedly left Olympus. He has been very busy recently, but thinking that all this is for the arrival of the next human era and that he will soon have his own human followers, this makes Zephyros very motivated. As a god who represents part of weather, he believes that he will definitely have many followers in the future. Maybe one day in the future, he, a true god whose own priesthood only has weak divine power, can also get a glimpse of the throne of the powerful main god step by step. After watching Zephyros leave, Zeus sat quietly for a while in the palace. He looked through the door, and the changes in the laws on the earth at this moment were clearly visible. Outside Mount Olympus, a large net connecting the spiritual world and the real world covers the sky and the earth, and the power of the elements slowly flows on the strings of the magic net. Under the earth, strands of black energy surge up, intersecting with the mortal world. Everything combines. The breath of the human world is no longer so beautiful, but it has inexplicably added a bit of vitality. Looking at the scene, Zeus vaguely captured some insights, but in the end he found nothing. These are the innate gods. Their innate personality allows them to see things that mortals dream of, but their lack of understanding of their own power prevents anything they see from being transformed into actual progress. Because their foundation is empty, the power gained based on experience and instinct may not affect their use, but it will become a shackle for them to a certain extent. From a legal point of view, will plagues be accompanied by floods from now on? The power of the gods still has too great an impact on mortal things. It's okay to say now, but in the next human century, they can't be allowed to act so wantonly. Silently thinking, wantless, that's what Zeus really thought. Although all of this came from his explicit or implicit instructions, just because the God King can do this, it does not mean that others can do the same. What's more, Zeus doesn't think that in the future, the gods will compete for faith in normal ways. They can do anything, and as the God King, What he needs to do is to stop this behavior in advance. Conflicts between gods must not casually affect humans. At least they cannot directly target the opposite believers just because of the conflict between two gods. Otherwise, this will not only affect the image of the gods, but also make them easy to kill. It will take hundreds of years for humans to recover again. This is the wealth of the gods. Especially as the king of gods who gives human beings the right to exist, Zeus is just like the earth and the sun that are an essential part of human beings. He can also get a little faith from all human beings. Although there are not many, far less than those who directly believe in themselves, there are still some. It seems that I need to formulate a rule in the future. Gods cannot exercise their divine power casually and without reason, otherwise fragile humans will not be able to resist this. I don't know when Her Highness Themis will come back. Although the bronze humans have not yet been destroyed, Zeus has already thought of a lot. As the god king, as the biggest beneficiary of the rules, he should spare no effort to maintain them. So he needed to formulate a law so that the gods could not massacre humans without reason, unless they directly offended a certain god. To do this, he also needs to seek the assistance of his aunt. It just so happens that the goddess of law has been busy lately. By the time she comes back, humanity will probably be extinct. When the time comes, against the backdrop of corpses strewn on the ground, I will definitely receive support for my suggestion. On this day, besides the God King on Mount Olympus, there were many people who noticed the changes. When Pandora opened the clay pot, the gods of Hades received permission, and they began to use their inherent divine power to influence the world. Even if those plagues and disasters do not involve extraordinary power, this natural change is enough to bring catastrophe to mankind. However, on this quiet night, all mortals do not know what happened. The disease has begun to spread, and the embryonic forms of disaster have begun to brew, but they are still a long way from breaking out. In the deep night, everything seemed silent. In the entire area of human activity, only a handful of existences were aware of this obscure change in the level of laws. Standing at the core of Aurora, Mephistopheles glanced at the burning holy fire with fear. As a former human being, he thought he could get close to this flame and even draw some away from it like other humans, but it turned out not to be the case. When he tried to get closer, a sense of crisis originating from his soul made Mephisto stop unconsciously. He can guarantee that if he continues to move forward, this holy fire will probably burn from reality to his own heart, turning him into ashes from the inside out. After trying to no avail, the devil had no choice but to find a place far away from the holy fire to cover up his existence with its breath, and then enjoyed this rare spectacle with some intoxication. Everything was as he expected. Prometheus brought about his own destruction, and humanity was about to be liquidated. Hundreds of high-level mortals drank his blood and were preparing for what he had already arranged. They sketched patterns, carved stone books, and built altars with materials brought by the devil. Mortals will not understand what they are doing. Only Mephisto knows that this is a special ritual, and it will play its due role at the right time. With this ritual, after this trip is over, he may not only be chased by the gods in the spiritual world, but also those on Mount Olympus, because according to the Lord of the Nine Hells, this ritual is likely to touch some sensitive nerves. Haha, it doesn't matter, there will always be someone to deal with them for me. With a chuckle, the big devil thought of the information he secretly revealed and the innocent, sleeping god. The former is enough to give Olympus something to do and keep them occupied for the time being. As for the latter, the other party is waiting for him to lure away the gods of the spiritual world for him so that he can complete his feat of father-killing, but he is also looking forward to him making some moves on that day to stop the gods of the spiritual world from chasing him. Don't let go. If the god named Hypnos can really succeed, this is actually a win-win deal. But for the devil who knew the inside story, he just hoped that he could complete the task early that day and still have time to see how the guy was going to die. And what will you do when the time comes? Looking towards the east of the city, feeling the presence that was hard to ignore, Mephistopheles frowned slightly. The human named Cohen was the only one outside of his plan. He appeared without any warning, just like an extra human being appearing out of thin air. He had no idea how he possessed such power. Fortunately, through these years of testing, the devil gradually discovered that the other party seemed to have encountered some problems that he couldn't understand, so he didn't have much desire to interfere with the outside world. Although I don't know what he is thinking, the longer this state lasts, the better. That's it. It's best to keep it like this. It's unknown. It's really annoying. There's also the guy I met unexpectedly. I don't know what that strange puppet is. But fortunately, his power is very weak and he can't affect anything at all. I just avoid him. A person who travels 100 miles is half a mile. There is no such proverb in the world of Khaos, but Mephistopheles still seriously recalled everything in the past one by one, and did not relax until he confirmed that there was no problem. After completing this operation, he can return to the 9 prisons to cash in part of his due reward. At least the Lord of 9 Hells is trustworthy when it comes to being a boss. Spiritual world, Mount Sinai. On the opposite side of the real world, in the spiritual world, whose surface has almost covered most of the entire world, Ryan is sitting on the main seat of the Lopez Temple. The seasons outside have not changed a few times, but in the distorted time and space, a long time has passed here. I don't know when, but the remaining gun barrel of Gangnir in Ryan's hand has been separated again and turned into 3 sections, 2 short and 1 long. The short 2 sections contain opposing forces, but they also share the must-hit fate of the remaining parts of the artifact. They have lost their vitality because the remaining power has been gathered into the middle section. Seeing this smile, Poseidon's heart was shaken, and the God King was also distracted for a moment. Many male gods were jealous of Poseidon because of this, and even almost ignored the gap in power and status between the two parties. Only the queen was secretly angry. Although this was a banquet she held for Aphrodite, it was only out of the queen's duties. From the perspective of a goddess, she couldn't stand the beauty god style at all. She should be restrained. Her expression remained unchanged. Hera glanced at the god king who was pretending to be nonchalant. Marriage is the best way. I am doing this for the sake of the gods. Letting her continue like this will only cause discord among the gods of Olympus. I thought so, but looking around, it seemed that no god present was qualified to marry the powerful goddess born from the blood of Uranus. So Hera had no choice but to hold back her emotions for the time being and show a decent smile. After the gifts were given, the party continued. But after a while, a god stood up in the middle. The gods around him glanced at him, and then clearly stopped paying attention. That was the sun god driving a golden chariot. The dawn of the mortal world was approaching. The other gods did not care about the passage of time, but he had to leave the banquet temporarily to complete his mission. Helios. At this moment, after noticing the scene, the superior god king suddenly called out to him, "Your Majesty, I don't know what to order." After a pause, Helios bowed slightly and asked softly, "A small thing, my friend. The time is almost here. The feast prepared by Poseidon is about to take place. It's time for us to think about the future." With a smile on his face, Zeus took out a golden order under the gaze of the gods. "When your carriage passes by Aurora, give this to them. It will tell mortals why they lost the gift of God and why they ushered in disaster, not because of themselves, but because of Prometheus' transgression and the reckless behavior of late-awakened people." "I see." After receiving the golden order, Helios turned and left. Putting the blame for human sins on the two gods seems to be clearing their names, but the gods don't care much. Regardless of whether those priests were guilty or not, they were already dying anyway, so there was no need to let the sin fall on the dead. In contrast, the two gods who created man are still alive. Human beings in the next era will understand history this way. Because of the two gods who created human beings were born and then perished in despair. This is real history. World. An atmosphere of panic and sadness filled the crowd. Since 2 months ago, mortals infected with the disease began to die one after another. This disaster, which is very different from natural disasters and wild beasts, scares humans even more. After all, compared to what they can see, what they cannot see makes them more at a loss. Fear originated from the unknown. In order to appease people's hearts, the priests had to hold 3 grand sacrificial ceremonies in succession to give a reasonable explanation for the disaster. They didn't expect to get any response. Since the Creator left, the connection between humans and gods seemed to be severed. They just intend to use the name of God to appease the people as always, and then pray that this terrible epidemic will end soon. Today is the 3rd time to worship the gods. In the center of Aurora City, High Priest Mammon stood outside the tall temple, watching silently. At this time, the ceremony had already begun, but he did not go to preside over it in person. Instead, he found a junior who had never drank the blood of the devil and still had some respect for the gods. His reasons are also very good. After all, he is old, and there will always be a day when he needs a younger generation to take over, so people easily accept his explanation. As the sun reached its peak, the ceremony gradually came to an end, and the guards who maintained order relaxed. They all thought that, just like the past 2 times, soon the priest who worshipped the god would come out of the temple and say some comforting words. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Brush. The purified animal fat was poured into the stone platform, and a strong flame burned in front of the temple. However, at this moment, a golden light fell from the sky and fell directly into the temple. The top of the temple was penetrated, but no one cared at the moment. For a moment, there was silence, and then it quickly became noisy again. What is that? Has God come? That golden light came from the sun. The priests did not lie. God really responded to us. Is the disaster coming to an end? In the past, many people actually questioned the priest's ability to communicate with God after the Creator left, but now, all doubts have disappeared. The gods responded, and perhaps the end of the disaster was just around the corner. High Priest, this dash. Don't rush. Unlike the crowd of people watching, the people surrounding Mumin became a little panicked when they saw this scene. They thought this was another punishment for their actions, but Mumin was not among them. He spoke to stop the calls of the people around him. He actually expected this scene. Mortals are not valued by gods. The results of the first 2 sacrifices are proof that they don't want to pay attention to humans at all. The mysterious man told him that the gods would distort history before destroying them, and that the most authentic history was recorded by humans themselves. He was probably referring to the current scene. Perhaps this so-called oracle did not bring salvation, but destruction. Listen to the oracle first and see what instructions the gods will give at this time. Looking at the calm expression of the high priest, the people around him were also affected by it and became quiet one after another. In the eyes of ordinary people, this scene means that the high priest has long known that the gods will respond, but ordinary priests do not know. This actually deepened their trust. After all, it was natural that the high priest was more powerful. So soon, the solemnity and quietness returned to the venue, and people quietly waited for the result. Time passed minute by minute until the sun tilted, and the temple door finally opened again. The officiant, who was previously appointed to preside over the priesthood, held the door and walked out of the temple. I don't know why, but his steps seemed to be staggering. What did the oracle say? Looking at the officiant, who walked out from behind the door, Emo Mengdang spoke first. High Priest, I. Taking a deep breath, the officiant was not as happy as one might imagine. His hands were shaking a little, and in his palm, he held tightly a token that looked like it was made of gold, with complicated patterns engraved on it. There was no emotion in his heart, but his expression darkened. Momin stepped forward and took the token from the speechless officiant. The other party did not stop him. Even when the token left his hand, he seemed to have lost his support and fell directly backwards to the ground. Momin did not react to this scene, because when the token was obtained, the content of the oracle was transmitted into his heart. Silently digesting this information, Mamang soon understood the reason why the other party had not left the temple for so long and was acting like this now. For those who don't know what's going on, this is really hard to accept. But to those in the know, Momin only sees the ruthlessness of the gods. But this is normal, and he himself is not a good person. At some point, The sun began to be obscured by clouds in the originally clear sky. Holding the golden order in his hand, Emomeng slowly turned around, and the crowd's eyes were focused on him. The joy of receiving the oracle just now was gone. Now, looking at the officiant who fell to the ground, they all knew that the result might not be a good thing. Maybe God is unwilling to save them, and this golden command means rejection. Everyone, the gods have sent down an oracle, and I will read it on your behalf. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Emomeng looked heavy but calm. At this moment, he was like a devout believer, happily accepting all the punishments sent down by the gods. So he put the golden order on his chest and read the contents of the oracle loudly. In the past, the creator Prometheus committed a great crime in the divine court, and he confessed to it. The divine king judged him and, as punishment, withdrew his blessings to mankind. Now, the god king gave the first woman Pandora to another person who participated in the creation of mankind, the late Epimetheus, and gave him an additional gift from Hades. Hades told him, "This the gift contained human suffering and disaster, and you were not allowed to open it." But in the end, they were released. So, someone asked uneasily, "High Priest, the epidemics we have encountered recently all originated from Pandora, from that woman?" "Yes." His expression became more and more serious, and Emomeng nodded slightly. "Then the gods sent oracles to help us solve these disasters?" Someone else asked.
"No."
The king of gods keeps his word. When Pluto's gifts are opened in the human world, it means that he has allowed their existence, which is irreversible. As for the final content of the oracle, raising the golden token, Momin said, "The god king rules the sky and the earth, the Poseidon rules the seas and storms, and Hades rules the underground mines and the underworld. Because of human beings, Pluto was able to spread his majesty on the earth, which made Poseidon deeply dissatisfied. Therefore, he will eliminate this mistake today." Clear error, you are referring to. That's right. Looking at the humans in front of him, Emomeng calmly spoke. "This is our mistake. The vast and boundless sea is as calm as ever. This is the sea area close to the Poseidon Palace, with some divine power surrounding it. When Poseidon took over this place from the ancient sea gods, no natural disasters ever happened here. After all, he was the master of storms and tsunamis. Even if the latter has been cast into a divine weapon by the Cyclops, it does not affect its owner's use. But on this day, under this peaceful sea surface, a large number of black shadows gathered at some point. On the sea, the waves also lifted up a figure. He has a human body and a fish tail, is very young, and looks a lot like Poseidon. He is the eldest son of Poseidon and Amphitrite, the demigod Triton. At this moment, he was holding a blue trident. Invisible power flows through the halberd, and the depth and anger of the ocean seem to be revealed on this artifact. It's such a powerful artifact. Is this what a true god feels like? I was really weak in the past. In front of the real gods, I was just an existence that could be easily killed. With an expression of ecstasy, this was the first time Triton experienced the power of shaking the sea. In the third era, more and more mortal beings were born, and gods began to often give birth to descendants who were not eternal, and he was one of them. As the eldest son of the Poseidon, Triton had noble blood, but did not have the matching strength. Even though most of the gods treated him with courtesy for his father's sake, he still felt that they were all laughing at him, laughing at his weakness and mocking him as being able to be killed like a mortal. This made him crave power and hate mortal things even more. It's such a pity that I can only have this artifact for a while. Somewhat regretfully, intoxicated by this boundless sense of power, Triton couldn't help but wave the trident in his hand. The next moment, wherever he could see, huge waves hundreds of meters high were rising out of thin air. Everything was so relaxed and freehand. With the artifact in hand, Triton even felt that his senses were being extended infinitely. This vast sea seemed to have become a part of his body, and he could surge with it as long as his mind moved. This is the feeling of the true god mobilizing authority. They don't need to know how to do it. They just need to think, and the things corresponding to the authority will respond to them. This is also the reason why the power of gods is not unique in the sea. Otherwise, as an artifact made from the priesthood of Poseidon's tsunami, it is enough to shake thousands of miles of sea territory. This is also the preciousness of artifacts. In the hands of the strong, they can make them stronger, but in the hands of the weak, they also have basic power. Poseidon's trident, although the sea area controlled by Poseidon is too sparse, so that it is still far away from the higher artifact, it is enough to give Triton the power of a true god. Ha ha ha, come on, Dash. With a laugh, Triton raised his trident high. The water on the sea immediately obeyed his call and rolled up one wave after another. And in the waves, the dark shadows that were originally lurking under the sea surface also surfaced one after another. Some of them are the sons of the original sea god Pontos and the descendants of the father of sea monsters. Some are lives contaminated by the blood of the sea gods in several divine battles. They have stronger power because of the divine blood, and they instinctively obey those with strong bloodline. The descendants of the gods. Idiot, brave, ferocious. These monsters in the eyes of mortals were inspired by the Emperor of the Sea, and now they have succumbed to his weapons. After stroking the trident, Triton enjoyed the feeling of scolding Feng Qiu. His only regret was that the sea monster was not very intelligent. But this was enough. Holding the artifact, Triton pointed forward with it and said energetically, "Follow the waves and kill all the living creatures you see." No, wait. Suddenly remembering his father's advice, Triton curled his lips, but still held back his words. There are still two people who cannot be killed. The God King has other plans for them. Triton didn't have any objections to this. After all, they were all descendants of gods, different from those humble mortals. Then I'll say it again, except for the two gods named Pyrrha and Deucalion, kill all living creatures you see. Grinning, Triton imitated his father's tone and said with murderous intent, "Don't leave any of them behind." As soon as the words fell, under the power of the artifact, huge waves surged towards the ground. With roars, the sea monsters also moved forward. On the earth, without the blessing of divine power, simple seawater may not be able to drown all mortals, but with these monsters it is different. Triton believes that he will complete this mission well. Even at this moment, he was already thinking about how to linger a little longer. I can't destroy humanity too quickly. Sitting on the throne formed by the sea water behind many sea monsters, Triton thought secretly, "If they are all killed at once, the artifact will no longer belong to me when the mission is over. It's hard to get such an opportunity. I want to enjoy it more." At the same time, in the spiritual world, Ryan was explaining various things about the world to buy. He was talking about the third spiritual world, and Ryan told the young dragon that as a dragon in charge of the spiritual realm, it would be a good place for her activities in the future. On the one hand, the dream world is part of the spiritual world, and on the other hand, it is intertwined with the hearts and dreams of all living beings in the world. There, I can see all kinds of things in the world and understand the love and hatred between living beings. If she is interested, she can also travel through the dreams of living beings, come into contact with reality personally, and experience the feeling of mortal life. Why don't you continue? Suddenly, the young dragon who was listening with great interest raised his head and looked at Ryan not far away. There, at some point, Ryan stopped talking and stood up from his seat. "Well, I have to take care of something." Responding with a smile, Ryan then warned, "You stay here alone for a while. But remember, if someone other than me comes here, don't pay attention to him. He won't find you." "I see." A crisp and childish voice sounded in Ryan's heart, and the young dragon immediately lay down on a dragon egg and closed his eyes in boredom. Ryan smiled when he saw this, and then casually took the black robe hanging on the chair. He must do what he promised. Humanity is about to be destroyed. Now, it's time for him to take a trip to the human world. I just don't know, what direction will the fate of the bronze humans go this time? All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Chapter 203 The History Writer. Without locking the position or checking in advance, when he was ready, Ryan took a casual step and left everything to the unknown. So when he walked out of the spiritual world and came to the world where humans live, what was in front of him was a door. This seems to be the interior of a certain human building. This copper door divides it into two parts, the inside and the outside. You can see that there should have been guards here, but now they are empty. History? Because everything here originated from me. So I came here? Although it is done randomly in the mythical world, there is no real randomness. Being able to come here means that this place has some weak connection with Ryan. After looking around, he reached out and pushed open the door. The door, which weighed several tons and required the combined efforts of several people to open, opened in response, revealing the steps behind it. It seems that this is still a very tall building, which is not common among humans today. Walking in casually, under the illumination of lights on both sides of the steps, Ryan walked towards the top floor of the building. Click. Hey! The sound of friction between bronze knives and stone could be heard among the elevated structures. An old man with a wrinkled face was still continuing his work. He is very old. As one of the oldest people born among the first humans created by Prometheus, his lifespan is approaching the end. Looking at the furnishings on the floor here, there should have been many people here in the past, responsible for caring for and preserving these things, and he was the manager. But now, he is the only one left here. However, sitting on the chair, the old man seemed unaware of the changes and just quietly carved what was in his hands. In his palm, patterns and words gradually appeared on the smooth stone slab. If you look carefully, those patterns formed a tall pillar of fire. A man with a vague face was tied to the fire pillar, surrounded by onlookers. In midair, a goddess holding a scale in her left hand and a sword in her right hand watched all this. Tread.
Top.
Outside, the sound of footsteps gradually came from far to near, but the old man didn't react. On the table beside him, there were also many sheepskin scrolls with small words recorded on them. These were originally one of the most precious treasures of bronze humans, but now they are just a bunch of useless furnishings. Tread. Finally, the footsteps stopped behind the old man. The shadow was reflected on the desk in front of him, reminding the old man of the presence of the visitor. However, he did not react to this unexpected stranger. If anything happens, please wait a moment, cough. The old man kept moving his hands and said slowly, "Whether you allow me to record these things or not, please wait until I complete it, and then you can take it away as a small ornament. If my humble request can be fulfilled, I will at the end of my life. I am grateful for your kindness to me." The old man was dying. Ryan saw this, and he contracted the plague. According to the experience of the bronze humans at this time, he was bound to die, but even without this epidemic, he would not have been able to live much longer at his original age. Just like an old saying deep in my memory, people are not afraid of death, but why should they be afraid of death? This is the case with the old people today. If there wasn't something else he wanted to do, Ryan didn't even think the other party would pay attention to his arrival. However, looking at the stone carvings being gradually completed, his heart moved slightly, and Ryan still asked with interest, "You guys? Who do you think I am?" After climbing hundreds of stairs, he reached the top floor of this building. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ryan also understood what this place was for. Hundreds of wooden shelves are placed in the spacious space, and creations with various narrative texts are stored on them. This is a place where human beings collect knowledge. They recorded in writing the technologies passed down by the creator and from humans in the previous era, and then stored them here. As for the old man in front of him, he seems to be the one responsible for sorting them out. You should be a god. Just like those young people said before, gods are coming to destroy mankind. They also want me to leave together, but where can I go if I leave? I can't live long, so I just stay here. Got here. If the bronze humans can continue, they will come back one day and maybe see what I left behind. If the bronze humans are going to become extinct, then it won't make any difference where I stay. The painting part was completed, and the old man began to carve words on the stone slab again. Looking at this scene, Ryan felt a little familiar. Young people? Although the bronze humans were indeed created at different ages, you actually existed for the same time. It's just that some were already middle-aged when they were born, and some were children. Walking to the old man's side, Ryan looked at the stone slab. The length of life is not the standard for measuring youth and old age. This strange highness, mentality, knowledge, and views on the world, these are the reasons why I say they are young. He coughed twice and seemed to be very interested in being able to talk to God in the last stage of his life. The old man seemed to be very interested in talking. You're right. Nodding, Ryan felt that what the old man said made sense. Just like him, although he has lived for tens of thousands of years, no matter how he looks at it, he is younger than the old man in front of him. Because of his mentality, he still has a desire to explore all things, has his own goals and desires, and will do something on a whim. These things determine youthfulness far more than the length of time. Wait a minute, you wrote it wrong. Feeling that the old man was right, Ryan pointed out a mistake to him. Wrong writing. Stopping with his right hand, the old man followed his kindness and said, Then you don't know what's wrong? It's not that the goddess of law recognized Mephistopheles' words and then promoted him to the Holy Spirit. God's punishment of humans didn't start from this point. The day when Prometheus created humans, the destruction of humans was already doomed. The old man's stone slab seemed to connect the collapse of the Temple of Law, Mephistopheles' ascension from the fire, and all that followed. But Ryan knew that the connection between these things was not that strong. The bronze mankind is doomed. It is the will of the Olympians. Why? Because it was the Illuminati who created man, Ryan replied with a smile, not the God King. The tall building filled with parchments and stone carvings fell silent for a while. The old man was silent for a moment. In fact, what Ryan said was that he had also thought about it. The previous oracle was like this. The Olympus gods seemed to intentionally make humans think that the disasters they suffered were related to the two gods who created them. Perhaps those young people could not see it, but he could read the hidden meaning behind it. However, the traces of the two gods on human beings are too heavy. Even in the face of the oracle, people subconsciously put the blame on Pandora, who does not know what role it played. This seems to be a sign of respect for the Creator, but it actually becomes their way of death. It seems that the bronze humans really have no chance of continuing. Only new humans will not have innate respect for the two gods who created humans. Sighing, the old man looked at his half-finished slate, then pushed it aside. He originally wanted to leave something to future generations, even if these descendants were humans of the next era. He hoped that just like the bronze humans learned the skills of the golden humans, future generations of humans would also get something from the legacy of the bronze humans. But if these were wrong, then there was no need for him to record them anymore. In that case, you are not an Olympian god. Finally raising his head, the old man looked to his side. Her long black hair hangs down on her shoulders, and she wears a green and gorgeous ring on her finger. The black robe is embroidered with dark golden lines. They don't seem to be constant, but are constantly changing and jumping. This god looks young, but the old man knows that the age of a god cannot be judged by his appearance. I wonder if you have anything to give me when you come here today. The voice was calm. Although the old man was a little regretful, he was not discouraged or humbled. As a god, but talking to him as an equal, he must have something that he needs to do. In this case, he has nothing to be inferior to. As the recorder of this knowledge, he had read the words of the one who was burned by the fire as relayed by others. Some of them he agreed with, others he thought were wrong, but one of them seemed very reasonable to the old man. If there is nothing to seek, then both parties are spiritually equal. God can threaten a living person with death, but not a dying person. Orders? Not really. Shaking his head, in the old man's somewhat surprised gaze, Ryan asked, Speaking of which, I still don't know your name. My name is Huma. It is said that in the Golden Age, the person responsible for recording history was called Hua, so I gave myself a similar name. Rumor has it that he was like this at that time, recording the past of gods and humans on stone tablets. Unfortunately, this is a chance encounter. The old man looked a little regretful. Hua. I remember him. With a look of understanding on his face, Ryan remembered the name. Among the golden humans, he is also the one who is particularly outstanding, perhaps because he has stayed with their king for a long time. He could have been an immortal heroic spirit, but then he gave up on his own initiative, and then asked to be thrown into reincarnation and become a new one's life. Reincarnation. He was not surprised that the god in front of him had seen the historian. After all, it was rumored that golden humans had a close relationship with the gods. In contrast, the old man cares more about this special thing. Well, souls in this world return to the spiritual world, and what determines their identity in the next life is reincarnation. Although he is responsible for recording history, he prefers to explore the unknown. I agreed to his request and gave him an additional reward as a reward for his hard work in the star space for thousands of years. I blurred his perception of time, allowing him to he will stay next to the well of reincarnation for the time being, and when the next human era comes, he will start a new life as a human being. So, you saw our birth and destruction a long time ago? Not knowing that the birth of reincarnation was actually very short, Huma thought that the other party had foreseen the arrival of the next human era long before the birth of bronze humans. Smiling self-deprecatingly, the old man suddenly asked, "With all due respect, Your Highness, if fate is truly unchangeable, then is the same true for God?" It was like this in the past, and the gods were like puppets on the strings of the world itself. Things are different now, but there are still some things that cannot be changed. Ryan smiled, and the main body of Khaos's destiny was being impacted more and more. Even his understanding of the myths of later generations may not be taken seriously. For example, Athena and Vulcan have not yet come to this world. So much for the gossip. I promised Prometheus to come here on the day when mankind was destroyed, so I came. Meeting you was just a coincidence. Let's do this, Ryan said happily. Follow me, while I am still in the human world. You can tell me about your past, your knowledge, and the gods in your eyes. As a price, I promise to bring you back to life and be preserved from this disaster. So, will humankind continue? The old man asked. Probably not. Shaking his head slightly, although Ryan promised to help some people survive the disaster. That was all. Even if everyone survived, they would not be able to continue civilization without women, not to mention that Lane didn't think he would meet many mortals worth saving. That's not necessary. I don't need a new student. The old man stood up and lifted a stone carving from the side with difficulty. With your permission, let me record everything that happens today as a bronze human historian. I will record your deeds on the stone slabs, just like the tiles of the ancient golden age of humanity. This is my gift to you, and I hope that it will represent the bronze humanity and live with you forever. Slightly startled, after listening to the old man's request, Ryan looked squarely at this ordinary old man for the first time. In his eyes, Ryan did not see any fear of death. If this is what you want, then I allow it. However, there is no need to give it to me. Let's leave it to humans themselves. The torrent of the times is rolling forward. Perhaps those bright souls are more than heroic epics. No matter in his previous life or in this life, Ryan has never been a person who would risk his life for certain ideals, but he has always respected the decisions of these idealists. So he glanced around, and finally his eyes passed through the wall and saw the entire city of Aurora. The city has become chaotic, with people venting their fears, except in a few places. For example, the tall and towering temple and the charred figure kneeling on the ground. In the temple of the God King, where is your former high priest kneeling? Yes, that is the sanctuary of the God King. In the past it belonged to humans, but now, God has shown miracles there. The old man seemed to understand something, but he was already dying, and mankind was about to perish. Now, the only thing he wants to do is to leave as many traces of his Bronze Age to future generations as possible. And Ryan's reply did not disappoint him. Then put it there, in front of the great temple where bronze humans worship the God King, and place it as the last poem of this era. Everything started because of Prometheus and was born out of deception, so the end of this era should also be buried with them. With a smile on his face, Ryan said slowly, "Let your record live with that ugly soul." The noble and the mean complement each other. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 204 Gambling. Except for the two parties involved, no one knows what happened in the high-rise building. At the end of his life, the old man picked up the stone slab and followed Ryan down the tall building. He was not in a hurry, and even slowed down because of the old man's decaying body. But the passage of time will never stop. In the city of Aurora, people who learned about the oracle were running around in panic. Some of them knelt down to pray, and some looked for shelter in places they thought were safe. The whole city seemed noisy and chaotic. In contrast, on Mount Olympus, the gods looked expectantly at the scene below. Even though they were far apart, they could notice that the eastern edge of the continent, the edge of the sea and the land, was blurred. Triton, the son of Poseidon, will bring a gift to the gods, which is also one of the programs performed before the real feast begins. This banquet held for the goddess of beauty is not just a celebration of her new acquisition of two gods, it also has a deeper meaning, because after today, the Olympian gods will discuss matters in the next human century and divide their respective interests. The first person to bring up this matter was Poseidon. He no longer wanted to proceed according to the previous rules, and other gods also responded. Faced with this request, Zeus agreed. Even as a god-king, Zeus is far from being able to do as he pleases. Now his throne relies more on his brothers and sisters. The combination of 6 powerful gods makes his position as stable as Mount Tai. So in this case, he must also listen to and satisfy some of their demands. Of course, these are all things for later. Now, using the artifact created by the priesthood as a medium, and with the cooperation of the power of the God King, everything around the trident is presented to the gods. Terry, who had a body with a fish tail, agreed and was very angry. He pointed far ahead and watched the sea monster in the waves tear the beast into pieces. Occasionally, he would take matters into his own hands, wrapping a bird that had no time to fly with seawater and watching it suffocate to death. Behold, this is what is mortal, and this is the consequence of deceiving the gods. They can do whatever they want when God doesn't notice, but when we find out everything, they can only wait to die. After drinking a large glass of wine and watching the scene, Poseidon grinned. He had wanted to take action a long time ago, but Zeus stopped him because he took into account the face of the divine court and the image of the gods, but it was not too late now. The noble Poseidon allowed those mortals to live for a few more years, and only today did he allow his son to use artifacts to bring disasters. Mortals should really be grateful for his kindness. Is this interesting? On the side, Hestia frowned as she watched the rolling seawater submerge the land, the beasts struggling in the water, and the birds flying away in panic. Perhaps your son could kill these lives in a more direct way. She is not a person with too much sympathy, so the goddess of fire can understand Zeus's decision. The destruction of mankind is doomed, but for her, destroying mankind and taking pleasure in it are two different things. The process is more interesting than the result, my sister. Just like the guy who was imprisoned in his temple by Zeus, doesn't he also have to enjoy eternal pain? Poseidon didn't care about this, and most of the gods didn't care much either. If a god is treated like this, many of them will hurt others. This is why Zeus is very cautious in dealing with Prometheus. But if the object is just a mortal thing, then there is nothing to say. That I have no interest in these. Since you want to see it, I won't disturb your interest. Standing up, the goddess signaled to the god king. Well, my sister, I always respect your decision. With a look of regret on his face, Zeus raised his glass. But do you have any ideas about what we are going to talk about later? I don't need anything, Zeus. I don't need a specific city, a certain human tribe to worship me as their main god, forcing them to have my name on their lips every day, as long as all humans light hearth fires at home. This is already respect for me. Shaking her head slightly, the goddess looked at these very lightly. Unlike her younger brothers, she is always ambitious and wants to go further. In fact, it is still unknown whether faith can really help gods reach greatness. Even Zeus now is not very sure about this. But in his opinion, since faith can break the iron law that divine power is limited by priesthood, it might not be able to fill the gap leading to the great realm. However, if there are people in the new human race who voluntarily believe in me and agree with my way, then you can't stop it. This is the only thing I want to say. Although she doesn't care much about faith, Hestia is still very interested in intelligent humans. If someone really recognized her thoughts and voluntarily became her believer, the goddess would happily accept it. Of course, my sister, this is your right. Regarding Hestia's request, the god king immediately agreed, and the other gods could not have any objections, so the matter was settled. After Hestia left, the place was quiet for a while, and then quickly became lively again. Only Aphrodite was a little unhappy. She felt that Hestia was so disrespectful for some mortal things. But she didn't show it. She just remembered it secretly. Time passed slowly, and in the middle of the hall, the scene displayed with the power of the artifact, and the god king was constantly changing. Although Triton deliberately slowed down his progress, he still gradually approached Aurora. Looking at this scene, Poseidon seemed to be unable to hold back and wanted to say something. He looked around and suddenly took out a shining sphere from his body. Everyone, just watching my children perform is not too boring. I have an additional idea that can make this process more interesting. I wonder if you are willing to join in. Oh, why didn't I know that even you can come up with some new ideas? After hearing this, the Queen of Heaven said casually from the main seat. Demeter smiled when she heard this. Like Zeus, Poseidon also showed his attentiveness to her, but the other party's boredom made her lose interest. Zeus may not have been a good husband, but he certainly knew how to sweet talk. Humph, it's just prejudice. With a snort, Poseidon didn't think much of Hera's teasing. He placed the sphere on the table and spoke his mind. The destruction of mankind is inevitable, but the process is unknown. How about we take a gamble? Let's bet on how they will react in the face of destruction. Whether they will kneel down and beg for mercy, wait desperately for death, try to use ridiculous words to deceive the gods again. Humph, Zeus is still too weak. Our grandfather and father ruled the world by force, but he does these crooked ways day by day. With a soft groan in his heart, Poseidon became more and more angry that he could not sit on the throne of the god king. However, the scene in front of him made him feel good, so Poseidon continued to watch his eldest son's performance. Poseidon was satisfied. On the other side, Zeus, who was at the top, was also very satisfied. This series of operations by Poseidon successfully accepted the dissatisfaction of many gods on his behalf, such as his eldest sister Hestia. Fortunately, although the goddess still walked away, the source of her dissatisfaction was Poseidon's children and men. It's the best thing to achieve your goal and avoid trouble at the same time. With this mentality, Zeus also appreciated the rare beauty. In fact, deep down in the heart of the god king, he was not without ill will toward the bronze human. After all, the unbelieving person who prayed to him for eternal life still made him feel sick when he recalled it. Through the projection between the artifact and its master, Zeus casually turned his attention to the human city. What came into view were the panicked crowds in the city, the chaotic order, the imminent heavy rain, and… Suddenly, Zeus sat up straight. He seemed to have seen a somewhat familiar figure just now, which made him stunned for a moment. Although they had only met once before, that meeting left a deep impression on him when he first ascended the throne. So Zeus quickly concentrated on trying to find that person, but he was disappointed. The image just flashed away. When the god king came back to his senses, he could no longer find the figure he had just vaguely seen. In this era, most gods can no longer see across the earth on their own. The reason why the gods can enjoy this big show on Mount Olympus is because the Poseidon Trident, as the artifact of Poseidon, is originally his created by the divine priesthood and in the hands of his children. But precisely because of this, the perspectives of the gods completely follow the artifact and cannot be controlled by themselves. Poseidon, Do you have a way to control your artifact? With his right hand unconsciously holding the armrest, Zeus asked as if nothing had happened. Of course, if there are no such damn laws. After taking a sip of wine, Poseidon mocked casually. But unfortunately, under the oppression of this world, if I use my divine power to communicate with my artifact far away on the earth, you all know what will happen. Why do you ask such a ridiculous question? Poseidon glanced at Zeus in surprise. Poseidon didn't know what the other party was up to. If he can do it, if others don't know, can he still know? The Thunder Arrow and Sea Emperor Trident in his hand are similar products. At this point, there should be no difference between the two of them. Not only Poseidon. Hearing this, other gods also looked at Zeus, wondering what the god king wanted to do. Faced with this situation, Zeus had no choice but to wave his hand, indicating that he was fine. It's nothing, I just don't think this perspective is very good. His Majesty the God King is truly increasing in majesty. This kind of thing needs to be mentioned. With a sneer, Poseidon ignored him. Maybe I'm just too nervous, and maybe even my unborn daughter is affecting my judgment. Seeing that he dealt with it casually, Zeus secretly relieved himself. He composed himself and then continued to look at the image in front of him. However, not long after, a sound of surprise came from his side. What's wrong? Turning his head, Zeus looked at the plump and tall goddess in a green dress. That was Eurynomé. As one of the original protagonists of today's banquet and the mother goddess of the three graceful goddesses, Zeus allowed her to sit in the position second only to Hera today. But now, the ocean goddess is looking at the water curtain in surprise. I'm really surprised. I actually saw a person from the Golden Age on the wall of bronze humans. But maybe it just looks similar. His face looked a little unbelievable, but Eurynomé quickly found an explanation. As the sister of Métis, Eurynomé once witnessed the birth of the first generation of humans in Delphi. Maybe she wouldn't remember anyone else except the first human. Maybe I saw it wrong. Maybe Prometheus intentionally created that look when he created humans. I remember that their family spent a lot of time with the golden humans. That man looked a bit like the first one created by the gods. A golden human, but he should be dead already. Golden human? Reciting this name silently, Zeus always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of anything wrong. He was about to remind Poseidon that his son should not cause trouble, avoid this special human being, and just flood the world. But in the end, Zeus stopped talking. After all, as Poseidon just said, there is a big price to pay for doing this, and the reason for all this cannot be just that the God King said that he was uneasy. Fortunately, it was his son who was responsible for doing things, not his own. So he relaxed and Zeus continued to look at the image in front of him. Outside Aurora, everything is still going on. I allow you to witness the destruction of your kind. Wait until the last moment, and then meet the unchangeable death. While holding the artifact high and imitating the gods to pronounce the verdict, Triton did not forget to add a special effect to himself. Under the control of the trident, the water floated, forming a huge figure behind him. From a distance, it seems as if the Titan god in charge of the ocean has revealed his true form in the human world, overlooking the city on the plain. Triton was very satisfied with this, which looked very oppressive. However, as the minutes passed, he could not see the humans kneeling down and begging for mercy on the city wall in the distance. Were they scared out of their wits? Frowning, Triton stamped his feet, and with the 8 sea snakes on his back, he quickly approached the city of Aurora. As he approached, the giant made of seawater behind him also moved forward. Soon, Triton's vision was no longer blocked by the city wall, and he saw the scene inside the city. This time, he finally felt a lot more normal. He saw some people running around in the city, some kneeling down to beg for mercy, and some hiding in some temples, but Triton didn't feel the slightest pain in those temples. Divine power, so he didn't even take a second look. However, in such a comparison, the mortals who remained unchanged at the top of the city seemed a bit conspicuous. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Triton took another closer look to prevent accidents. Yes, it is a group of humans who seem to be stronger than other humans, but they are also very limited. As for the leader, he seems to have some familiar aura of the sun god, but that doesn't prove anything. Life that is accidentally contaminated by this power abounds on the earth, and it seems to be a cursed power. According to Poseidon, he said in his spare time that the god king seemed to have several extremely powerful similar substances in his hands, but no one could use them at all. There were gods who tried to control it by force, but the result was a lot of jokes in the divine court. That is to say, the person who tried was a god, so he finally terminated this fusion decisively. If it were a mortal, or even a demigod, according to Poseidon, he would probably be a madman. Who are you, and why don't you worship God? Thoughts flashed through his mind. Sitting on the throne made of seawater, Triton leaned forward slightly. The giant behind him also bent down. For a moment, it was as if the sky was pressing down and invisible pressure was pressing forward. Some people on the city wall seemed to finally feel scared. They took a few steps back and lowered their heads, as if they didn't dare to look at God anymore. Triton was very satisfied with this, but soon, he noticed the leading human again. He didn't seem affected at all. The two looked at each other for a moment, but facing that sharp gaze, Triton subconsciously avoided it. But then he glared back. Now that he is a god, how can he be intimidated by a mortal? Are you here to destroy humanity? Before he could speak first, Triton heard the human ask from a long distance away. Of course, wasn't it obvious enough? The king of the sea will destroy mankind. This is the fate you deserve. Triton said without hesitation that this human being was probably mentally affected by that substance, so much so that he lost his fear. But then, he heard the human's words again. Perhaps some people and human beings have deceived gods, and it is natural for them to inflict punishments. But just because of a god of hindsight and his wife, who have never paid attention to him since the birth of mankind, Pluto brought disasters and Poseidon brought disasters. When there's a flood, is this God's justice? Oh, yes, this is God's justice. Triton was stunned at first. He didn't expect that this human being would actually talk to him about justice. Is this an issue that gods and humans need to consider? He sneered, already a little impatient. Triton suddenly realized that under the gaze of the gods, there was no need to talk to a mortal. So, he communicated with the artifact, and tens of millions of tons of seawater surged. The justice of God is that if I ask you to pray, you should pray. If I ask you to kneel down, you should kneel down. God created you, so you should obey God's words. Of course, God can also destroy you without any reason. Like now. He waved his hand and pressed down on the sea giant behind Triton, who also pressed down. This is not a powerful creation, it is just a simple flow of water. To the gods, this is probably a big and unnecessary joke, but to the mortal walls, this is an unbearable weight. Triton was curious as to whether he could question himself so calmly when the wall on which this mortal stood collapsed, and he fell into the sea and struggled to survive. Just like now, mortals, you are just a group of ants. Destroying you. What does it have to do with you? After saying the last sentence, Triton couldn't help but be surprised by his sudden surge of thoughts. If it weren't for the existence of faith, as far as gods were concerned, mortals would be crushed to death, without even bothering to take a look. He felt that he had summed it up well. Then the next moment, there was only a loud noise, and the huge seawater giant exploded. A bronze spear wrapped in golden light flashed in front of him. Triton subconsciously dodged it, but he still couldn't avoid it. He was stunned for a moment, followed by a sharp stabbing pain on his shoulder. With a cry of pain, almost as an instinctive reaction, Triton blocked the trident in front of him. Clang. Click. The sounds of metal collision and breaking were heard one after another. Triton covered his shoulders while looking at a broken bronze sword in horror. When the mortal object collided with the artifact, it was naturally broken into two parts, but his right hand, which was a little numb from the shock, told Triton that if he hadn't paid attention just now, the sword might have penetrated his chest. At this moment, the fear of being close to death came to his mind. He held the trident as if he was holding the guarantee of his life. The artifact seemed to sense the danger faced by its master's descendants, and a blue halo enveloped him. Through the halo, Triton realized what had just happened. The spear in the human's hand and the dagger at his waist had disappeared, and now he was taking another sword from the hand of the person next to him. Who are you? Which god are you descended from? Do you know what you are doing? One word after another. Triton thought he had restrained himself, but the response that followed finally made him give up his reason. Because the human just raised his sword, and blazing golden flames surged out of him. Triton, the son of the Poseidon, who was so arrogant before, now talks to him after feeling the pain.
Why?
Golden humans never fear death. Let me see, God, if you are afraid of death. So the next moment, under the disbelieving eyes of the humans in the city, and in front of more than one god paying attention to this place in the world, Cohen waved his sword again. The move of this sword is ordinary, but the thing contained in it is more brilliant than before. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 207 Roads and Deviations. There are no complicated changes, no gorgeous lights and shadows, just a very straightforward sword. But everyone who saw it could feel that the owner who wielded it seemed to be a little different from before. The change is not drastic, more like a beginning, but in many cases, there is a huge difference between having it and not having it. Brush. A huge hole was created in the city wall, and Cohen jumped up with the help of the sun's power. At this moment, he felt that his spirit and will were united like never before, and even the mental disturbances stemming from the fragments of divinity day and night seemed like a breeze blowing on his face. The scenes under the collapsed sacred mountain flashed through his mind. Now, Cohen only had one thought in his mind. Defeating this Poseidon is also defeating his own past mistakes. Tear. Almost instantly, Cohen's figure crossed a distance of more than 1,000 meters and arrived in front of Triton. With a sound like a defeat, the blue light curtain split directly into two, only slightly delaying the human king's figure. If it were on the sea, where the suppression of laws was not so strong, Cohen would never be able to use a ubiquitous copper sword to cut through the barrier containing divine power, but the reality was different. At this moment, this is just a water shield enriched with elemental power under the blessing of authority. This time, there was no obstacle between Triton and Cohen. The enemy was right in front of him, and the human king's spirit became even more tense. He has realized that the so-called son of the Sea Emperor himself does not seem to be powerful, but the gorgeous trident in his hand is absolutely extraordinary. Holding his breath and concentrating, he stepped lightly on the surging seawater around him, and Cohen's originally slowed down speed surged again. He raised his bronze sword and prepared to.
Boom. Wow.
The sound of an explosion of water suddenly sounded, and right in front of Cohen, Triton suddenly exploded into water that filled the sky. After being stunned for a moment, Cohen quickly realized that the son of Poseidon, who had previously seemed to be aloof, actually ran away. Damn humans, do you really think that the noble son of the Sea Emperor will fight you hand to hand? That's what low-class people do. Come on, kill him for me. Behind the vast ocean, the water flow gathered and turned into Triton's figure again. But now, this son of Poseidon is obviously a little shaken. Just as the god of wind can take the form of wind, so Triton, who has the body of a fish and the tail of a fish, can take the form of a swimming fish or water. And the most important thing is that this instinctive change is so natural that it is almost difficult to be noticed by other beings, and there is no time to prepare. This is also the key to his success in evading Cohen's attack. Triton, who had never fought before, the anger that had just arisen was extinguished in an instant. He was almost fatally struck by Cohen twice in a row, which made him completely give up the idea of fighting directly with the opponent. But fortunately, he is not alone. It's time for the monsters who once bathed in the blood of gods to serve the Emperor of the Sea. Come on, kill him. The sacred weapon is raised high, and with a command, the sea beasts in the waves obey. Unlike gods, the power of these sea beasts with divine blood comes from the physical body or supernatural power. They are equally powerful no matter what the environment. Roar. Hiss. Neighings and roars came one after another, and the sea monsters rushed towards the tiny human. This is not only because of the inspiration of the artifact, but also because their instinct tells them that eating that human will bring them extraordinary benefits. However, in the face of all this, Cohen was not afraid. This feeling. Holding the hilt of the sword, the blood flowing in his body covered the edge of the sword. He felt that his current condition was better than ever. Something is gathering, as if it is being extracted from the depths of my mind and body, and even the world becomes clear. But Cohen felt as if something was missing, keeping them in a state of imminent rebirth. But regardless of whether the change completely occurred, he felt fearless in this situation. Zheng. The blade cut through the air, and the tiny human was like an ant compared to the 100-meter-tall sea beast. However, when the sword cut into the body of the sea beast, what followed was an earth-shattering roar. This sword caused almost no damage to the sea beast's body, but for some reason, the originally strong aura instantly declined. Come on again. Hiding behind and watching this scene, Triton just snorted and then waved his hand. He could have as many sea monsters as he wanted. After throwing away the divine power and authority, even the body of the true God will feel tired. Even if he cannot defeat him, he will be exhausted to death. In the city on the empty streets, the heavy rain fell in torrents, hitting the road with a crackling sound. The battle at high altitude outside the city became more and more intense. The sea monsters rushed towards Cohen one after another and were severely injured or killed one after another. Their blood dyed the nearby water red. Of course, this is partly due to the fact that these sea monsters themselves are not very powerful. Like the son of the original Poseidon, the first descendants of the father of monsters are not among them. Those sea monsters that are truly powerful and even have names passed down in later generations often have independent thinking. They will not be summoned by a magical weapon and disappear. Just like the three Gorgon sisters, Gorgons with powerful powers of petrification, they are like the Cyclops. Although they are not gods, they possess innate supernatural powers that even gods cannot ignore. Because of this power, or perhaps because of greed for beauty, Medusa, the youngest of the three sisters, was even recruited into the palace by the Emperor of the Sea, so naturally she would not be ordered around by Poseidon's children. Did you want to ask something? The rain was pouring down, but not a drop of water could penetrate around the two of them. Looking at the two sides fighting outside the city, Ryan also noticed that Huma behind him was hesitant to speak. Yes, sir, I would like to know, is he human? Raising his head, Huma looked at the figure swirling with golden flames in the sky. When the bronze human race was about to be destroyed, someone wielded a sword against the gods. This was another event worth recording. But whether the other person is a human or a god is undoubtedly important to what he is about to record. Yes, but not a bronze human. He is a golden human being, and he is also the first human being I created in the past. As the king of the Golden Age, as you recorded, he once had devout faith in God. As for now, you have also seen it. It was somewhat emotional. If he hadn't sensed the pure and powerful power of faith 100 years ago, Ryan might not remember Cohen now. After all, he had never shown anything special before. Although I made him the king of mankind and gave him the opportunity to dream, at that time, the other person's identity was just a golden human. He was the first golden human being, so he appointed him king. He was the leader of the golden human beings, so he allowed him to view the civilization slate. But now, when he noticed him again, Ryan had to admit that Cohen had exceeded his expectations in some aspects. Thousands of years ago, Ryan personally created the original meditation method according to spiritual authority and divided non-God existence into 7 levels, corresponding to the 7 levels of meditation method. But in fact, the 7th level of the meditation method, the state of self-generated divinity in the spiritual realm, actually exists in conjecture. Whether it can be successful or not is completely unknown. After all, so far, no mortal being has been able to do this on her own. Even Hecate, who has fully mastered this 7-phase meditation method, is a natural god and does not need to face this at all. Level. Therefore, Ryan himself was not sure whether the path of understanding the world, gaining insights into the rules, and summarizing his own order of all things would lead to the gradual transformation of the spirit until the birth of divinity would be successful. But at the moment, the Golden Man King doesn't seem to be following this path at all. He is using practical actions and his shallow understanding of the nature of power to show Ryan a completely different method in person. The Oracle Tablets of Delphi, the manifestation of the original order, can even be used to see the destined fate. The first one is engraved with the motto, "Know thyself." After being transformed by the spirit world, Lane added a sentence to it, "Know the world, and then know yourself." The meditation method he created is to understand the world, and Cohen's current state is to understand himself. Facts have proved that there may be a difference in difficulty between the two, but there is no difference between them. So, he is the king of the golden humans? On the side, Huma didn't think so much. After getting the answer, he just sighed, then lowered his head slightly and started carving on the stone slab. This is the third picture, which he divided into 3 parts again. In the first part, a pair of big hands molded the first human beings, which was a scene of gods creating humans. In the second part, humans are bowing to the gods, and in the third part, someone draws a sword to the sky, pointing directly at the sea god holding a trident. The expressions of the characters are the core of this part of the stone carvings. The confusion when he was born, the piety when he bowed, and the determination and vague confusion when drawing the sword made the characters appear lifelike. And what is very interesting is that the appearance of the sea god is not Triton, but the appearance of the statue of Poseidon in the temple. Confused, did he show it so obviously? After coming back to his senses, Ryan looked at the stone carvings born from the old man's hands and couldn't help but ask in surprise. A person with such ability has stayed quietly in Aurora for so long, and yet he took action today. I can feel the conflicting emotions. Hopefully, he can find the answers he wants. That's the only thing I can do for him. Ryan nodded in approval. From another perspective, he could see that it was precisely because of this that Cohen had not been able to really take this historic step. Compared to Ryan's idea of from the outside to the inside, in the spiritual realm, the Golden Man King apparently unconsciously took another from the inside to the outside path. With his own brilliant will as the core, he steps on the unswerving path, completes the integration and sublimation of spirit and body, and finally takes a step forward to give birth to divinity. This is Cohen's current state. This is undoubtedly feasible. If these conditions can really be met, perhaps Cohen can become the first demigod to achieve his own achievements today. You know, demigods are similar to regional gods, a broad concept with outrageous upper and lower limits. Ryan is not entirely sure what kind of strength this self-promoted person has. However, in reality, Cohen has never been able to find his own path. At this moment, with the resentment of ignoring the gods, his will is indeed shining brightly, but he does not know what he will do next after defeating the god in front of him. There is a beginning, but no follow-up, so Cohen's divinity will be born but not yet. It seems to be, but not yet. It's very difficult, and it's very personal. It's not something that can be achieved step by step like the meditation I imagined. After all, different people's natural wills are not the same, but this is just right. Divinity should be so unique. Everything now is ultimately for his preparation for the future, so Ryan silently remembers the entire process of Cohen's transformation in his heart. Regardless of success or failure, these are valuable lessons learned. Time continued to pass, and Cohen's state finally stopped after reaching a certain limit, but the battle did not stop. He seems to be fighting a sea monster, but in fact he is getting closer and closer to Triton. Apparently, Cohen knew exactly who was the source of all this. As long as the sea god is solved, the abnormal flood will recede, the sea monster will not stay on the land, and everything will be over. As for what to do next, that is what happens later. Will he succeed? Won't. Shaking his head, Ryan knew that Cohen couldn't kill Triton, not because of his strength, but because someone would go astray. In any case, Poseidon would not allow Triton to be killed by a mortal in front of everyone, even for the sake of his own face. We'll see. Whether he succeeds or not, he will get through today safely. Logically speaking, the human king who once had strong faith in him is incomparably in line with Ryan's goal of saving today. After all, for the Lord of Spirituality, worship in the heart is undoubtedly more in line with the standards than worship in the body, so Cohen will definitely not do it today.
D.
In terms of value, it goes without saying. Before he completely takes the path of self-generated divinity, Ryan will not allow anyone to kill him.
F.
Snapped. The wine glass was crushed, and the relaxed atmosphere in Olympus just now became audible, which made the sound of the wine glass shattering more clear. Poseidon looked at the image in front of him with a livid face. The guy who jumped out of nowhere replaced Triton and became the protagonist of the show. Every time he killed a sea beast, Poseidon felt like the sword was slapped on his face. Who is he? Have any of you left any heirs in the mortal world? Gritting his teeth, Poseidon seemed to be looking for a punching bag. But looking around, no one stood up. The expressions of the gods varied. Some avoided his gaze and did not dare to look at the angry king of the sea. Some smiled as if they were laughing at his son, who could not even solve a mortal city. Some looked at him. Stop on the image and watch this rare drama. Why do you dare to admit it? Only we know about human things.
Who did it?
It's not too late to admit it now. Ahem, Poseidon, please be patient. After speaking out to stop Poseidon's increasingly irritable questioning, Zeus looked at Eurynomy. At this moment, the god of water, grass, and pastures was stunned. The scene in the video was really beyond her comprehension. Although she is also a true god, judging from her priesthood, I am afraid that she is not as powerful as the artifact in Triton's hand. A human leader who once built a temple for the gods at the foot of Mount Odile suddenly had such power, and the impact on the goddess was by no means easy. Eurynom, I remember you told me before that this human looks a bit like a golden human? Yes, but in my impression, that golden human does not have such power. Looking away from the image with difficulty, Eurynomy told the truth. Although I had not seen him a few times, in the goddess's impression, the golden humans still fit her stereotype of mortal beings. In that case, things are clear. With a slight twinkle in his eyes, Zeus smiled at Poseidon. This is not a divine descendant, at least not the divine descendant sitting here. No matter how he lives to this day or how he obtained this power, I think the son of the Sea Emperor will not be stopped by him. No wrong. Humph, Zeus, you have always been in charge of human affairs. As a result, not only did the Prometheus incident happen, but now even Dash. His face trembling, Poseidon was about to stab Zeus a few more words, but midway through his words, when the corner of his eye swept across the image, the Poseidon's expression suddenly changed. You dare? No longer caring about the backlash of the law, following the connection with the artifact, the power belonging to the true god flew away through the air. However, Poseidon still had some sense. He did not use the full power of his powerful divine power, but only activated part of it. The next moment, the feedback from the law came. It was almost clearly visible that Poseidon's divine power level had been directly knocked down, and he could only barely maintain the edge of powerful divine power. This is not a permanent injury, but it may be difficult to recover within 100 or 200 years. Regardless of the loss of divine power, the price had been paid. Poseidon knew that he could only act once, so what was delivered to him along with his power was an angry rebuke. Triton, your mission is to destroy mankind, not waste time with the dead remnants of this old era. Now, flood the city. As for other obstacles, we will leave them for later. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 2:0 8 Weapons Thrown at God. Tens of breaths ago, in midair outside Aurora City, the battle continued. Standing far away from Cohen, Triton finally relaxed after being nervous for a while. Judging from the situation from a distance, this special human being was entangled after all. Prometheus. It's definitely him. This old guy probably knew that without his protection, humanity would not end well, so he deliberately left such a backup. With secret hatred in his heart, Triton directly targeted the god of enlightenment who was being tortured under the East China Sea. As for this human being mastering this power on his own, how is that possible? How could any mortal be able to do what he, the noble son of Poseidon, couldn't do? Wait, you old guy from the old era, an unruly titan. Wait until I finish your creation, and I'll have a good chat with you. Showing a malicious smile, Triton decided that after today's events were over, he must go and tell Prometheus, who was trapped at the bottom of the sea, how he destroyed mankind and what happened to them. I begged him for mercy and was rejected mercilessly. Thinking about it, the prophetic god must be very happy to hear the news of his creations and feel the joy when he kills them. The corner of his mouth curled up, but the next moment, the trident in Triton's hand trembled suddenly. Under the instinctive reminder of the artifact, he saw the figure approaching in an instant for the third time. Buzz. The first time was when they met for the first time, the second time was when they mistakenly thought it was a demigod, and the third time, Triton never expected that in just a few minutes, Cohen would reach his original limit. Another half-step was taken, but this time he finally reacted. Facing the golden light, Triton sneered, blocked the trident in front of him again, and then his body began to turn into water. As long as I run fast enough, what can you do to me? Clang. The metal was handed over, and the second copper sword also died like its predecessor. The huge force transmitted made Triton's palms numb, but his instinctive talent was faster than this. Turning into flowing water, Triton was about to repeat his old trick, but when he wanted to leave, he suddenly felt that he was being tugged. He could walk, but the artifact originally held in his hand was also held by the other hand. The opponent's goal is not him at all. Without the power to crush more than one level, it would be difficult for anyone to kill the son of Poseidon in the ocean, but he is not without flaws, as is the case with artifacts. Sure enough, you didn't rely on your own strength to cause the flood at all. It all came from this trident. Holding the front end of the artifact, a trace of blood left Cohen's fingertips. It's not an easy thing to hold an artifact that doesn't belong to you, but he didn't seem to notice it. Now, put an end to this disaster. With a strong tug, the Sea Emperor trident was pulled out of the mass of water. At this moment, Cohen seemed to feel a huge body of water beyond his understanding. In the past, he had never seen the sea, but now he knew it. This is the so-called authority of God. Wait, do you know what you are doing? Panic flooded his face, and Triton didn't expect that this time Cohen's target was not him. Yes, this is not his artifact after all, so even though the trident can also integrate with the sea water and escape freely around, it is still half a beat too slow. It was this little bit of slowness that became Triton's flaw. Stop. Ignoring Triton's words, Cohen said in a deep voice. Following this feeling of being almost omnipotent in the realm of the sea, he gave the first order to the surging seawater on the earth, and they really responded to the will of the human king. The water stopped flowing, and the waves became still. Watching all this, Korn raised the artifacts under Triton's horrified eyes, and he wanted them to return to where they belonged. However, this move finally made Poseidon, who was already furious, unable to sit still. Seeing the God King speaking, all the gods also breathed a sigh of relief. The original weird atmosphere was broken, but all the gods deliberately ignored the trident inserted in the palace. However, Poseidon remained indifferent to Zeus's words. After staring at the lost artifact in front of him for a while, the blue hair covered the Poseidon's expression. No one knew what he was thinking. All they could see was that Poseidon finally stretched out his hand and held it on the clearly visible handprint on the artifact. The next moment, traces of black energy lingered in Poseidon's palm, and the power of death cut open the flesh of the main god. But he didn't seem to notice it. After staring for a while, he suddenly laughed softly. Ha ha ha. Poseidon, maybe you need a break? Looking at the abnormal Poseidon, Zeus said calmly, "Rest? No, no need. Not only do I not need it, but you don't need it either. Do you think you have calculated everything clearly and have everything under control? Zeus, in fact, you are just a joke." The laughter died down, and Poseidon looked at his brother. Although he is not very good at wisdom, he is not that stupid yet. Zeus and his lover are the only people present who have seen Ryan, but they were silent just now, sitting back and watching Triton destroy himself. So now, it's his turn to ignore it. What do you mean? His brows furrowed, and a bad feeling came to Zeus's mind. This series of accidents today were enough to give him a headache, and now he just wanted to end it all safely. Nothing, just reminding you. Zeus and your weak lover, have you forgotten that you have a father? After the words fell, Eurynomy's expression suddenly changed, and Zeus finally remembered something. The ocean god Oceanus had set out to explore Zeus's hidden human tribe more than 10 years ago, but he had never gained anything. But not long ago, the strongest fortress was breached from the inside. Under the secret guidance of a certain existence, the name of ocean god gradually spread among humans. Under the flood, people realized that the Ocean King had brought disaster to them, so they naturally prayed to another ocean god for protection. There is no protection, but the faith is real, so Oceanus finally realizes the secret hidden by his adopted son. And now, under the influence of the Emperor of the Sea, he was crossing the sea with the original water goddess, speeding towards Olympus. At the same time in the spiritual world, about there, wrapped in gray wings, the young god stood up. The mysterious man was right. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Everyone who had to leave had left. Now, the spiritual world seemed quite empty. Especially the goddess of the moon, who poses the greatest threat. She is not there, which is the best news. As for the top level of the spiritual world, it is even more deserted at this moment. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 210 Infiltration. A world of dreams, a realm where reality and fiction intertwine, where the impossible can be realized. Today, the place where Hypnos is located is exactly the same as Mount Otis. This comes from the dreams of the creatures who once lived on this sacred mountain. Although these creatures have long since died and perished with the sacred mountain in the disaster, these ancient dreams themselves have continued. For some reason, sleep marks it, but rarely comes here. But today, in the former palace of the second-generation god king, Hypnos clapped his hands gently. Pa, pa, pa. The sound is not loud, but in the world of dreams, size has no meaning. The next moment, light and shadow floated, and passages connecting different dream realms were opened one after another. As the third spiritual world built on the basis of the dreams of all living beings, time in the dream world is inherently chaotic. It's only 10,000 years in the outside world, but hundreds of times have passed here. During this long period of time, Hypnos did nothing. He supported many capable spiritual beings and helped them become the lords of the dream realm. A rough calculation shows that there are about 1/3 of the third spiritual world. If there is no chance, these lords are just his subordinates, maintaining the order of the 3-level spiritual world. But when the time is right, they can also become Hypnos soldiers. They're all here. After a while, more and more dream realm creatures appeared in the palace. Once upon a time, the second-generation god king entertained the gods here, but now, the place is filled with spiritual beings of all shapes and sizes. Looking around Huanshi, the god of sleep nodded with satisfaction. In the world of the soul, it is self-perception that determines appearance, so these lords are different. Some of them are the result of many spirits devouring each other. After inheriting incomplete memories, they still think that they are the same existence as before, so they maintain the image of their lives. Some are simply born in the dreams of powerful existences and then gradually become independent. It seems that it is somewhat similar to some gods from the outside world. Others are full of weirdness and are not even life that should exist in this era. For example, walking dolls and puppets wearing ceremonial dresses. No one knows how they were born. Perhaps it is because of the chaotic time and destiny in the spiritual world that the future shines into a corner. Of course, no matter what they look like, these spiritual lords have extraordinary power. They themselves may only be extraordinary beings, and only extremely rare ones possess divinity, but in the spiritual world, with the blessing of the dream realm, most of them are godlike, which is why Hypnos recruited them. The god of sleep doesn't expect these men to have any big effect, but at least they can help him eliminate some trouble. With a gentle tap of his hand, an invisible stream of information floated towards the coming lords, which was what they were asked to do later. In fact, until now, Hypnos has not told anyone what he is going to do. Some things are enough for him to know. Follow my orders and go. After the message was conveyed, the young god whispered his instructions. He watched these spirit world lords leave again in various ways. Soon, the place returned to how it was not long ago. The time has entered a countdown from now on. Success or failure, those are the only two options. Sitting on the throne, Hypnos's indifferent emotions also fluctuated somewhat after a long absence. He somewhat understood the psychology of the throne owner. Perhaps Cronus also thought so when he planned to assassinate the Heavenly Father. Never mind. From now on, this will all be mine. Following the connection in the dream, the god of sleep glanced at the mortal world. There, a guy who had met several times was stealing souls. That wonderful ritual has isolated the spiritual world from its instinctive attraction to the soul, and even a passage is slowly being opened. Hypnos secretly noted this place, and he planned to pay attention to the place on the other side of the passage later. Although Mephisto's behavior attracted attention for himself, it did not mean that this behavior could be tolerated. When he becomes the new king of the spirit world, the first thing he has to do is to cut into pieces the guy who dares to steal his wealth, and then track down the mastermind behind the scenes. It's almost there. No need to wait any longer. I didn't expect that my good father God would actually run outside. This actually makes me a little more confident. He smiled. Although he was very confident in his authority, Hypnos knew very well that only in the case of a sneak attack could his divine authority be brought into full play. In the myths of later generations, the original god of sleep was able to put the god King Zeus, who was almost at his peak, to sleep, and he also relied on the Queen Hera to provide assists. Therefore, compared to a battle with Ryan for the authority of the spiritual world, Hypnos wanted to solve everything quietly and secretly. So he stood up. The gray wings on the back of the god of sleep vibrated slightly, and his figure disappeared into the third spiritual world. Except for a few people, even the gods in the spiritual world need layers of climbing interfaces, and that's what happened to him. It's not that far away. It just takes a while. Your Highness Hypnos, good morning. Entering from the most serious portal of the fourth level of the spiritual world, just as he was about to leave, a voice came into his ears. Following the sound, Hypnos unexpectedly discovered that a familiar yet unfamiliar angel from the spirit world happened to be here. To say that he is familiar with them, there are only so many true gods in the spiritual world, and he knows them all more or less. Strange, naturally, because the person in front of me never goes out and stays in his own little world. So, in fact, the two sides have never had any dealings with each other. Yuen, Your Highness Yuen Jillian, are you trying to? I was invited to take care of the reincarnation for a while. Although there is no life in this world that can shake the well of reincarnation, there should be servants of the Lord guarding it here at all times. Her expression is calm, perhaps due to the influence of her priesthood, and even her most ordinary voice is like a moving song. At this moment, the god of sleep seemed to hear the echo of nature, the chirping of birds, and even his soul was purified. At a certain moment, Hypnos even felt that he should not betray his father. After all, Ryan was not the Heavenly Father Arenas, and he had never done any violent acts. However, the nature of gods is not that easily affected, so this wavering only lasted for a moment. But this still made the god of sleep feel guilty. The authority of the gods is so special. He is confident in his own authority of sleep, and other gods are not the same. Evangelion's divine power was as different as his, but she was still slightly affected. Having said that, what is Ryan's authority? Spirituality belongs to the spiritual world, so which one belongs to him? You are right, Your Highness Evangelion. As you said, the well of reincarnation needs to be guarded, so I won't bother you much. With a gentle smile, Hypnos looked polite. Let go of your thoughts. In any case, this is indeed a good thing. There is one less expected trouble. You know, Ewangelion's palace is usually located on the sacred mountain of Sanaya. If the sneak attack fails, it is likely that she will come to help soon. Please, may the Lord be with you. Nodding, Evangelion did not ask any more questions about the purpose of sleeping God. In her eyes, the other person, like them, was also a member of the angels in the spiritual world. But when Hypnos heard these words, his face froze slightly for a moment. Then he smiled politely and walked towards the passage to the fifth spiritual world. It happens every time. Obviously, everyone is a god conceived by the great ancient spiritual world, but they call Ryan Lord, as if the other person is so different. Even to express the difference, they always call themselves angels, instead of calling themselves gods. Even the gods from the outside world were called false gods by them, which Hypnos really couldn't understand. How can a god, who is also the conceived god in the spiritual world, the incarnation of sleep, worship others? Even in Hypnos's heart, his real parents should be the spirit world itself and the body of night, not the guy who represents divine power. Soon, after crossing the portal to the fifth spiritual world, an even more chaotic time and space emerged. Hypnos glanced into the misty depths of time and space. In that direction, there was a vague aura similar to his, but very different. Sun Eater was also infected by the source of chaos, but the degree was much more serious than he knew. There was a bit of regret in the eyes of the god of sleep. If such a powerful being could obey his orders, the chances of winning this trip would be higher. It doesn't matter. From now on, this will all be mine. Repeating it again, Hypnos followed the induction in the dark and rushed towards the passage of the sixth level of the spiritual world. There is the most elusive place in the spiritual world. Even though he hasn't seen it yet, the god of sleep feels that the so-called Tartarus is probably nothing more than this. At the same time, the human world. On the old site of Aurora City, the seawater is still surging and even more crazy and unpredictable because it has lost its controller. As expected, it will wreak havoc on the human world for 5 days, reach its peak, and then collapse. The Great Flood lasting 9 days and 9 nights will completely cleanse the eastern part of the earth. Humanity perished, but most of the alien beasts on the eastern land also died. Except for a few powerful ones, those who are good at hiding, and those who are cunning in nature, the rest have been wiped out in this great flood. It will take who knows how many years until the alien beasts from other parts of the continent migrate over. As a witness to all this, Ryan was still recalling the feeling just now. Alchemy is really interesting. On her finger, an emerald green ring shimmered. Not long ago, Ryan used this ring, which was said to be able to turn stone into gold, to change physical properties and raise a giant bronze pillar near the ice sea. Gold gathering ring, since it can replicate itself, it can turn stones into gold, and it can also turn seawater into bronze. The sky-optimizing copper pillar was born from the sea due to its transformation. After all, material changes are not an area that Ryan is good at. Of course, it also proved its limits once again. Even if Ryan poured as much power into the ring as possible, it still could not produce the copper material containing extraordinary power. This is alchemy. If it can be done, it can be done, and if it cannot be done, it cannot be done. If the principle cannot be discovered, there is no point in simply infusing it with power. That is, this is a mythical world where the laws of physics are different. Otherwise, pure bronze, not to mention supporting the sky, would not be able to exist in the form of a column on the sea, and would directly disintegrate itself. Okay, my promise to Prometheus is over. What's left is mankind's own. Ryan looked at the old man beside him. In his stone carvings, The proud attitude of the son of Poseidon and the copper pillar hanging in the western sky are clearly visible. Even gradually, the stone slab itself seemed to undergo some wonderful changes. There are still 9 days left in the flood, and you only have 10 days left in your life. Is there anything you want to do in these last days? The old man should have died. Even if there was no great flood, he would not have lived much longer. If I could, I would like to document the flood in its entirety. With a calm look on his face, Huma looked at his feet with emotion. As far as he could see, there was endless seawater, but he knew that what was hidden under the water was his former home. A reasonable request. Nodding, Ryan blessed. May you be able to see everything in the world, and may your records last forever. He said so, and Law responded to Ryan's blessing. In the last 10 days of the old man's life, space will not be able to hinder his vision, and everything in the world will be visible, and when the old man dies, his stone carvings that record everything will be shrouded in frozen time. It will stay at this moment forever, and the only thing that can touch it is time itself. The water parted, revealing a path leading underwater. At the end of the road is the once largest temple of Zeus in the city of Aurora. This special place is different from other temples. The god-king pronounced the sins of mankind here and made the unfaithful fanatics kneel down. Therefore, the power of the god-king still remains in this temple, and therefore it is not affected by these ordinary sea waters. Of scouring. It is my honor to travel with you for half a day. Before leaving, Huma bowed slightly. It's your choice. After waving his hand, Ryan finally said, Go. This place is about to become a battlefield again. It's up to you to decide what you leave for future generations of humanity. After Huma left, only Ryan was left here. He looked at his feet and noticed the black mist that was trying its best to hide its existence. Mephistopheles knew that he could not conceal the perception of the Lord of the spirit world, but that did not prevent him from acting like this. Ryan also knew that Mephistopheles knew that he could not hide his perception, but he just smiled and pretended that the devil did not exist. In terms of increasing divine power, the soul is important to him. In terms of increasing the volume of the spiritual world, the circulation of the soul is also important. But for elevating this symbol of spirituality in the world, the most effective way is to spread the soul in as many places as possible and have its existence valued by sufficiently powerful beings. Therefore, regarding the matter of stealing souls, Ryan's attitude is mainly if the water is clear, there will be no fish. If your methods are superb enough, and you can find loopholes in the hands of the gods in the spiritual world, or if it is just a god intercepting 1 or 2 souls, he will just let it go. This can be regarded as finding something for the gods in the spirit world to do, which saves them from staying in their own place for a day or 2 without ever leaving the house. But speaking of which, he was quite quiet this time. Is it because you were too active before? Before leaving, Ryan was somewhat surprised. He had actually been secretly keeping an eye on Hades before, just in case Erebus jumped out and caused him some trouble again, but in the end, nothing happened. Maybe the other party is busy with other things, or maybe he can't come out at all. In short, it doesn't matter if he doesn't come. Ryan doesn't really want to see the other party. Shaking his head and stepping out, Ryan's figure disappeared over the sea. Next, the things in the human world have at most something to do with his incarnation, and have little to do with himself. Under the water, Mephistopheles noticed Ryan's departure and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. It's time to leave. Ritual was already ready for the second stage of change, but he was not a brainless guy like Triton. Try your best to hide your whereabouts. Regardless of whether the concealment is effective or not, others will pretend they didn't see you if they don't want to care about you. But if you insist on doing your own thing under the eyes of others, it is just making you feel uncomfortable. After straightening his clothes, Mephistopheles sent a message to the distance. Soon, a figure appeared in front of him. In the past, the devil was not worried about the involvement of local gods. They could always turn good things into bad things. But now it's almost time, and it's time for the other party to help. Looking at the swaying figure of Pseudo-Mephistopheles, he smiled and said, Get ready. The last step can begin. Next, Please let me introduce you to the master of the world, the king of the nine hells, and the creator of the devil, His Majesty Asmodeus. A natural god like you is the king of the nine hells. The most welcome person. His Majesty will definitely be happy to know that you are joining us. I hope it happens. It will also let me see his power. He snorted. Katua was non-committal. Although Mephisto often said that there was a being stronger than the god king in the nine hells, he was still doubtful in Cedo. You'll see it, I promise. Mephistopheles smiled slightly and did not care about the sarcastic attitude. He knew that people would not understand things beyond their own understanding. Before today, all people and gods in the world had a fixed impression of the abyss. They believed that there was nothing there, only death and nothingness. But that's all there. Walk forward and stand at the core of the ritual. There is a small groove on the ground here. Mephisto slit his wrist. Even though he was in the water, the dark red blood still fell vertically and dripped on the complicated and exquisite lines. Flow along a small track. The devil's blood seems to contain a special energy, making the place it flows quickly light up. A little bit at first, and then it keeps growing. From the feet of Mephistopheles to the ruins of the entire city of Aurora. There is no light under the deep water, which makes the dark color even more dazzling. At this moment, a certain connection is activated. Like a huge coordinate, the ritual track attracted the attention of a huge being in a distant place. The laws of this world have recognized this power, which is a power belonging to another side of the world. It instinctively rejects it, but the rejection is not so thorough. Guard this place well. Withdrawing his hand, the small wound healed immediately. In the void around Aurora City, powerful auras were approaching one after another. Mephistopheles was not afraid of this, but was a little surprised. He could understand that the god from the spiritual world came so quickly, but what happened to the other one? Never mind. Smiling, Mephistopheles glanced at the densely packed souls around him. With so many achievements, and more than one kind-hearted person who takes the initiative to contribute to his career, which level should he upgrade to? The devil is really looking forward to this. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 2:11 Arrival. Abyss. When the rituals of the present world begin to operate, the 9 overlapping worlds in the abyss will be felt. Unlike the spiritual world, where the surface and the material world are one-to-one, if you want to open a channel between hell and this world, you need a coordinate and an anchor point to connect the two sides. The rituals laid out by Mephistopheles are undoubtedly such a mark. It was created by Asmodeus. As the former god of time and space, he still has a very deep understanding of time and space. At this moment, as the connection with the coordinates became clearer and clearer, an illusory portal slowly emerged in the second level of hell. Rolling lava rolled on the earth, and under the influence of the Fire Kingdom, some volcanoes and lava were slowly born in the 9 hells. At this moment, Asmodeus and the former god of weather, Khaos, stood together, watching the illusory light door gradually solidify. The world and hell are isolated from each other, which means they don't know what is happening on the other side. But since Mephisto opened the portal as scheduled, everything probably went smoothly, and nothing unnecessary happened. If you want, you can also go to the present world and go to Olympus. I know that you have always been worried about the fact that you were sent into the abyss. Putting his hands behind his back, the Lord of 9 Hells said with a smile. Although this was the first time he had returned to the world he ruled after the turn of the era, he didn't have any other emotions. It's just a matter of time. Today is just the beginning. What about you, Your Majesty? Do you plan to return to this world as your past identity or your current one? There was a flash of emotion in his eyes, but Khaos still asked. Once. Haha, it's not the time yet. Although I have taken a small step, there is still some gap between me and the mother goddess I respect. After all, the time when 9 Hells was born was too short. Since Olympus cannot be overthrown under the suppression of the laws of this world, There is no need to arouse more vigilance in others. Let's leave it to the future for now. Compared to Zeus, I would rather see my loyal subordinate. With some nostalgia, the Lord of Nine Hells looked to his side. There was someone who had always been by his side, but she finally chose to go the other way. My god king failed miserably. No one is willing to stand by my side, not even my sister, who has spent 10,000 years with me. Fortunately, he still exists, which makes me feel that I am somewhat capable. I left too hastily before. After all, I didn't expect such an opportunity in the abyss. This time I have to tell him that I have never forgotten his existence, and he will always be my most trusted guard. Then I won't go either. Shaking his head slightly, Khaos said, "When you are ready to set foot on Mount Olympus in the name of Cronus, I will go with you. If you just go and make Zeus uncomfortable now, what's the point? Although I am not as good as that young man, when the time comes, please let me be your vanguard. When that time comes, don't be lenient. Ha ha ha, good." With a loud laugh, the Lord of Nine Hells raised his head slightly. His eyes passed through the boundary wall and looked at the giant snake. "Then please stay a moment, Khaos. Let me go and see first what kind of results the young man who put down his arrogance in front of me has achieved." As the words fell, Asmodeus took a step forward. The illusory light door trembled for a moment, but finally stabilized. The light and shadow changed, as if it was a minute, or as if a long time had passed. When everything returned to calm, the Lord of Nine Hells was already facing the dark seabed. There were no colorful visions, and there was only one audience. This sea area silently ushered in an existence beyond the standard. "Salute to you, your majesty. You are finally here." Bowing in front of the Lord of the Nine Hells, Mephistopheles had been waiting for a long time. "I've been waiting for a long time, Mephistopheles. It seems that your experience has not been smooth sailing." The Lord of Nine Hells glanced around. There are densely packed illusory spiritual bodies layer upon layer, including human beings and other life forms on the Great Plains. Millions of souls are wandering here, much more than all the silver humans in the past. But he didn't mention this immediately. After all, the environment the two of them were in now was really unusual. Olympus, the pure land of the gods that is not limited by the laws of this world, is now swaying slightly in front of the power hidden in the huge waves. As the pillar supporting the eastern sky, when it shakes, the sky seems to tremble as well. "Zeus, come out to me." An angry shout came, and then on top of the waves, a chariot rushed out of the sea. Powerful power surged around, and although the owner of the voice did not step out, his power did not diminish at all. Under the shouts of the Titan gods, the damaged door of the temple slowly opened on the top of Mount Olympus. Zeus walked out first, his hands surrounded by thunder and lightning. Behind him, all the gods who had participated in the discussion were also listed. The God King's expression was very solemn. He knew who was coming and could probably guess why they were coming, but he didn't want to cause trouble now. After all, the divine court was empty as never before. The higher the divine power, the more obvious the gap between levels. Facing the ocean god Lord, whose divine power level has reached level 20 and is at the pinnacle of powerful divine power, only Zeus himself can fight him. But as we all know, the original water goddess Tessis is also a powerful water god. Thousands of river gods and lake spirits worship her as their master. No one in Olympus can resist her presence today. Hades was far away in the underworld, Hestia had just left, Demeter was not good at fighting, and Poseidon made it clear that he would just sit on the sidelines. The goddess of law has not returned for many years, and the sun god and other gods cannot decide the situation at all. Everything tells Zeus how difficult the enemy in front of him is. Of course, the situation is not at its worst yet. After all, it is easy to decide between gods, but it is difficult to decide the winner. If his adoptive parents insist on taking action, Zeus will have no choice but to avoid the edge for the time being. When Pluto and the kitchen goddess notice the movement here and gather the power of the gods, the balance of victory will eventually tilt towards him. But if it really develops to that point, I am afraid that the divine court, which cannot be established for more than 100 years, will completely become a laughingstock. At that time, it is difficult to say what choice a god like Aphrodite, who is semi-independent of the divine court, will make. And it is impossible to say whether an originally honest guy like the sun god will have other thoughts. At this moment, the god king once again realized how weak he was at this moment. Without a few brothers and sisters, he could not suppress those old masters, the children of the Heavenly Father. Long time no see, my most respected lord of the ocean. What kind of wind brings you here? Although he knew it was impossible, Zeus still hoped to get a kind answer. However, the next moment, the sound coming from the carriage made him give up his delusion. You know very well, Zeus, that you murdered my daughter and the pearl of the sea in a shady way. Today is the day I come to seek justice. Another voice came from the chariot, and the original water goddess slowly walked out, unscrupulously releasing divine pressure. She is the purest water and the mother of thousands of rivers. Even if she faces the gods alone, her momentum will not fall behind. On the contrary, when faced with Tessie's questioning, although the god king's expression remained unchanged, the momentum of the other gods around him declined. Many versions of the matter between Zeus and Métis have long been secretly circulated among the gods. Now that the real owner has come to visit, it seems to be a matter of course. At least in this matter, there are many gods who sympathize with the goddess. However, there are some exceptions. Behind the god king, Queen Hera glanced at Zeus fiercely, but finally stepped forward and stood beside him. After all, she is the biggest beneficiary. If Métis is still there, how will she get the position of Queen of Heaven? If this is the purpose of your coming, Your Highness Thesis, although I am also very sad about the disappearance of Métis, this is not the reason for you to blatantly threaten the divine court. The three-color scepter floated beside him, and the thunder arrow was held in the palm of Zeus. Now that he was sure that the person who came was evil, Zeus became cold-faced. The current situation is indeed not good, but Oceanus and his wife don't know what just happened, and they don't even know that Poseidon turns a blind eye to it and Hestia is not on the mountain. On the contrary, in order to prevent being seen as a problem, Zeus not only did not give in, but became even tougher. I can understand your feelings, but that's all. If you try to provoke a dispute on this basis, then I will stay with you until the end.
Boom.
Seemingly irritated by Zeus's words, the turbulent seawater slapped the mountain of Alines again, leaving a huge impact sound. The breaths of many gods intertwined in the sky, and thunder and lightning gradually cover half of the sky, far away from the water waves. It seemed that a battle between gods was about to break out in the next moment. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly shone, and this sudden celestial phenomenon interrupted the rising momentum of both parties. The tense atmosphere was instantly interrupted, and the gods couldn't help but look up at the sky. It was obviously still daytime, but in the starry sky, a star was emitting an extremely dazzling brilliance. The morning star twinkled and fell into the world. For a moment, the place became quiet, until the star disappeared from sight and disappeared from the end of sight. The majesty of the divine court cannot be offended, but I also understand your mood. If you are willing, Your Highness Thesis, I am willing to plant the golden apple branch given by the Earth Mother on the sea. From now on, we will share this treasure. Put an end to this senseless dispute. In silence, Hera spoke slowly. She knew that Olympus was strong on the outside and weak on the inside at this moment, and this battle was something the God King never wanted to see. And as the person who replaced Métis, she should also stand up. Opposite her, Tessis, whose momentum had dropped slightly, finally became less intense. All the gods know the truth of the matter, but you are my adopted son after all. Zeus, if you agree to an additional condition for me, we can no longer care about this matter. Secretly, he breathed a sigh of relief, but Tessie's expression remained cold. In fact, even if Zeus is bluffing, she is actually no exception. Oceanus' injury has not healed yet. He stayed in the chariot not to show off, but once he got out, Zeus might see what he was doing. So, if it can be solved with words, it will be much better than war after all. Zeus's fierce reaction just now almost made her not know what to do. Huh. That's perfect. If you have anything you want, I will try my best to satisfy you. Hera also breathed a sigh of relief, swaying her golden crown on her head, smiling and nodding. Then I'll tell you straight. Looking at Zeus, Tessis knew that he was the one who made the decision. This great flood was probably caused by the divine order. This is Poseidon's personal behavior. The words were flawless. Zeus obviously did not admit that he meant it, but Tessis didn't care either. Whether it's your intention or not, it's all the same. When the flood recedes. Looking at Zeus, the goddess said lightly, "We want the faith of mankind in the next era."
Boom.
The expressions of the gods suddenly changed, and the auras of both sides collided suddenly. The originally peaceful situation became intense, but Tessis smiled instead. The secrets you hide may not be as hidden as you think, and we are not the only titans alive. Looking at the sky, the goddess smiled and said, "Share your faith with us, or make the ocean completely our own domain. Choose one. As long as you can do one, then the past will be in the past. We will forget about this accident." Hades, Temple of Hades. Hypnos's fall did not end in the human world. Even in the center of the Garden of Truth, Hades still saw this strange scene. It's just that Pluto doesn't care much about this, or in other words, he doesn't care much about many things in the world now. The human world belongs to the gods, and Hades belongs to you. Although there are two goddess neighbors who are difficult to deal with, they never care about the affairs here, and it is no different from non-existence. So he looked away from the falling star, and Hades asked the water fairy next to him, "Mingta, are those undead willing to obey my orders?" Some finally agreed, but some were unwilling. "If you ask me, Your Majesty, you should have dealt with those guys directly." First he responded to his monarch's question, and then Mingta said with murderous intent, "Some ants actually dared to bargain in front of the Lord God of the underworld, and they were simply seeking death. Forget it. If Mingta doesn't want to, just let them leave. Even the ones left behind may not be very loyal to me." Shaking his head, Pluto knew that to truly be loyal to his subordinates, he still had to train them himself. "Let them take over the human corpses later. That's what Zeus promised me. With them, the prototype of the kingdom of the undead will be established, and by then, everything will be on track. But speaking of which, I still need a queen." Somewhat distressed, Hades decided to go to the ground to see if the underworld needed a mistress with a suitable priesthood to rejuvenate it. However, while he was thinking about it, he failed to notice the changing emotions in the eyes of the maid beside him. In other words, he didn't care if he noticed it. After all, Pluto didn't feel much about things like love, so he naturally wouldn't pay attention to unnecessary things. "Go. The flood of the world will recede in 9 days and nights, and you will be busy by then." With a gentle wave of his hand, Hades turned and walked back to the palace. He still had many things to consider about the kingdom of the undead, the most basic of which was the form of rule. Humans need to eat and enjoy, but the undead do not. How to build a reasonable promotion channel and construct a rule accepted by the undead is undoubtedly a top priority. Only by making the order he established inseparable from the new kingdom and letting the undead spontaneously recognize this set of operating rules can he gain faith in an alternative way. Over the years, Hades has had some clues, but there is still a long way to go before it is completely perfected. The morning star fell, leaving a long mark between the sky and the earth. The abyss cannot stop him. Or, in other words, Tartarus does not stop any life that wants to come in. Walking through the chaos, Hypnos unexpectedly discovered that the scene in the abyss did not seem to be as empty as he thought. Matter has begun to be born, and even the simple concept of space has been formed. A multi-level structure similar to the spirit world slowly evolves in the core of this world. This is a scene that deviates from what Sleep God knew in the past. Even until a certain moment, in the core of the abyss, he saw the true face of the indescribable mother of demons. She was about to wake up, maybe in the next second, maybe hundreds of years later, but to God it would all seem extremely short. But to the stars crossing here, these are not important. Because compared to the fact that there were native living creatures in the abyss, Hypnos was shocked by the extreme ugliness first. Fortunately, driven by the wooden pole, the god of sleep's descent did not end. In just a flash, he passed through another time and space barrier. But this time, he seemed to have arrived in a place similar to the material world.
Boom.
The stream of light streaked across the sky and hit the earth hard, creating a huge crater. Lying on his back in the center of the pit, Hypnos remained motionless, as if dead. Today's changes in just half a day were so drastic that the god of sleep almost wanted to take a long slumber. He closed his eyes and rested for a while. After a long time, he regained his energy and opened his eyes again. Is this the bottom of all realms? It's not as scary as I thought. Sitting up, under Hypnos, the wooden pole that originally locked his divine power did not remain on his body. It seemed to have completed its mission and was inserted vertically into the pit. The cave glowed with green light. The divine blood left when Hypnos was penetrated by it was slowly being absorbed. This wooden pole seemed to be filled with a different kind of vitality, greedily absorbing the surrounding power in this strange place. However, the god of sleep only glanced at it and paid no more attention to it. Now, figuring out what's going on here is key. Is there a two-wheeled sun? I didn't expect that there is a sun in this place. I just don't know where it is. The world in the abyss is really unbelievable. I looked up at the sky. I saw a few islands floating in the sky and wandering around. The land was primitive and desolate, with only two suns floating in the sky, one on the left and one on the right. Hypnos flapped his wings lightly and flew into the air. Now he felt weaker than ever. Without the authority of Dream, even the divine power has shown signs of partial collapse. After all, in the past years, he has reached the upper limit allowed by the priesthood, and now part of this upper limit no longer belongs to him, so the original power is equivalent to losing the container. At this moment, the source of his divine power is leaking out every second. They formed an illusory gray band of light that floated slowly around him. Since I can't keep it, I'll give it to you. Sighing, since it was destined to be impossible to keep these powers, Hypnos did not intend to waste them. He waved his hand, and the passing divine power rushed towards the spiritual beings who came to this strange world with him, and his breath also dropped directly. Affected by the power of the god of sleep, those lives were changed. As beings in the spiritual world, they originally had no physical bodies, but now, they began to shape themselves under the influence of divine power. But perhaps due to the influence of the source of power, their appearance is somewhat similar to Hypnos. Having lost your own dream realm and being rejected by the spirit world, you can no longer claim to be the lords of the spirit world as you did in the past. Oh, that's it. It's time to get to know the world. The last scene when he fell into the sky was still recalled in Hypnos' mind. He seemed to understand something subconsciously, but he didn't want to believe it. In order not to think about this matter for the time being, the god of sleep set a goal for himself. One day, he will set foot on the spiritual world again with his own power, and then explore the reasons for everything. The wings vibrated. To understand a world, you must first understand its edges, so Hypnos quickly crossed the sky under the illumination of two suns. After about half a day, he finally reached the edge of the world. Just looking at this so-called edge, Hypnos felt that he had gained insight again. What is this, a wall? The tall black wall is of unknown height. From a distance, due to the special rules of this world, this black wall cannot be seen at all. Only when you get closer can you realize how strange the edge of the world is. Of course, ordinary life cannot actually get close to this place. As he approached this place, Hypnos felt an increasingly powerful pressure on his body, and an instinctive fear spread in his heart. But the pressure that was enough to deter any mortal creature could not stop him in the end, so the god of sleep finally came to the front of the black wall. It has patterns, but it seems natural. It's so hard. Even if my divine power isn't good at destroying it, It's still as strong as a divine weapon. What on earth is this? Stretching out his hand and rubbing it a few times, Sleep God was a little confused. He mustered up the strength and struck it, but it went straight to the sides. This high black wall seems to be not only indestructible, but also capable of dissipating the force of blows on it, making the point-breaking method ineffective against it. Is this a creation of nature? How is it possible? Unable to understand, Hypnos wandered around the wall. He didn't know how far he had walked, but he seemed to see a connection. There, he suddenly discovered that the black wall was actually one piece after another, and this was where the two pieces met. At this moment, for some reason, a ridiculous thought came to Hypnos' mind. Looking at all this, he always felt that this black wall did not look like a wall, but its scales. Turning around numbly, Hypnos stared blankly at the sky. The lowest and most terrifying prison in the world. He thought this place was nothing more than that just now, but now he finally realized where this place was. There was no sun anywhere in the sky. Only the giant head of the world-circling snake was looking at the reptile that had accidentally entered purgatory with eyes like the sun and the moon. I find that sometimes the lack of punctuation seems not to be my fault. I see in the background that there are punctuations, but I don't know how to send them out, and then they are gone. I can't understand them. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 214 Choice. Hell is indeed the best destination for it. Sitting back in his seat, Ryan waved, and Bai fluttered his short wings and flew to his shoulder. I'm not talking about Hypnos, although this natural evil god does fit there. In fact, Ryan was referring to the intercepted Gangnir rod. It was originally made of branches of the world tree in the 9 kingdoms and absorbed the remaining vitality of a main root. Finally, in the hands of Ryan, who had partial power over life, it was finally restored a little bit. Of course, every little bit is a little bit. Just relying on the legacy of its predecessor, it is impossible for it to return to its previous level and possess a power comparable to greatness. But no matter what, as the legacy of the World Tree, the son of Yggdrasil, it will definitely become an extraordinary sacred tree. Unfortunately, there is no place for it in the spiritual world. As an existence that supports the 9 realms, the power of the World Tree is originally biased towards materiality and carrying. The power given to it is also biased towards oaths and restraints. However, the spiritual world is a spiritual world, and there is a more powerful creation than this residue. Code, as the core, and even has its own Tianju. After all, after digesting the symbol of 1/3 of the sky holding up the sky after the collapse of Mount Odeals, Mount Sinai becomes even more magical. Anchoring clarity and turbidity, separating chaos and order, it does a good job at all. Simply, in order to prevent the treasure pearl from being covered in dust, Ryan directly changed its location and let it take root in the center of hell. If it can grow 3 main roots like the previous sacred tree, it can just connect the 3 levels of hell that are blocked in the middle. And in addition, as an alien creation related to oath, perhaps this sacred tree can fill the gap of sticks in related fields after it grows up. After all, the sticks only witnesses the oaths of the true God, which is determined by the law itself. It is the authority delegated by this world, and before it was delegated, swearing to the world was the prerogative of the gods. In the future, mortal things are destined to spread all over the world, so if the sacred tree can make up for this shortcoming, then just like the oath between gods can be transformed into the power of sticks, the covenant of mortal things will also become the nutrients for its growth. There is another problem. The power of the oath on the barrel of the gun is actually biased. A living being makes a wish to the magic gun, and the wish will be fulfilled, but whatever you get, you will lose something elsewhere. No one is exception. So the oaths that will be witnessed in the future are by no means unilateral. One replaces the other, and both parties to the contract must express their approval before the oath can be established. This will also be an order unique to hell. Withdrawing his gaze, Ryan looked towards the human world. There are many things in hell, but those are all handled by his incarnation. In comparison, that is where he is most concerned about. The real era has not yet arrived, and Cohen's existence has already given him a surprise. Now, Ryan can't wait. Chaos. Only with chaos and struggle can life find a way out in adversity. Human beings are the first, but they will not be the only ones. Under the earth, Gaia's originally turbulent atmosphere during the change of eras gradually stabilized, and she was about to wake up. In the golden apple orchard, that special fruit matures slowly. After all, the bronze humans are just a corner of this era. The impact of their destruction on the world structure is even far less than the integration of the remains of the 9 realms. Whether they are here or not, time moves forward.
Courtyard.
In just one day, the appearance of the huge crater created by the sleeping god sky pendant had changed drastically. I don't know when, a spring emerged from the bottom of the sinkhole. It was clearly in hell, but the water it splashed was clear, translucent, and holy. Flowers of different colors bloom next to it one after another. It seems that with this place as the core, a kind of vitality and beauty that is completely different from purgatory spreads here. Next to the spring, a short sapling swayed slightly in the wind. It has 8 branches, and its crystal leaves are shiny. Dreamy colors flow among the branches, divided like a golden ratio. However, this magnificent scene that is incompatible with hell has no audience, not only because the atrium itself is empty, but even the god of sleep who brought it to hell has completely forgotten its existence at this moment. Standing on a floating island in the sky of the interface, Hypnos glanced at this seemingly normal world with lingering fear. After knowing the truth about this interface, every minute and every second he stayed here made the god of sleep feel uncomfortable. He didn't want to stop on someone else's body at all. So Hypnos used the authority he had just obtained to reach out and draw a line in the void in front of him, and a portal opened in response. Taking one step forward, time and space changed before his eyes. It wasn't until he stepped on the ground again and looked at the completely different scene around him that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. There is no light in the sky, but day and night can still be distinguished. Although I don't know where the light comes from, it is much better than the previous one. Hell, the abyss is really scary, but this is where I will live in the future. After taking a look at the surrounding environment compared to the atrium, the environment of this 3rd level of hell, which has no name yet, is more desolate and harsh, and there are still some creatures living here. But strictly speaking, this is what the 9 hells should look like normally. Just thinking of the brief exchange with the giant snake before, the god of sleep couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Opening his eyes meant day. Closing his eyes meant night. When the ancient snake surrounding the world looked at him, Hypnos barely dared to move. Just like when he was just born, he decisively showed awe to Ryan. This time, the god of sleep also showed his obedience to this terrifying giant beast from the bottom of his heart. But beyond his expectation, the giant snake surrounding the world did not do anything to him, but was even willing to communicate with him. From the other party's mouth, Hypnos learned some basic information here, such as the structure of the 9-layer world, the existence of devils, and the king of 9 hells who created all this. In the end, the giant snake gave him 3 choices. As an outsider, the god of sleep could not just stay in other people's territory. Work for him, work for the lord of 9 hells, or be expelled from hell by them and wander in the abyss. Hypnos can only choose one among them. Faced with a choice, Hypnos chose the first one after just a moment's thought. Without the power of dream, the god of sleep's power is not as good as before, and he has also reevaluated the gap between himself and those truly strong people. In this case, instead of expecting the Lord of 9 hells to be a more talkative being, it is better to just obey the orders of this terrifying giant snake. And the other party didn't seem to have any intention of restricting him more. Until he left, the god of sleep only received a mission: governing the 3rd level of hell, and working with the lords of the first 2 levels to resist the coming abyss demon. If he does well, the giant snake will truly make him the Grand Duke who controls the 3rd level of hell, and grant him the title of secondary enfeoffment. The rights of a lord. It's the third level again. It's really a fate. Shaking his head slightly, Hypnos released the spiritual beings who were giving birth to the body. Once you've come, let's make peace with it. Now it's impossible to return to the living world in a short time. What's more, if you do such a thing, the god of sleep knows without thinking that even if you successfully leave the abyss, once your whereabouts are exposed, you will be greeted by angels from the spiritual world, hunted by the world. In comparison, it would be better to rest in hell for a while and experience how much enhancement this position of Lord, similar to a regional god, can bring to oneself. In deep thought, Hypnos stood on a desolate hill, quietly looking at his future territory. Hey, Your Majesty the god of sleep, it's been such a long time. But why are you here? Suddenly, a voice came from far away, and Hypnos turned his head suddenly. Perhaps because he had not yet adapted to the hell environment, he had not noticed the approach of the visitor before. And at a glance, he immediately recognized the person coming. It's you. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Sleep God directly locked onto this young man with a deceptive smile. Not long ago, the two sides were conspiring together. Even before the other party stole the soul, Hypnos was still thinking about how to deal with the other party later, but he never expected that now they would actually come to the same place. And after today's experience, Hypnos also vaguely understood why the other party wanted to attack the soul. Hell needs souls, and Mephistopheles probably went to the ground for this purpose. There seemed to be no conflict between the two parties. It was just a case of using each other, but vaguely. When Sleeping God recalled the past, he always felt that the other party knew that he was destined to fail from the beginning, but he did not expect that he would also come to hell. And even putting aside this suspicion, there are still some thoughts in Hypnos's mind that are difficult to express clearly. He and Mephistopheles took action one after another, both treating each other as a tool man. However, the other party successfully completed his task, but he ended up in his current situation. No matter how he thought about it, the god of sleep did not want to see him at this time. Other side. Yes, Your Highness. The Lord of the Nine Hells once said that the third level of hell will have a manager. Now it seems that it is you. Still smiling, seemingly unaware of Hypnos's hidden hostility, Mephistopheles took 2 steps forward. This His Highness from the spiritual world actually fell into hell, which was indeed beyond the devil's expectation. But is something wrong? Cherish words like gold, the god of sleep said coldly. Haha, I'm mainly here to visit my future neighbors. Not surprisingly, the second level of hell will be my future domain. Of course, it may only be part of it at the beginning, but I think the rest won't be a problem for me. With a raised eyebrow, Mephisto paused for a moment, then suggested, If you are willing, I may be able to take you on a tour of hell. By the way, I will also let the devils in the third world know who the master they will serve in the future is. Without replying immediately, Hypnos took a careful look at the devil in front of him. In terms of breath, even if he is in hell, Mephistopheles, blessed by the power of the interface, cannot be said to be a strong man. But now the god of sleep has learned a truth. Simple disguise and strength may not allow him to achieve his goal. So although he didn't know what his purpose was, Hypnos finally nodded. World. On the Western Sea, there are no clouds. It seems that because the water vapor is concentrated in the east of the Earth, it is extremely rare that the ocean appears to be somewhat dry. The closer we get to the west, the closer the sky seems to be to the sea. Under this inexplicable sense of oppression, few lives are willing to be active nearby. In comparison, even the ice sea in the north seems more lively than here. But on this day, the end of the western heaven welcomed a special visitor. Covered in black robes, Asmodeus walks on the sea. Just as the gods will be suppressed in the real world, and Ryan's use of power will cause the spiritual world to collide with the law, he is also the same. Every moment, in the east of the continent, the power of the 9 hells is centered on that ritual, constantly eroding away from the order of the world. Today's hell is obviously far from qualified to fight against the laws of this world. Even if it can persist until now, it must thank its own specialness. Because there are no conscious living creatures in the abyss, Tartarus once again blocked the knife from the hell in his body. Most of the pressure eventually fell on him, while the 9 hells only bore a small part. However, this was only a temporary measure, so Asmodeus seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact he was not delayed at all. It's just that the world today is still too big, so that when he finally reached the end of the western heaven, the oppression of the law on him was close to its peak. Fortunately, right in front of him, the Titan god's true form was clearly visible. The huge god stood tall on the sky, carrying the sky on his shoulders, and the stars were with him. However, it was obviously not easy for him to do all this. Every moment, the divine power Atlas obtained from the priesthood would pass away in the next moment and turn into the power to support the sky. He was forced to endure this feeling of weakness all the time without being able to rest for a moment. But when they met again, Asmodeus didn't see any decadence or despair on his face. He just held the sky quietly, as if waiting for something. "Long time no see, Atlas." Speaking softly, the Lord of 9 Hells didn't know what to say or where to start. The giant god in front of him had already noticed his arrival. After all, he did not cover his whereabouts, but the other party had just watched his approach quietly before. Until now, in front of him, hearing his greeting without beginning or ending, the Sky Leader suddenly laughed. "Long time no see, Your Majesty. Your new appearance is much more majestic than before." Somewhat dumbfounded, Asmodeus also laughed. Obviously the aura is different, the priesthood is different, and even the existence is different, but the other party still recognizes me. Is this because my style is too unique? Asmodeus didn't know, but for a moment, he couldn't help but think of Hestia and Rhea. It's not surprising that the former didn't recognize him. After all, most of the time they spent together, the other party was in his stomach, and a few times he was on the battlefield. As for Rhea, he didn't know what kind of reaction the other party would have if they saw him. But these are just speculations. Now, the Lord of 9 Hells doesn't want to see her for the time being. "Thank you for your hard work, Atlas. Once upon a time, fate showed me my failure mercilessly, and then mocked my useless struggle with the betrayal of those closest to me. But everything is past." Looking at Atlas, Asmodeus stretched out his hand. "I'm here to pick you up and leave this prison. Come with me to Hell, where you will be reborn like me." "I would love to leave with you, Your Majesty, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet." "Why?" "Because the sky needs support, Your Majesty." Shaking his head, the giant god looked at the copper pillar to the northeast of him. When the sacred mountain fell and the symbol of supporting the sky was divided into 3, Olympus gained a share, and I also merged with a share. As long as the sky is supported, the limitations of the laws of the world on the power of the gods have no effect on me, but correspondingly, as long as the symbol holding up the sky is still on my body, I will be bound by the law and will never be able to leave here. Unless a replacement can be found to carry the symbol for me, only the power that can tear apart the rules of the world can make me leave. I originally thought that the copper pillar could do it, but now it seems that it is far from having this ability. His expression changed slightly. Asmodeus did not expect to encounter such an accident. Yes, he understands now too. Although Atlas was punished to come here to support the sky, when the laws of the world discovered that his existence did contribute to the stability of the world, then regardless of whether Atlas came here voluntarily or not, he was directly deprived of his free. Just like he sets a replacement destiny for the God King, just like he tears apart the divine power of the gods at will, the law only cares about the pros and cons, not the fairness in the eyes of living beings, or, in other words, just like God takes what he wants from the mortals he created, in the world in his eyes, gods and mortals may be no different. So, as long as there is nothing that can replace Atlas for a day, he will now prohibit the Sky Leader from leaving. And the copper pillar that was just erected, although it stopped breaking after the son of Poseidon was trapped, it only shared 1/10 of the weight of Atlas. Such a pillar was obviously far from enough to carry the symbol of supporting the sky. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Just like you finally broke the destiny of the God King, I believe you can also solve this problem, but it will take a while." With his shoulders against the sky, Atlas noticed Asmodeus's anger. This world had caused him so much trouble, and even after leaving the throne, it still did not end. But Time Kings just smiled, as if he didn't care so much about it, or maybe he just believed that the difficulty was only temporary. I will be waiting for you here, Your Majesty, waiting for the day when you return to the earth. At that time, you will definitely have the power to change everything, and I will once again be your sword to overthrow the Olympus divine court. I will tell those ignorant, rebellious people that the Titans are the masters of the world, and you are the only king. On the Western Sea, there is no life to witness all this, only wind and waves, flowing endlessly. It's almost time for Ares and Athena to be born, but I've been thinking recently, is it better for Athena to arrange a special scene for her birth, or should she just mention it casually and not write about the process? If we need a process, what kind of process is better? All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 2:15 Hero. Do you have any other solutions to the matter of supporting the sky? In hell, the incarnation of Asmodeus asked next to the sapling that had grown to half a man's height in a short period of time. Are they all dead? I'm alone again. For a long time, Cohen sat on a collapsed stone pillar. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but think of his past. Once, he personally bid farewell to the golden humans, and now, he witnessed the destruction of the bronze humans. The difference is that this time mankind dies because of God, but what remains unchanged is that he is as powerless as ever. God. Tread. His expression moved slightly, and suddenly, Cohen seemed to hear footsteps. He looked in that direction with some surprise. He was eager to find traces of his kind, and as expected, at the end of his sight, there was a human who had survived like him walking towards him. It's just different from his wretched appearance, with torn clothes. Although the person who came looked old and disfigured, he didn't look like he had gone through a disaster at all. After standing up with difficulty, Cohen greeted him from a distance. This way. It seemed that he heard Cohen's greeting and the old man noticed his presence. As if noticing his physical inconvenience, the other party signaled to Cohen that he didn't need to come over, but just wait for him to arrive. Hello, Your Highness, I am Huma. I was once responsible for guarding knowledge, but now it seems that there is no knowledge to guard. Walking closer, Cohen finally saw the other party's appearance clearly. He was holding a huge stone slab in his hands, but his body already contained the energy of death. However, the old man seemed to be in good spirits and introduced himself to him with a smile. Hello, my name is Cohen. It's nice to see other people alive after the disaster. How did you escape the disaster? Is there anyone else who survived? After a brief acquaintance, Cohen couldn't wait to ask the old man. There are indeed people who survived. After waking up, they all gathered where the holy fire is. Explaining quietly, the old man pointed in the direction of the altar and then continued. As for the ways to escape this disaster, they are all recorded on this tablet. Slate. After hearing the old man's words, Cohen finally noticed the unusual stone slab in the other man's hand. There seemed to be something carved and written on it, but he couldn't see it clearly due to the angle. Yeah, luckily I was able to record the whole thing on it. Huma nodded, and then suddenly raised the slate in his hand. Your Highness Cohen, can I trouble you with something? Of course, but I am not, His Royal Highness. He agreed immediately, and was happy to help others with whatever he could, but as he said, although he was once a king, the king at that time was more similar to responsibilities and obligations, not a high status. However, Huma just smiled at Cohen's denial. That's the best thing. Please help me send it to where it should go, to the temple where the god King Zeus was once worshipped. I should have waited for death inside, but in the end I couldn't help but walked out. Maybe the outside is more suitable for me than being buried there. The old man actually knew that if he died there, his body might not decay for thousands of years, and his soul could live there for a long time, but simply living there would be meaningless. In comparison, he wanted to face death calmly like his predecessors, and even actively ask to start a new life. Opposite the old man, Cohen was silent for a while. After contacting him for a while, he also saw that Huma's death was imminent, but He couldn't bear to say it directly, but the other party actually knew about it a long time ago and was not even afraid of it. You remind me of a friend named Hua. After hesitating for a moment, Cohen finally said, Really? Huma's eyes brightened and he said with a smile, If it's true, it's really an honor for me. Taking the slate, Cohen said goodbye to the old man. He originally wanted to give him a ride, but Huma rejected him. The old man said that he still had one day to live and would not die so soon. Although Cohen did not understand the reason for the old man's confidence, he still respected his choice. Walking on the broken stones, Cohen walked towards higher ground. Although the layout of the city can no longer be seen, there are two places that have not been affected at all. One is the temple of the God King, and the other is the endless holy fire. Therefore, the core of the original city also appears more prominent. After the flood, in the southeastern part of the mainland, which seems to be somewhat higher in the west and lower in the east, this place can already be called a hill. However, this small change in the terrain was not noticed. As the burning feeling that seemed to come from the soul became more and more obvious, Cohen was pleased to find many footprints. It seemed that, as the old man said, there were still many bronze humans surviving, which made Cohen speed up his pace. He wanted to go there to see if his new friend Evans was there. Between his some sounds came from far away, and it was vaguely where the altar was. Because of the injuries on his body, Cohen's senses were not as sensitive as before. He could only vaguely hear someone in front of him speaking loudly, but he couldn't hear clearly. There were quite a few people there, gathering together. I have some speculation in my heart. What will the survivors say in this stall that has just experienced a disaster? Maybe it's some dissatisfaction with God, or confusion about the way forward. But now Cohen has gradually understood that maybe the gods are not broad-minded, and no one knows whether they will respond to this. Due to his injuries, even though he tried his best to speed up, it still took Cohen a while to get close. When he got close to the altar, where the holy fire was enshrined, he finally heard what was being said. To his surprise, the person who spoke was neither inspiring human confidence nor denouncing the cruelty of the gods, but was instead preaching. He is spreading the faith of another god. Everyone, I think after going through the previous deeds, you should have no doubts about what I said. Standing on the temporary high platform, facing everyone's gaze, Nuwa felt extremely calm. The gods on Mount Olympus are not trustworthy. They regard mortals as ants possessed, and they like to bring disasters that will destroy the world. Only he is different. The moment before the disaster struck, Nuwa swore to his heart, if that god really protected the humans who prayed to him as he said, then he would spend the rest of his life spreading his reputation. Now that the floods have receded, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. He didn't care whether his name was spread, so he didn't leave his name behind. He didn't care whether humans appreciated his kindness, so he didn't ask for any reward. But humans should be grateful and be able to discern the truth and falsehood, knowing right and wrong. If God doesn't care, can we not care? Of course not. With a solemn expression, as a kind-hearted person, Nuwa is not only fulfilling his promise, but he also really feels that he is helping others. Belief in such a great God, who even controls the world after death, is a good thing for anyone no matter how you think about it. So when Cohen walked in here, I happened to hear him say loudly, I will build a church that believes in him here today and spread his holy name in the world. In this way, when I die, I can face him calmly, because I know that that is who I am, the kingdom of the Lord, and there I will tell him of my deeds during my lifetime. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 217, There is No Other God. On the makeshift wooden platform, Nuwa's preaching resonated with many listeners. In other words, as long as those who can survive the Great Flood, their hearts are purer than others. Those who are suspicious, cunning, or who often harbor ill intentions towards others will naturally not believe in the sudden kindness of others. They didn't believe what Nuwa said, and they were naturally buried in the flood. In contrast, the audience here is obviously not included, especially after a near-death experience. Looking at the desolate city, what Nuwa said was naturally particularly touching. It's just that although Nuwa's words resonated with many people, some people in the crowd still expressed different opinions. What you said does make sense, but no, maybe the gods on Mount Olympus are not all so unbearable. At least in the previous disasters, it was the goddess who protected me. Walking out of the crowd, Khaos was still wearing the sacrificial robe to worship Hestia. He bowed silently to the holy fire and then looked in the direction of Nuwa. Now, there is nothing to hide. Just as you guessed, in the past, the priests deceived others, deceived the gods, and deceived themselves. But when faced with death, I finally gave up those thoughts. I stated my sins to the incarnation of all fires and waited for her to give me the punishment I deserved. But the result was not like this. After the disaster was over, just like each of you, I survived. Following Khaos's words, dozens of people walked out of the crowd. They all had similar experiences to Khaos. Perhaps the gods may not be merciful, but not every god will ignore the disasters of mortals. This is the case with His Highness Hestia. With a sincere look on his face, Khaos really thought so from the bottom of his heart. No, your behavior reminded me. The goddess has forgiven my sin, but I should not forget it. From today on, I should also spread the name of the holy fire in the world to repay her kindness. A disaster destroyed a civilization, but created two inspired saints. It's just that compared to Nuwa, Khaos's objects of faith are different. Your moral character is worthy of respect, Khaos. Not everyone can face their own mistakes and have the courage to change. However, have you ever thought about a question? Is the holy fire brought back by the god of illumination who created man really the truth? The manifestation of His Highness Hestia's power? Walking down from the high platform, Nuwa came to the eternal flame. If not, if you pray to the holy fire, who will answer you in the end? Although humans do not know the nature of these divine objects, after long-term contact, many people with high natural inspiration can notice that the holy fire brought back by Prometheus does not seem to be similar to the original flame given by God. In addition, it is well known that the kitchen goddess is the eldest sister of the god king. Will she disobey her brother's order for the sake of a mortal? The answer is probably no, especially since Nuwa knew that the gods who sent shelter during disasters also had an agreement with Prometheus. Maybe. If not, then I am grateful for the kindness of the person who saved my life, but my belief remains unchanged. His expression was calm. After experiencing life and death, Khaos had seen his own heart clearly. Faith will not be changed easily, and the most important thing is that as a priest who once worshipped Hestia, before the connection between gods and humans was severed, he had felt the breath of the statue left by the goddess countless times, and now, he felt it again at the ruins of the city. The goddess was here not long ago. For a believer, such specious evidence is enough. Okay, Khaos, I respect your beliefs. Sighing, Nuwa felt a little regretful in his heart, but he still expressed his blessings to his compatriots who had escaped the disaster together. Opposite him, Khaos nodded at him, and then used a fennel branch to light a flame. I will leave here and follow in the footsteps of His Highness Hestia. No matter what your plan is, I wish you a smooth journey. Khaos left with dozens of followers behind him. Nuwa didn't stop him, he just watched him leave with the others. In any case, the difference in beliefs at this time is not enough to turn into a sword fight, not to mention that in Nuwa's impression, the kitchen goddess is indeed a kind god. She neither punishes like the god king, nor brings floods like the Poseidon, nor does she bring Prometheus away like the sun god. So Nuwa still expressed his acceptance of Khaos's choice. Sir Cohen, are you also a person who survived under the protection of the Lord? After sending Khaos away, Nuwa turned around and looked at the edge of the square. In fact, he had already noticed Cohen's arrival when he was just talking, but now he had time to greet him. Mortal eyesight has its limits. He was not able to see the scene of Cohen and Triton fighting when the flood came, but this did not affect his ability to recognize each other. After all, Cohen is somewhat famous in Aurora City for teaching others swordsmanship. Seeing him arriving, Noah thought he had just woken up from the city. I don't know either. Facing the other party's gaze, the dream from 10,000 years ago that had benefited him to this day flashed through his mind, and Cohen shook his head gently. He looked at the crowd around him again, but still couldn't find a familiar figure. Whether it is or not, Mr. Cohen, we are probably the only surviving humans in this world now. He turned around to indicate that the city wall had long since collapsed, and almost nothing could be seen on the plateau that was once the plain. Maybe new humans will appear, but no one knows when exactly that will be, and even if this world has been washed away by floods, it will still be dangerous. If possible, I hope we can go all the way. Aren't you going to stay here and rebuild this city? Somewhat surprised, Cohen glanced at the unquenchable sacred fire. This is the place that the gods of Olympus gave to the bronze humans. But now, when they destroy the bronze humans with their own hands, I will no longer regard them as gods. Shaking his head, Noah's smile was gentle. Bronze humanity is the name they gave us, not our own. Humanity is humankind and does not need to be called anything else. I will preach the holy name of the Lord to every intelligent life along the way until we find a new name for us. Home. That good. Looking at the other party, Cohen didn't know what to do now. He was about to nod in agreement, but the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Very well, mortal. You are different from your kind. Who? A soft and ethereal voice sounded, echoing around the altar. The humans who had just experienced the disaster immediately became vigilant, but they could not find anything. The next moment, the void fluctuated, and a figure that had once been unforgettable for Cohen slowly emerged. There was a belt of light around her body, accompanied by dots of stars, but this time, she was no longer wearing the hood that covered her face. On her holy and perfect face, there was a disregard for all equality in the world. The white wings spread out behind her. She stepped on the ground, but it seemed as if she did not belong to the world. What's your name? Ignoring others, the visitor looked directly in the direction of Noah. Mortal life was not worthy of her attention, but today was an exception. Now, she wants to see if the other person's heart is really that pious. You and Jeline did not come to the world for no reason. In fact, if possible, she could stay in her own place for 10,000 years. But things are a little different recently. Because of frequent incidents, angels still came out. First, someone from the outside world openly stole souls, so she had to temporarily guard the reincarnation. As a result, no problems occurred sooner or later. But while she was on duty, the beings in the third level of the spirit world came to Wanling for some reason. The world came and caused a lot of trouble. Although in terms of strength, no spirit world beings can compete with the spirit world angels who control part of the interface authority. Due to the large number of opponents, many souls are still affected. Of course, no one expected Hypnos' behavior before, so Lyanna, who returned to the spirit world, had no intention of blaming her. However, in order to prevent similar things from happening again, they decided to seal the roads leading to the deeper levels of the first 3 spiritual realms. At this stall, Lyanna needed to handle it herself and was unable to leave, so other matters were once again handed over to Evelyn's hands. The goddess of the dark moon told her to check whether the rituals scattered under human cities still existed. If so, then figure out the principle of its operation. However, Asmodeus obviously would not leave such flaws. When Evangeline arrived, every inch of this ritual had been turned into powder, and even historical images could not be summoned. Because the Lord of the Nine Hells cleverly transferred part of the malice of the laws of this world to the ritual itself at the last moment. Even Ryan may not be able to see the past of something destroyed by the present world, let alone Evangeline. Therefore, the angel who returned without success felt a little depressed. She walked around the earth casually, intending to see the flame that the Lord had left for the solar chariot, and now fell into the hands of humans. But when she came here, she unexpectedly heard Nua's preaching. A group of mortals from the outside world actually developed a devout belief in the Lord, which immediately attracted Evelyn's attention. This was rare in the past. She knew that the Lord might not care about this. He just sowed some knowledge thousands of years ago, and human beings' faith continued to flow. But for the angels, the outside world did not know the greatness of the Lord, which was far more powerful than the power of faith. It's even more intolerable in itself. For a moment, Evangeline couldn't help but have a special idea. If she couldn't find any trace of the soul thief, she would have to do something, and she believed that even if Lina knew about it, she would definitely support her. "What's your name?" So she appeared, and Evangeline said to this special mortal, "My name is No." With a solemn expression, Noah responded softly. Faced with a sudden change, Noah was only nervous for a moment, and then relaxed, and even had some expectations. This strange existence did not seem to be hostile, and came because of his remarks that disparaged the Olympian gods and praised the spirit world. Therefore, it is almost impossible to know which side she is from. In front of Noah, Evangeline also continued to ask, "Among all things, you are one of the few who can realize the great life of the Lord. This is what makes you special and different from them. But I want to know, what can you do for what you say, for spreading the name of the Lord throughout the world?" The sound was like a melody, making those who heard it involuntarily let down their guard and look at Noah in front of them. Evangeline quietly waited for the other party's reply. In front of her, Noah's response also made her feel very satisfied. "I will give everything I have for the rest of my life, Your Highness. If my life should have gone to destruction under the will of the Olympus gods, then every day I continue will be to spread the glory of the Lord." "Very good." The originally distant voice had a hint of recognition, and Evangeline finally nodded. This mortal still had some merits. So she stretched out her hand. The next moment, a simple astrolabe appeared in her hand. The phantoms in the astrolabe correspond to the stars in the sky, but only part of them exist. They are illusory stars belonging to the spiritual world. With a slight toss, it floated in front of Noah, emitting a faint light. "Follow its guidance and build a city where the stars indicate. You and your civilization will develop there and continue." Wings flapped slightly, and Evangeline glanced to the west. There live the false gods who claim to rule the world. But you have to remember that since you can see the truth in this world and offer devotion to the Lord, then don't call those beings gods anymore. After taking the astrolabe, Noah felt a burst of joy in his heart. He didn't expect that the problem would be solved like this, but he still had some doubts about Evangeline's last words. He was about to say something, but next to him, another voice spoke first. "Your Highness, Evangeline, do you still remember me?" After standing aside and waiting for a long time, Cohen finally asked this question. Looking at the astrolabe given by the person in front of him, he seemed to see himself in the past when he was able to view the civilization slate. But he still doesn't know why he was able to view the stone slab. At least the Noah in front of him received the gift after expressing his piety. However, Evangeline just glanced at him without any further emotions. "The first human being created by the Lord, of course I remember you." His expression was calm, and the wings behind the angel were gently fluttering. "But what about you? Do you believe in the Lord who created you?" As soon as he said this, Keen's heart was shaken, and Noah's eyes widened at the side. The first human being created, this short sentence contained too much information, which was difficult for them to digest at the same time. When Evangeline saw this, she didn't say anything more. She just focused her eyes on Noah again. She noticed the other party's previous doubts, and she was willing to spend more time on a mortal who was willing to spread the glory of the Lord. "Speak out your questions. As a believer of the Lord in this world, I will answer your confusion." "Your Highness, I just want to know why we can no longer use God to refer to the beings on Mount Olympus. Aren't you also a god?" After suppressing the shock in his heart, Noah glanced at Cohen from the corner of his eye and then asked his doubts. After hearing his words, Evangeline smiled for the first time today. She had heard similar mistakes more than once in the past, but she never corrected them because she was not paying attention to the outside world. But since the Lord's faith is to be spread throughout the world, this mistake can no longer exist. After all, how can the false gods from the outside world have the same honorific title as the Lord? Because this is a mistake. Although the outside world regards me as a god, I have never admitted it myself, and neither have the angels in the spiritual world. We serve the Lord with a more devout faith than you, because from beginning to end, there is only one God who is all-knowing and all-seeing in this world. Slowly floating into the air, Evangeline looked down at the crowd at her feet. No, since you want to spread the name of the Lord, then remember my words. No matter the past or the future, whether in heaven or on earth, the truth in this world will never change, and there will naturally be no two truths. So, Evangeline's voice became colder for the first time, allowing everyone who heard it to feel her emotions, and she had no intention of hiding it. She just looked in the direction of Olympus, just like looking at everything outside. Therefore, there is no God but my Lord. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 2, 18 Sadness. She did not stay in the world for long, and Evangeline left quickly. Regarding Nua's existence and her sudden whim, she still planned to find someone to discuss it first. So she gave no further instructions, just an astrolabe to guide the way. The starlight of destiny will guide mankind to find the most suitable place, and this period of time is the time for her to study how to build a church. Since she wants to spread the name of the Lord, she needs words, scriptures, and rules. She wants to tell these humans what they can and cannot do, but Evangeline is obviously not very good at these things. It came suddenly, and left suddenly. Looking at the place where the angel disappeared, Nua held the astrolabe in his hand. In its center, a faint starlight lingers, pointing directly to the southeast. Are they all false gods except the Lord? Evangeline's words still brought a huge impact to the primitive pan-faith, which was still in the ignorant stage. In the past, although the God King was higher than the gods, they did not have such a strong subordinate relationship with each other. The gods were at least nominally autonomous. But now the sudden monotheism is not like this. Those who obey the Lord are only angels, and those who disobey are false gods. The concept of this kind of speech in faith is like the secular transformation of enfeoffment and unification. It seems to be both shocking and inevitable. However, Nua quickly accepted this statement. Since he has decided to spend the rest of his life spreading the holy name of the Lord, he naturally puts the Lord in the only and highest position. Sir Cohen, your origin really surprises me. Taking a long breath, Nua looked at Cohen aside. The first human being created. No matter how you think about it, Cohen's identity is very fascinating. I'm sorry, but please believe that I didn't mean to hide it, but I didn't know how the Olympus gods would treat me as a survivor. Now my worries have come true. Shaking his head, after listening to Evangeline's words, Cohen was shocked and probably understood why her attitude towards him was like this. If the Golden Man King who once had a dream was just a devout believer, then Cohen now undoubtedly has his own beliefs. He can think, question, and choose. Although this does not mean that he will no longer believe in gods, this is obviously not in line with the angel's view of faith. But Cohen is still very grateful to her. No matter what the purpose, the civilization slate has benefited mankind in 3 eras and saved him from the erosion of the fragments of divinity. And from beginning to end, he was never asked to pay anything for it. Stop talking about this, Noah. I promise you, we will walk together from now on. On the way, I can slowly tell you my story. Not only that, I also have many things to teach you. The knowledge that the gods relayed to the bronze humans originated from the Golden Age, but in fact, what they relayed was not complete. Cohen said in a deep voice that no one in the world understands the knowledge passed down in the civilization tablet better than him. There are even some contents that are not used by golden humans and are still stored in Cohen's mind. He planned to teach these to Nua and help them build their own city. He also planned to teach them some of the things he had researched, not only his method of physical training, but also Cohen's research on divine fragments. Over the years, the fragments sealed into gold products along the way gradually gave him some clues. Cohen discovered that these fragments seemed to be graded according to their strength. The lower the level, the weaker the impact on the spirit. Not every fragment will bring the same impact as the one he himself fused, containing an almost irresistible impact on mortal things. Under the fragment that Cohen fused, there are 5 different levels. Although the weakest one is not very powerful, in Cohen's estimation, as long as it is a determined human being, you can safely accept its existence. With their help, the people led by Nuwa can better survive the disasters on the road. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Cohen alone to protect them all. Really, that's really the best. Mr. Cohen, in fact, I have long been interested in these stories from the old times. Somewhat happy, Nuwa also picked up a fennel branch and drew a flame from the holy fire. Just talking about the stories of the old times, he looked a little regretful. What a disaster. I heard before that there was a man named Ender who was good at performing dramas. He could use puppets to depict the past. Unfortunately, I couldn't find him, and I don't know if he survived the flood. Sighing and no longer dwelling on these things, he turned around and looked at the crowd around him. The angel's arrival lifted people's spirits a lot, especially when she pointed out the way forward. After a disaster, hope is the most inspiring thing. Standing in front of them, Nuwa held the sacred fire high. Since the angel of the Lord has pointed the way for us, we should not stay here anymore. Now, we're looking for things left in the flood, hoping that we can get there before the 3 seasons turn. There we will have a kingdom that is ours alone, under the protection of the Lord. Spirit world. Returning from the human world, passing through the 3-layer barrier, and entering the world of spirits, you and Jillian came to the side of the well of reincarnation. Although she had only been out for a short period of time, she had already noticed that this interface was different from the past. The space-time channels that originally covered the interface were closed one by one. From then on, the 4th level of the spiritual world no longer welcomes visitors from other levels. Only on the river of forgetfulness that extends to the underworld, souls are constantly being sent here. However, it can only go in and out. If someone tries to sneak into the world of spirits through it, even if they can resist the power of forgetfulness, they may not be able to return to the outside world. Yes, Zeus has seen that that self does not really exist. It is just a false future that is temporarily manifested by the destined power. Not surprisingly, it never had a chance to come to fruition. Sure enough, fate is not unchangeable, just like you. Feeling the life in his head, Zeus thought silently. With enough strength and wisdom, nothing is destined. This was the case with this extraordinary daughter. Her own birth was delayed, and her brother never even had a chance to come into the world. However, Zeus still felt a little wary about her existence. Although she was not born yet, the moment Métis disappeared, her aura became more powerful, and even the shield beside her became no longer ordinary. Perhaps because he was too decisive to Métis, or perhaps because of some changes that occurred at the moment of being sacrificed to the world, Zeus felt that the shield turned from an ordinary sheepskin had a special the power of. When faced with other injuries, it may just be a powerful artifact, but when faced with itself, it can even block the attack of Thunder Arrow. It would be best for you and me not to remember what happened before you were born. You will be my right hand, if you really know how to respect power. After a moment of silence, Zeus ultimately did nothing. Although he hasn't been born yet, the child is already growing, even accelerating. She has completely left her mother's body and is already half-born, and even her divine power is slowly increasing. As expected, when she is born, she will come to the world as a girl instead of a baby. Withdrawing his thoughts, Zeus returned his energy to himself. With the ritual of a new harvest, one's own strength deserves more attention than an unborn child. After carefully sorting out his gains, Zeus also roughly understood the direction of his next step. There are many essences of rituals, some are imitations, some are borrowings or something else, and the grand ceremony of royal power belonging to Zeus is both. It is based on the imitation of the first-generation divine king, and on this basis it has expanded to a higher level and can finally cover all rituals in theory because it shapes the kingship and belongs to the gods. It is a symbol unique to the king, and since it is a right, there is no upper limit. Theoretically, as big as the world is, the scope of rituals can be as wide as possible. Everything in this world can give birth to gods, and all gods can be ruled. Therefore, the scope of royal power can naturally be infinite, and its power can be infinite. Powerful. But theory is theory, and when it comes to practice, Zeus is still very aware of the difficulty. Not to mention having the supreme power to suppress the primitive gods, even if he wanted to construct the most basic part and support the most superficial symbol, Zeus needed to have 2 cores and 12 pillars first. The Heavenly Father and the Earthly Mother are facing each other from a distance, so the 2 poles at the beginning of the ceremony, the God King and the God Queen, should be equal in a sense and have an innate connection. However, I seem to have achieved this. Looking back on the past, Zeus suddenly discovered that his plan to obtain reproduction, rights, and influence his offspring had actually solved a problem for him invisibly. He exchanged their divine powers with Hera, making them indeed equals in a sense. And they are blood relatives, which also satisfies the innate connection. Even the power of a reproductive originally came from Mother Earth, so it was perfect for Hera to become the other pole of the great ceremony. Beyond that, it's all about borrowing power. Royal power lies in ruling. My own authority is insignificant at the world level, but the sum of the gods in the divine court is not like that. But a simple superposition is just a superposition of quantity. Only a structure that conforms to the ritual can lead to qualitative sublimation, so I want to follow the example of my former Heavenly Father and use a perfect number of pillars to serve as the skeleton of the ritual. Aurinas gave birth to 12 titans and established a generation of divine courts, so the number 12 has since symbolized the image of perfection in chaos. Later, Lane divided the time sequence and stipulated the months and hours, which once again strengthened this concept. Therefore, Zeus also needed 12 gods with different powers to serve as the pillars of the divine court in order to support his symbols. However, after some careful calculation, Zeus discovered that the selection of pillar was by no means easy. They need to have some deep connection with him and possess powerful divine power. After thinking about it, the God King found out helplessly that there were not so many qualified gods in the Shindig today. 2 sisters, 2 brothers, and then no 5th. The connection between the foreign goddess of beauty and him was not as close as imagined, and the same was true for his aunt Themis. If you want them to be part of the ritual, you need to have a deeper connection with yourself rather than with the divine court. There is also power. Even if the most basic grand ceremony is constructed, it is only a symbolic skeleton built by the authority of the gods. I still need the same powerful power to fill it, otherwise it will just be empty person and divine power.
Lack.
And the best filling is faith. Simple faith cannot touch greatness, but if it is only responsible for providing quantity, then it is a perfect existence. Silent meditation is not only used to fill one's own rituals, but even the 12 powerful divine powers required by the rituals cannot be solved through the power of faith. At this moment, Zeus once again realized the importance of this kind of mortal power, and his need for them had almost no upper limit. Let it be incomplete. When my daughter is born, and I find a way to make Aphrodite one of my own, I can at least establish half of the ritual. In this way, I will have the confidence to face Mother Earth directly. Exhaling a breath, although the pressure from the original god is still strong, the Earth Mother who is in direct conflict with him happens to be the weakest one. Feeling slightly relieved, Zeus locked the interface attached to Mount Olympus as he watched the illusion slowly dissipating around him. He was still very curious about what was in this strange world. Maybe the treasure trove of the alien God King was in it. Since there was still time, he simply went in to explore. Not to mention an interface. For it, Zeus also has a lot of ideas. No one knows what happened to Olympus. The collision between worlds is so silent and unpredictable. Even Ryan, who is far away in the spirit world, just glanced at the east of the mainland in a strange way at first. Just now, he suddenly discovered that the authority he had left behind had inexplicably shifted its position. Although with the birth of the new god, the authority of wisdom was handed over to the new god smoothly by him, but he still deliberately kept part of it. The wisdom that remains in Zeus's mind can exert special effects in many cases. But at this moment, I don't know why, those remaining powers suddenly lost their master and then attached themselves to another god nearby. Not only was it given by Ryan, but the hydrology possessed by Métis itself was no exception. Sensing that all this was happening, Ryan tried to follow the connection between the authorities to explore what happened. However, he only felt two familiar forces isolating everything. Their existence has separated the levels of time, space, and destiny, blocking all possibilities of exploration and covering up what happened behind the scenes behind layers of fog. What's wrong? Something happened in Olympus? Reaching out and handing the code of creation back to Ryan, Themis keenly noticed that Ryan's mind was not in his right mind. And the direction he was looking at was exactly where Olympus was. Thinking about what her nephew had done recently, the goddess couldn't help but wonder what he had done again. Nothing, just a little accident.
Zeus.
Maybe he got something special. With his eyes narrowed, Ryan took the code. Although the world covers everything, the result is nothing more than that. Appearing in Olympus is also related to the remaining world power of the 9 realms. There is no other possibility. Zeus probably obtained some remnant of the 9 realms. The reference fell on Asgard, and the source of the accident was probably Odin. This veteran god-king is not like the previous 2 kings of Khaos. He has gone through many trials and tribulations and has presided over several battles of gods, some against giants, some against the Warner Protoss, and some against the kingdom of the dead, but he's sitting steadily in that position. Mimir's so-called understanding of him is probably only part of it. Perhaps because of the tight time last time, Ryan hurriedly explored Asgard and there were still some backups left by Odin, but everything was in vain when the world collapsed. Now Zeus has acquired it, which has resulted in the impact it has today. However, compared to Zeus, Ryan was more concerned about Khaos. What role the worlds will played in this was what really made him wary. The priesthood lost its master inexplicably. This was definitely not something Zeus could do, but the world itself was triggered by some special circumstances. What happened to Métis that caused her to fall into such a fate? Even the hydrology given to her by the world changed its owner. Maybe after that, he would find a chance to go to Olympus to take a look. After all, there are only 2 existences in the world that can really pose a threat to him. Apart from the flesh and blood mother tree, that is suspected of inheriting the resentment of the world when the 9 realms were shattered, it is the world of Khaos itself. Whether it was an accident or something else, he always had to figure out the reason. Is it Zeus again? He destroyed mankind in the name of Poseidon simply because Pandora opened the box he deliberately gave. If the son of Prometheus hadn't prayed to me, I wouldn't have even noticed until now. To this point, I don't know what Ryan is thinking, but the goddess of justice looks a little serious. Before leaving Olympus, Themis asked Zeus about his attitude toward humans deceiving the gods, and the other party gave him a satisfactory answer. Everything originated from Prometheus, and when he is punished, mankind's sins will be absolved. He did, and so the bronze man lived a few more years. But he just found a new excuse for his own destruction, so just a dozen years later, mankind finally perished because of this. So, what are you going to do? Question Zeus's justice as a god-king? After mentioning it casually, Ryan shook his head again. If it's him, Ryan doesn't care whether it's reasonable or not. I think you did something wrong, so I'll be done with you. But Themis, on the one hand, doesn't have that power yet, and on the other hand, her character doesn't do it. Zeus was indeed fishing for law enforcement, but the person who actually carried out the execution was Poseidon, who took the initiative to join in. Even Hades warned in advance not to open the box. He did not deliberately target humans afterwards, but instead brought plagues and disasters to the earth indiscriminately. In this case, Themis may not have the right one. Reason to do something. No, although Zeus acquiesced to all this, silence is his right. So I just responded to the prayers of Deucalion and Pyrrha, and I will also witness the birth of a new generation of humans. As for Poseidon, with a calm expression, the goddess of justice pressed the golden sword on her waist. It was almost impossible to tell what she was going to do. Oh well. Nodding, Ryan no longer paid attention to these small things, but talked about another thing. But apart from that, I have another thing. Since you have laid the foundation for future human laws, you can't solve all the problems in the mortal world by yourself. Even if every trial is carried out according to your requirements and in accordance with the rules for the future of mankind, I'm afraid you won't even have time to take a break. Since the last incident with Mephisto, Themis has gradually realized that if she wants to prevent similar things from happening and allow human trials to be held fairly, then she needs to set a standard for them. But as Ryan said, it is impossible for her to supervise the judgment of all mortals by herself. Especially in the foreseeable future, humans with the ability to reproduce will be all over the earth. Even if they are gods, Themis cannot spend time every day above these. So, do you have any suggestions? Themis asked, raising an eyebrow. She knew that since Ryan mentioned this matter, he must have something special in mind. That's right. One of my angels gave me a clue. Maybe you can establish a religious order and let mortals protect the justice of the trial for you. Those mortals who agree with your ideas, respect your actions, and are willing to offer their faith to you can be awarded your holy emblem. They will make fair judgments on all matters in the world in your name. Only truly major events can it is worthy of your personal gaze. And if they betray their faith, you will have just cause to punish them for their betrayal. With a slight smile, Ryan revealed his long-awaited plan. Opposite him, the goddess of law nodded, but then shook her head. But I have nothing to give them, and even if they are my followers, I shouldn't let them serve me for free. No, you do. Facing Themis's gaze, Ryan said slowly, for those who are pious enough to follow your ways, I can make the decision to give you their souls. That was Leto, the goddess of conservation, who came from the starry sky. The God King tried to sense the status of these two children, and the feedback given to him by authority was a warm and strong light. Undoubtedly, for a powerful god, if it were before, the God King might have been very wary of it, but now his thoughts have become much calmer. Even Métis, who was destined to give birth to a son and a daughter, was able to disappear silently, which shows that nothing can be changed in the face of real power. If his grandfather did not rely on the combination of sky, father authority, and kingdom, but relied on a single authority to have the power to compete with the original gods, if his father had been that powerful as early as the beginning of his accession to the throne. With power, maybe they can also push back the arrival of fate. Of course, the reason why they are unable to have such great power may be the result of the influence of fate, but this has nothing to do with Zeus. The God King from a foreign land, the power outside the world, this is something outside the world of Khaos. Now that he has the opportunity, he should not hesitate any longer. Yet the joy was his, not theirs. When Zeus walked into Hera's palace, the cold breath almost hit his face. Hera, you are about to give birth to our child. Even before he is born, I can already feel his vigor. Olympus is about to have another powerful pillar. Isn't this worthy of your smile? Entering Hera's palace, Zeus ignored Aglaea's greetings as she walked out of the palace. Yes, not only Leto, the induction from half of the reproductive authority also told him the good news, and Hera was also pregnant with his heir. However, judging from the time, his queen seemed to be in the evening, so looking at Hera's gloomy face, Zeus was not surprised at all. Smile, do you mean to be happy for that old woman? To celebrate that her child will be born before me and become the eldest son of His Majesty, the great God King. With a cold snort, Hera did not give Zeus a good look at all, and the God King was speechless. In fact, Zeus was somewhat helpless. He also wanted to have an eldest son with Mr. Hera. After all, he had never thought of letting anyone else replace Hera.
But I don't know why.
It was okay at the beginning after getting married, but in the past few decades, Hera has been avoiding him intentionally or unintentionally, and it was only recently that she returned to normal. Maybe it was because of her relationship with Demeter that made her feel bad. She shook her head secretly in her heart, but Zeus had no regrets. He forcibly took possession of his other sister not only for beauty, but also for other reasons. The god king saw what Hades was thinking about Demeter, but he didn't want this powerful sister to leave Olympus and become the god queen of Hades, so he simply used a more direct method. Completely cut off Hades' plan. In this way, when the other party uses his past commitments as an excuse to come to the door, he will also have an excuse to use it as an excuse. Then what are you going to do, Hera? No matter what, Leto's child is innocent, and she can't shake your position. Rubbing his forehead, Zeus asked slowly. The induction from the law told him that Leto's children were extraordinary. They contained vitality and power. They were destined to be two powerful sons of God, or at least one of them was. As twin sons and daughters, it was difficult for Zeus to judge their strength before they were born, but even if there was only one, it would be good. Having just received the ceremony given by God, powerful children will be born one after another. While the god king laments the blessings of fate, he is also worried about Hera doing some irrational behavior. Fortunately, although Hera's attitude was not polite, her approach still relieved the god king. That's my business. Zeus, since you can't control yourself, then I will use my own method to ensure that no one can get past me. With a cold expression, Hera has never used the divine power of the Queen of Heaven since she shared authority with Zeus, but this time she made an exception. In front of Zeus, the law of fertility was greatly strengthened with the authority of the queen. At this moment, a temporary rule was added to the world. Before Hera's children were born, as long as Leto still stood in the place ruled by the divine court, the law of fertility would resist her and prevent her from giving birth to sons and daughters of gods. Although this blatant violation of the law and instinct cannot last, the queen does not need to continue for long. Now you can leave. After giving Zeus a faint look, Hera waved. The other party didn't come to see her at all, but just wanted to know how she would react to this matter. And she believed that this ruthless king would not care whether Leto was in pain or not. She did everything anyway, and had nothing to do with the god king. Well, Hera, I won't stay any longer. As the Queen of Heaven expected, Zeus did not intend to argue with Gerato about these trivial matters of words, and the god king did not really care about what she had just done. So, after getting the answer, he turned around and left the palace. The palace became quiet for a long time. Aglaia, who had just left before, came back from the side door and bowed slightly to the Queen of Heaven. They were talking about something before, and the arrival of Zeus just interrupted the process. Go on, Aglaia. After you sent him to the sea, into whose hands did you leave him? Hera asked, gently holding the armrest. My cousin Thetis, the daughter of Nereus and Doris, adopted him. Aglaia said after bowing. There was no unnecessary expression on the girl's peaceful face. She had been doing a good job in this task that had been entrusted by the queen decades ago. A child of the original Poseidon? No matter what, he is much better than my younger brother. Her expression was incomprehensible, and it was hard to tell what Hera thought of the child who was finally born not long ago. With his ugly appearance and disabled body, she didn't want him to stay on Mount Olympus, but she also wanted him to have a good childhood. At least he won't spend a long life in darkness and silence like she did. Let Nereus bring some humans to the island he is on. The priesthood of Volcano is still a bit weak. If he can seize the opportunity, there may be another way to return to Mount Olympus. For valuable people, like those Cyclops, our god king doesn't care what he looks like. Yes, your majesty. As if not hearing the second half of Hera's words, Aglaia took the order and left, and soon Hera was the only one left in the hall. She gently touched her belly, where a life was growing. Feeling his vitality and sharpness, Hera finally showed a smile. At least you can't be worse than Leto's children. Show your ability. When the time comes, I will give you the best. As for what would happen if she couldn't compete, Hera didn't think much about it. As the eldest son conceived by two powerful gods, he had such powerful authority even before he was born, and the result would naturally not disappoint her. In the Olympus pantheon, 3 new gods were about to be born, but in the Third Age, their gestation was so peaceful and unknown. Only with the passage of time, the goddess of conservation who wandered between the sky and the sea made the queen of heaven ruthless. Spicy gradually spread to the world. Just like the one who is sealed in the mind of Zeus, under the power of the authority of the god-queen, unless someone openly declares that this place does not belong to the rule of the god's court, Leto's child cannot be born. She asked Poseidon and Pluto, but they both rejected her, so the goddess could only wander helplessly between heaven and earth, but could not find a god willing to intervene in the family disputes of the god-king. Even her parents, Khaos, the god of lightless heavens, turned Leto away. In the past, this ancient god who had evaded the world for a long time had warned her to stay away from the divine court, especially the divine king, but Leto was immersed in Zeus's sweet words. So when she came to the door, the ancient Titan god also turned a blind eye to her. Only the goddess Asteria secretly felt unbearable for her sister's experience. In the original myth, Leto's sister would eventually disobey the Queen of Heaven's orders and turn meteors into islands for her to give birth to, but this time, fate went in a completely different direction. One night, the moon in the sky and the moon in the spiritual world both sensed at the same time that in the southeast of the earth, there was an existence closely related to them being conceived. So on this day, the silver frame turned a corner and changed direction in the night sky, attracting countless speculations from mortal beings, and the first oracle that descended from the land of stars also fell on the ground. It's simple, but you can still see the builder's intention in front of the temple. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 224 Only One Day. Over mountains, across rivers, across oceans, under the night sky, Leto wandered helplessly between heaven and earth. But there is no place for her to stay, because compared to her, the Queen of Gods is undoubtedly more feared. In other words, pure Hera is not important, but when she makes such a decision with the divine authority of the Queen of Heaven, her order also represents the divine court itself. Under such circumstances, naturally no one was willing to openly defy the order of the divine court for the sake of Leto, who had even given up on her parents. Hera dash. Gritting his teeth, Leto clenched his fists. Just a few years ago, she was still immersed in the joy of conceiving a child for Zeus, but now, all these joys have turned into anger, torturing her soul every moment. Her anger was not directed at Zeus. In fact, the god-king had already guessed that Hera would not expose this matter so easily, so he responded to it early on. He told Leto about the difficulty of being a god-king and the dangerous situation he faced. Outside, the titans and gods were unruly, and existences such as the Earth Mother and the gods of the spirit world threatened his royal power, while inside, his brothers were eyeing the throne, and Queen Hera was a jealous woman. In order not to lose his position in the face of fierce foreign enemies, he could only compromise with Hera repeatedly so that the god-king could not stop some of the queen's actions. Obviously, this is the certain behavior that Zeus has already meant. With a combination of true and false words, handsome appearance, and past relationships, Leto, as the goddess of conservation, was easily aroused by Zeus to protect and sympathize, even forgetting the huge gap in status and power between the two parties. Even now, when she was driven by the power of Hera and had no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth, she still did not think that this was Zeus's problem. She just secretly remembered Hera in her heart and vowed to take revenge one day. Even if she herself doesn't have this ability, her children will definitely. They will become the God King's powerful help and then make the evil God Queen regret it. Leto, who was flying in midair and hit a wall again on the sea, was about to head to a hidden valley. It is said that Rhea, the former queen of heaven and the mother of the Olympian gods, lived in seclusion there. This was what Zeus told her, accidentally. However, just when she saw the edge of the coast, a strong abdominal pain came from her body. Almost immediately, Leto knew what was happening, and this was not the first time. The daughter, who was supposed to be born, collided between her instinctive drive and the laws that prevented her from being born. The unborn goddess was naturally unable to resist the power of the Queen of Heaven, but this did not prevent this collision from causing harm to her mother. Under the severe pain, Leto's strength instantly lost control. She streaked across the sky, falling straight down, but luckily, the coast was just ahead.
Bom streepje.
With a violent impact, Leto hit the beach next to the bay. The cyan light flickered on and off her body, which was her daughter's innate power, and under this flicker, Leto felt severe pain again. After a long time, the collision finally ended. Leto lay on her back on the beach for a while, then slowly sat up. Sweat soaked her clothes. She resisted the pain all over her body and took stock of her surroundings. A bay like a crescent moon with calm sea surface. In future generations, this will be an extremely excellent natural port. In the sea outside the bay, ocean currents originating from the depths of the sea pass here, bringing many fish that migrate and spawn with the seasons. Not far from the coast, there is a large forest land. But Leto didn't know that her comments about it were just nice scenery. Looking away, she sensed a special aura far away from the coast compared to here. She had been in contact with that feeling more than once, pure and warm, reaching straight to the soul. It once appeared on Helios' solar chariot and was later stolen by Prometheus. Are there actually humans here? There was some confusion, but Leto was surprised and didn't think much about it. Although logically speaking, the new generation of humans who were just born should not appear here, but this has nothing to do with her. Human beings are the wealth of the gods, perhaps brought here by a certain god. Poseidon, the king of the sea, is very likely. He has never been a stickler for rules. Maybe this is the human city he built on the earth against his promise. It just so happened that she was planning to find a place to rest. Since there are humans here, they should serve her. This is also the honor of these mortals. Not everyone is qualified to receive a god, but now, Leto reluctantly gives them this qualification. So, following the guidance of that breath, she walked towards the place where the lights were dimly shining in the night. The night was dark, and there were obviously no clouds, but the moon was still not visible. This made the human beings on the earth think that they had remembered the wrong date. In fact, this was another rare day with stars and no moon. Fortunately, what distinguishes humans from animals is that they can use tools, so there is still a lot of light in this hastily built temporary residence. Some are at the openings of the enclosed wooden fence, where the guards keep watch. Others are on a high sea cliff, which are the first buildings built and are also temples for gods. The faith in their hearts and the safety of the environment are the two things that people who have just experienced a long migration are most concerned about. As their leader, under the illumination of a ball of light, Khaos sat around the rough stone table and chatted about the future development. There are still too few manpower, but we have to consider that in the future, everything needs to be planned in advance and built on a sufficient scale. It would be difficult for even tens of thousands of people to build temples, open fields, and build houses within 1 3-season change, let alone we don't even have a few thousand people. Shaking his head slightly, Noah seemed to be complaining about the difficulty of the situation, but Khaos could tell with just one glance that the other party was actually in a good mood. Of course, not only Noah, but also Khaos was in a good mood at the moment. Traveling through mountains and rivers, opening roads, although there are no traces of wild beasts on the earth at this moment, the dangers brought by nature are not small. But not long ago, they finally found this place guided by the starlight. A quiet bay, fertile land, exposed ores on the surface, and a large freshwater lake. Except for the lack of dangerous terrain, this place has almost all the excellent conditions for building a city. So they immediately took root here and built an altar with a sacred fire and a temple to worship the gods. This is a huge project in itself, because even the temples of bronze humans actually relied on the help of Prometheus to complete those tall buildings that were considered miracles in the primitive era. But although the humans led by now Noah do not have the help of gods, they do have Khaos, who is no less powerful than gods in the mortal world. So the temple was quickly built on the highest sea cliff, But when it was the turn of the statue, the two of them were in trouble. Neither Nuwa nor Cohen knew how to depict the statue of the Lord, so in desperation, they had no choice but to enshrine the astrolabe. It is barely feasible to replace the idols with holy objects. It will develop no. After all, we already have a new generation. Maybe there are only a few people in this generation, but the next generation will have several times the population. One day, millions of humans will live here and build a glorious civilization here. It will not stick to the old ways like the golden humans did, lasting for thousands of years, nor will it pass away like the bronze humans. Instead, it will exist forever. Some emotions and some insights. At this moment, Cohen faintly felt that the strange feeling he had when he fought with Triton came to his heart again. Only this time, it wasn't as intense as it once was. No sudden changes, but slow and steady. You are right, Cohen. The holy city cannot be built in a day, and I don't need to be in such a hurry. On the side, Nuwa smiled and looked to the west, where the freshwater lake was. Because he was guided by the starlight, Nuwa named the place Luo Xing Lake, and the water elves he met on the road lived there. As for now, there are still many temporary wooden houses built around there, because during the journey, many humans got married to those nymph elves under the witness of Noah. It won't be long before new members will join this city that has just begun to be built. Their presence also indicates that when this generation of people gets old, someone will take their place and continue civilization. Buzz. After chatting for a few more words, although it was already late at night, Noah was still in good spirits. But suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the only built building in the distance. Nuwa and Keen suddenly stood up, and in their eyes, little starlight overflowed from the high cliff, illuminating the surrounding sea area. The gods finally responded to us. He was stunned for a moment, and then joy surged into his heart. Since arriving here, Nuwa has gone to the temple to pray every day, hoping to receive further revelations from the Lord. But these days, he has gained nothing, and even Nuwa has never felt the feeling of being watched. But they didn't expect that today, a sudden miracle would appear in front of them. Come on, let's go there together. After saying hello, Nuwa immediately walked quickly towards the direction of the temple. The angel who had only met once said that she would give them further instructions when they arrived at their destination. She will give them extraordinary power, allowing those who believe in God to be somewhat tainted with the glory of God. Maybe it was today, but compared to strength, Noah still had many questions he wanted to ask. For example, how should he compile the scriptures that belong to the Lord so that the faith and their blood can be passed down forever? But after a while, human settlements were already in sight. Gods are gods after all. Even though a lot of vitality has been damaged just now, Leto's body is still not comparable to that of mortals. The distance that would take an ordinary person half a day to walk was not far to her, and soon she saw the human form. But standing here, Leto became a little surprised, because she sensed a faint breath of the sun in the humans who seemed to be on duty. Are these fragments of the divine nature scattered by the ancient sun god? For a moment, Leto thought this was the descendant left behind by the sun god at some point, but the next moment, the goddess recognized the difference between this power and Helios. The latter's aura is far less pure. He only represents the orderly side of the sun. When the solar car was built, the originally aggressive side was eliminated again. But the current one, although its power is so weak that it can be ignored, is far closer to the sun itself than Helios. Who? A sharp shout came, and Leto's undisguised approach was finally discovered. The two humans on duty held up torches, and under the light of the fire, Leto's figure was caught in their eyes. An unknown woman, perhaps some kind of elf, or simply a god or demigod. For a moment, the two guards couldn't help but become nervous. They didn't know why this strange existence came and what it did here. However, across from them, the goddess did not care about the reactions of mortals. She just took a step forward, exuding her own divine aura, and then said loudly, "Exit me. I am Leto, the daughter of Khaos and Phoebe, the descendant of the Heavenly Father and the Earthly Mother, a great natural god. Mortals, I command you to prepare food and a palace for me at once. This is also you should pay due respect to the gods." After the words fell, Leto quietly waited for the mortals opposite to worship him. There was no need to question this. Even believers of other gods would worship the true form of another god. But after a moment, the goddess was a little angry and discovered that these humans not only had no intention of kneeling in front of her, but actually made the opposite move. One person ran backwards, as if to inform someone, while the other one still looked at her warily. Seeing this scene, nameless anger surged into his heart. Leto couldn't believe it. The queen persecuted her, the gods rejected her, and now even a humble mortal dared to do such a thing to her? "Mortal, I give you one last chance. Although your attitude has made me give up on rewarding you, if you choose to repent now, I can still forgive your offense." With a sneer, Leto warned again. Human beings are God's wealth, but what they have in front of them is not their own wealth. Therefore, in order to prevent another strange god from being provoked at such a juncture, she still did not directly punish these mortals with shallow beliefs. Even in case these humans had not heard of her existence before, the pressure from the gods was unabashedly suppressed by the goddess. If this place were not on the earth, this pressure itself could kill the mortal in front of him. The air trembled slightly, and the divine oppression even slightly affected the material, but the result once again made Leto feel angry, because this human not only did not bend down to her, but instead raised the weapon in his hand. Who does he think he is, a servant who dares to draw a sword against his master? Snort. With a cold snort, Leto no longer hesitated. Even if he killed such a human being, no god would care about him. After all, no matter what, everyone is a god. Just like later generations of humans who came to the New World during the Age of Discovery, they slaughtered local residents during the day, but were good husbands and neighbors at night. In the end, most people's goodwill will only be reserved for their own kind, not for the uncivilized aliens in their eyes. So he took off his gold bracelet, and Leto threw it forward. Under the innate and extraordinary power of the divine body, almost in the blink of an eye, the golden light cut through the air and directly hit the guard's body. Clang. However, as a collision sounded, the guard was safe and sound. A ray of silver light covered the surface of his body, and instead the bracelet itself was bounced away. Who? He was stunned for a moment, then turned around abruptly. It was the power coming from over there that saved this human being just now. Leto was about to question the visitor, but she froze in place the next moment. Over there, two figures, one red and one white, were slowly walking towards his side. "So, does the aura you sense come from her?" Hecate casually saved the human's life, but Hecate didn't even look at him. The goddess of magic web didn't care about the life or death of a stranger. Half of the reason why she did this was because of the familiar breath deep in the settlement, and the other half, it's because of that woman. Meeting the other person here was really beyond her expectation. Although many years had passed, Hecate still remembered certain things. "Yes, do you know her? If the relationship is not good, then let's leave." Sensing something was wrong in the atmosphere, Selene couldn't help but whisper. Although her tall figure looked like the elder of the witch in the red dress, the moon goddess's voice was still as weak as ever.
Go.
"That's not necessary, but I do know her, even if I only know her from past images." Pulling Selene beside her, an inexplicable smile appeared on Hecate's lips at some unknown moment. She looked at the black-robed goddess opposite her. Opposite her, Leto's eyes were a little unbelievable and evasive. "She is probably my relative, Selene. To be more precise, she is my aunt. Well, although dash." After a slight pause, Hecate smiled and said, "Although, she only stayed there for one day." All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 2:25 3 Conditions and Maturity. One day. After Hecate finished speaking, the place was noticeably quiet for a moment. Leto looked at the goddess in red dress in front of him, and his hesitation turned into uncertainty. Selene looked at the goddess in black robe opposite and finally understood her identity. The sister of the Ryusei goddess Asteria and the Titan goddess Leto. Over the years, Selene has driven the moon's silver chariot through the sky and has seen the goddess and the god king secretly meet in the night more than once, and the other party's recent encounter is not a secret. After all, the ecliptic and white realms are the core of the starry sky. When Leto went to the residence of the Titan god Khaos, he could not avoid the sight of the moon goddess. So watching the scene, Selene closed her mouth directly, intending to be a quiet pendant. Although the reason why the two of them came here was Selene's mysterious induction, now, she felt that it was better to let Hecate handle this matter by herself. Are you the child of Asteria? At the turn of the era, that goddess of the magic network was really you? Leto was a little unbelievable but had to believe it, because the similar blood aura and unique power of the person in front of him revealed his identity. No god could be born twice. Leto had never been sure before that the god who once again announced his birth to the world was his sister's expelled daughter, but now, this was the reality. Why did you stop me? You are also a member of the gods. This mortal dares to ignore my orders. Shouldn't I punish him for his rudeness? After recognizing the person, Leto's aura softened slightly, but her attitude towards the mortal who had just escaped death remained the same. Protoss, are you talking about me? Raising an eyebrow, Hecate still had a smile on her lips. It seems that there is such a thing. I was also a Titan god once, but just like our biological relationship, it probably only lasted for one day. All the things that had happened on Mount Ordiles in the past, Hecate had watched with the reappearance of the stone slab. Leto was not qualified to attend the discussion that decided her fate, but the goddess's attitude was clearly revealed. When she was exiled to the earth, and even when she disappeared quietly among the human tribes, the humans at that time apologized for this in the sacrifices to the gods, but the result was obvious. No god even looked at it, including the goddess Ryusei and Leto. It was as if it had been forgotten, or in other words, no one wanted to think of such an unfortunate symbol. Of course, Hecate didn't resent them that much. After all, Khaos' weak affection for gods was not an exception. At most, she didn't regard him as a relative. In comparison, her nominal father and grandmother are really fresh in the memory of the magic network goddess. Throw it into the abyss once and for all, and it makes them regretful that they didn't even do it. Thinking of this, Hecate couldn't help but smile again. Unfortunately, she has never been able to find any trace of Perseus, the god of material destruction. Logically speaking, as a god with extraordinary power and a close relationship with Khaos, the god of weather, he shouldn't have disappeared like this. The goddess of the magic network was thinking, and across from her, Leto had noticed the indifference beneath Hecate's smile. It's just that the previous decision did come from the previous generation of god kings and his own parent gods. If the other party was actually a true god, it would be understandable to be dissatisfied with it. That was just an accident, Hecate. There has never been an immortal god, but a god who is not even a regional god has never appeared after you. Maybe your natural priesthood has been covered up, or because some reasons didn't show up, and that was just a misjudgment. You have become a true god. Cronus, who expelled you from the Titan clan, is missing. The new king of the gods has recognized your status. You should stand with the gods. Then, like you have no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth in front of Hera, and you can only show your majesty in front of mortals. You should really thank me, otherwise you will soon find that you can't show off your authority in front of mortals. With an unceremonious taunt, Hecate pulled Selene beside her. It's obviously because of her that I came here. Why is she shrinking back now? Since it's you, it's easy to handle. You were forced to run away by Hera, and you were even pregnant with a golden-haired child. With a slight snort, Hecate continued. But I can solve the difficulties you encounter, but you must also agree to 3 conditions. What conditions? She was refreshed, and the anger just aroused by Hecate's words subsided instantly. What Leto wants to do most now is to resolve the divine power of Queen Hera and successfully give birth to her God King's children. For this, there is nothing she cannot sacrifice. Where is the thing you sensed? Is it on her body? When there was no immediate reply, Hecate turned to Selene and asked, I don't know, maybe. That's not a thing? Somewhat confused, Selene glanced at the black-robed goddess in the distance again. She did feel the existence of something very closely related to her before, but when she really stood here, the moon goddess was a little doubtful, because she felt that the object of this connection seemed to be Leto himself. Okay then, whatever it is. Nodding, Hecate said to Leto, You have something related to the moon, although I don't know what it is yet, but I need it. I also want to know all the news about Perses, and you must tell me everything you know. Finally, this is my first one and the last thing I do for you. From now on, we are clean. What are you doing? Leto can understand the first two conditions. The priesthood of the gods sometimes produces some unexpected reactions. Maybe I do have some items related to the moon that I am not aware of. Since the other party wants it, then give it to her. As for the whereabouts of Perses, he was Hecate's father god. Although it seemed that neither of them recognized this connection, Leto had no intention of concealing the other's whereabouts. What's more, she didn't know the specific whereabouts of Perses. But the last condition, did Hecate ever owe her anything? You don't need to know, you just need to be clear and we'll be fine. After a moment of silence, Hecate smiled and said, Okay, I promise you. Nodding, Leto did not dwell on these other things. As evidenced by the river Styx, as long as you can free me from Hera's power, then I will agree to your 3 requests. Nodding in agreement, Styx's power flashed away as Leto finished speaking. Opposite her, seeing the goddess's decision without hesitation, Hecate's smile turned even colder. Sure enough, just as she thought, the swaddling clothes that once wrapped the baby girl and fell from the sacred mountain were transformed by the power of the goddess of conservation, but it was never the care of a relative, but just the instinctive reaction of the other party after delivering her sister. That's all. But this also means that in this world in the future, whether it is the starry sky or the earth, the ocean or the abyss, there will no longer be any relatives worthy of her concern. She came into this world alone, so she could go on alone. Suddenly, feeling her hand being held, Hecate glanced at Selene beside her, but in the worried eyes of the other party, she just smiled and shook her head. I'm fine, Selene. I just had some flashbacks. Let's go. It's not difficult to break Hera's power. The power from the divine court can naturally be solved by the divine court itself. After waving, Hecate looked towards the human settlement not far away. But this doesn't mean you are safe. Unless you can let Zeus stand up for you, what you have experienced in the past few years may be just the beginning. Delphi Plain. Leto's upcoming child affects the fate of more than one god. In fact, it is not just the moon goddess and the spirit world who are aware of them. The escapist mother of light is one of them, but Thea has already seen the simple logic of the laws of reality. He does not allow too powerful divine power to be concentrated on a certain unfettered existence, so facing the destined division of the priesthood, the goddess is very open-minded. The other person who sensed it was the golden apple tree, which only had instinct but no thinking. Just as the real sun had nothing to do with the son of Leto at first, so the original divine power of the other child of the goddess never included the moon. She is the lord of the wilderness, the protector of the forest, a symbol of hunting, a goddess holding a golden bow, and one of the symbols of a pure girl. So at this moment, the true ancestor of Plant was also affected in some way. Perhaps he was stimulated, and what followed was that in Mo-Anda's eyes, the fruit that was still a little bit improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 2 unexpected events, the fruit that Nymph originally expected would take 300 years to mature is now close to perfection. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, this divine fruit will mature and turn into the most supreme creation in the world, allowing an acquired life to share the immortal divine power. Too fast. Some excitement, some hesitation. The bewitching voice of the ancient snake seemed to still be echoing in his ears, and now, Mo-Anda could no longer escape. She needs to face the coming reality. That is, if she really takes the step, the Earth Mother is destined to regard her as her mortal enemy. Moanda knew Gaia. She was not one to weigh the pros and cons. When she wakes up, when she realizes that her maid has betrayed her, when she finds that the golden apple has left her, and even the vase of life has completely become someone else's fetish, what will the furious Earth Mother do? No one can predict what will happen. The laws of this world cannot protect her. Even if she is hiding in the world, Moanda believes that even if she needs to sleep for thousands of years again, Gaia will never let her go because of these costs, unless she can make her old master realize that there is absolutely nothing that can be done about this traitorous elf. So for Moanda at this moment, she must find a backer for herself. That day happens to be when the new God King arrives. Regardless of whether it is him or not, I can go and have a look at that time. The first 2 generations of God Kings are not afraid of the Earth Mother, so he should be able to do it too, right? If it is, then since he dares to let me do such a thing, he must be prepared to fight against Mother Earth. If not, then I have no choice but to visit the other primitive gods. Making a decision silently, Moanda knew that no matter what, there was no turning back. This special fruit is already hanging here, and the result will be the same whether she eats it or not. What's more, if you ask yourself, Moanda knows very well that even if she is asked to choose again, she will make the same choice without hesitation. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if it meant becoming someone else's chess piece against Gaia, she had to be on the table first before she could see what the chessboard looked like. Soon. What's so fast? Scanning the surroundings, the beings who were secretly observing were instantly frightened by the goddess's gaze and left the area. After driving away the outsiders, Leto looked at his daughter in the distance again. "Al, come here, let me see your brother." Waving to his daughter, Leto's heart was filled with joy. Artemis was fine, but the power lingering around Apollo reminded the goddess of the former power and dignity of the Mother of Light. Even if he didn't rely on the power of faith, he was destined to stand at the top of the gods. In contrast, Leto was not surprised that his daughter was several years old right after she was born. Just like another goddess who has not yet been born, the girl who was forcibly restrained in the mother god's womb by the law did not stop growing. She drew strength and wisdom from nature, and after her birth, she instinctively helped her brother come to the world. Taking a few steps forward, Artemis handed the baby with blood in her hands to Leto. She looked at her mother with bright eyes, and the goddess responded with a gentle smile. A warm feeling came from the baby in her arms, and Leto was about to praise her daughter for her abilities. However, the next moment, her expression suddenly turned into surprise, and there was even a hint of imperceptible fear. "Mother Goddess." "Shut up." The moment the girl looked up, Leto suddenly saw the moon marks between Artemis' eyebrows. The faint silver lines were so obvious, and the restraint originating from the sticks revealed its essence. That is the power of the moon. Although there was not much, its existence was clearly visible, which reminded the black-robed goddess of an unexpected experience she had when she was wandering between heaven and earth. She once encountered a special fragment at the edge of the starry sky, and there was a similar power there. Leto didn't think it was related to the moon before, because it was not similar to the real moon of Khaos, but now the facts told her that everything was different from what she thought. It wasn't just the moon, it was even transferred to Artemis in some way because of her unexpected intrusion. Leto didn't know that her initial judgment was correct. It was not the moon of Khaos, but the remaining fragments of the moon god in another long-destroyed world. Attracted by the destiny of this world, it came to the goddess who was originally destined to be related to the moon, but now has no chance, and became part of her power. It would have become an accompanying artifact, born together with Artemis, but its power was broken and loose, far from enough to transform into another form in just a few years and regain a new life. It had no choice but to sleep in its master's body and become one with her. At the same time, part of Artemis's natural divine responsibilities were gradually transferred to the artifact, becoming the nourishment for its shaping and further deepening the connection between the two. For Artemis, this is not a bad thing. The accompanying holy objects do not undermine the power of the gods. They are completely different from those created by nature. When this artifact takes shape, everything that originally belonged to her will come back. But for Leto, this was a truly terrible trouble. The oath of the Styx cannot be broken. The moment it is established, it haunts the person who takes the oath. Before that, whether it was Hecate or Leto who made the request, they all thought that the thing related to the moon was an object. Their judgment was actually correct. It was indeed an object, but this object had not yet been born. It became one with its master, which meant that Leto had to face the reality that her vow might no longer be fulfilled. This is not even a problem that can be solved by sending this child out because Artemis is a god, and to the world, she does not belong to anyone. No god can use the ownership of another god to fulfill his oath. After all, even among the gods of chaos, even parents and children are by no means subordinate to one another. Mother Goddess, what's wrong with you? Looking at Leto, the young goddess was a little scared and a little confused. She just looked at the changing expressions of the Mother Goddess and stepped forward to seek comfort. However, looking at this scene, Leto took a step back. At this moment, there was only fear and hesitation in her heart. She was about to become the first god in chaos to violate the oath of the Styx, and no one knew what this meant before. All the gods knew how terrifying the river Styx was, and therefore they were unwilling to test this unknown risk on the premise of having eternity. Perhaps those who broke the oath would be shaken from their priesthood, knocked out of their divine power, or suffered some kind of punishment from the Styx. Leto didn't know. Her priesthood is already weak, and maybe she will be completely deprived of everything, or even fall into eternal sleep. No, I cannot. Taking a step back again, the goddess hugged the baby tightly in her arms. Under the ups and downs, she had somewhat lost her ability to judge. No, I still have Apollo to raise. He will bring me glory and status. Yes, he will make Hera pay the price for her actions. He will become Zeus's right-hand man and the pillar of the divine court. As long as you get through today, everything will be fine. Feeling the oppression brought by the oath in his heart, Leto became more and more at a loss. At a certain moment, looking at the bewildered daughter in front of her, she suddenly gritted her teeth and stretched out her right hand. The power belonging to the gods was released without restriction. When the divine power was shaken, Artemis fainted without any resistance. The girl, who had just been in the world for only half a day, was lying on the ground with confusion on her face. She didn't know what happened and why her mother goddess suddenly attacked her. In front of her, Leto locked onto the artifact embryo. The power of the artifact is also closely connected to the origin of Artemis. They are one and the same divine being. Feeling all this, hesitation and regret flashed across Leto's face, but in the end, she just whispered, "Don't blame me. Maybe this is fate. Your priesthood is weaker than your brother's. Maybe there is nothing wrong with being more ordinary." Her 5 fingers clenched tightly in the void, and Leto grabbed it hard, and she forcibly took out the artifact embryo that was still gestating. What followed was a violently turbulent aura on Artemis' body. Even in a coma, she seemed to feel the pain, but facing a true god who had already reached his peak, the newly born she obviously had no resistance.
Power.
The next moment, the consequences of using divine power followed, and the backlash of the laws of the world fell on Leto, but the black-robed goddess could no longer care about so much. She threw the silver light she took out and let it fly to the direction of Hecate, following the connection in the dark. Then the power of the oath coming from the void suddenly disappeared, and the vigilance that was oppressing the soul also disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Leto gasped for breath, with a look of relief on his face. She had avoided the worst outcome, but at this moment, the goddess was a little confused. For a few moments, she leaned on the tree trunk and stared blankly at the starry sky above her head. She didn't know what she was thinking about, or maybe she wasn't thinking about anything at all.
Wow.
In the silent woodland, the baby's cries grew louder. As a god, even if he had just come into the world, Apollo would not cry like a mortal. But as a born god, his keen sense allowed him to be vaguely aware of the power of the Styx and the laws of the world that had descended here successively. So the newly born son of God had no choice but to cry to express his fear, and the increasingly loud cries finally called Leto's attention back. "Apollo, my boy." She reached out and held the baby in her arms, the warm feeling giving her some comfort. After recovering from his ups and downs, Leto finally realized what he had done. She made a vow that was impossible to fulfill and then ended it at the cost of her daughter's origin. Looking at Artemis lying on the ground, a ridiculous feeling came to the goddess's heart. She regretted that perhaps she should not have competed with Hera for the position of the so-called eldest son. Before she could gain anything, she lost a daughter first. When Artemis woke up, Leto could already imagine how she would view this mother goddess who had hurt her so much when she was born. Like her sister, she faced disaster because of the birth of her daughter. However, this unprovoked disaster was not caused by their daughter herself. Everything seemed like fate was mocking them. The goddess of light, Phoebe, wanted power and status. She asked her husband to cooperate with the second-generation god-king, so the goddess Asteria, the star goddess, who acted as the mediator of the relationship between the two parties, gave birth to a child. The priest Hecate, Leto was immersed in Zeus's description of the future and could not extricate herself, so she inadvertently made an oath that could not be fulfilled and ended up hurting her daughter. So, is this the warning from God the Father? Stay away from the King of Gods. She whispered to herself, but Leto knew that she had already given so much. How could she let go of everything and return to the cold, starry sky to be with her sister? "Apollo, you are my hope. Everything I have lost, you will get back for me, right? Leto, what have you done?" The goddess was speaking to the crying baby in her arms, and on the other side, with the help of the power of traveling through the spirit world, the figures of Hecate and Selene appeared here silently. In her hand, a silver light changes erratically, faintly echoing with the girl on the ground. "Did I have fulfilled my oath, and now it is yours." Not knowing what to say, Leto took one last look at Artemis on the ground. If she could do it all over again, she would never make such a vow, but it was already too late. Holding Apollo in his arms, with hatred for many, many existences, Leto turned into a stream of light and flew towards the sea. Behind her, looking at Leto walking away and the goddess left behind, Hecate instantly understood the cause and effect. If it were a stranger, if this matter had nothing to do with her from beginning to end, the goddess of the magic network would not hesitate to take action against the departed god. But now, the girl in the red dress had no idea that she would just do it again under the guidance of the priest. An ordinary treasure hunt turned out to be like this. "Selene, do you need this artifact embryo?" Forcing a smile, Hecate asked softly, and beside her, Selene just shook her head and refused. The moon goddess read the hidden meaning in her friend's words. Even if it didn't exist, she wouldn't want this treasure herself. If she had known that this was a companion artifact of another god that was integrated with the divine body and dependent on each other, she would not have thought about it at all. Let it return to its master's hands. But if this pregnancy is forcibly interrupted, I'm afraid it won't be able to continue. Taking the silver light, Selene sighed softly and let the embryo in her hand return to her master's side. But as the moon goddess said, it just surrounded its owner's head like a silver crown, but it never returned to its original position. "No, there is still a chance. In addition to the gift I gave you, isn't there another one?" It was the first time that something like this happened because of herself. Although this was not Hecate's original intention, and she could not be blamed on her, looking at her actual cousin, she had a similar experience to her former self. Girl, the goddess of the magic network, still made a decision. She knew that Zeus on Mount Olympus would not be ignorant of the birth of her daughter, and he would definitely take corresponding actions, but Hecate felt that compared to the divine court, perhaps the city where Cohen was located was more worthy. As the place where Artemis grew up, what she had, this unfortunate girl should have too, and let her and Selene take the place of the slate she once encountered unexpectedly. Perhaps in the future, that city can be given another name. Just call it Silver Moon City. Lifting Artemis from the ground, Hecate said suddenly.
Ah,
She couldn't keep up with her friend's jumping thoughts, and just now she was still feeling the fate of the girl in front of her. Celine didn't know why the other party thought of naming a human city. Then let's call it this name. No matter what it is officially called, it's a nickname. Cohen will agree. A transparent portal appeared in front of her, and Hecate took the lead. Seeing her friend and not wanting to say more, Celine also left soon after. The secluded woodland was quiet again. No one knew that it was here that the two siblings, who were supposed to have a close relationship, embarked on completely different paths. One followed his original destiny, while the other took a fork in the road. But this may also be destined. Without today's changes, there would have been another one, and Artemis and the divine court would have drifted apart. Because as early as one day tens of thousands of years ago, when the illusory moon rose into the still empty sky and became the only light body at night in Khaos, the fate related to the moon had already departed from the original script and headed towards the unknown. With miracles, whether it's good or bad, no one knows. The traces engraved in history in the future will judge all this. Outside the world, Atrium, central floating island. On the ground, in the center of a huge pothole, a spring formed a small lake. Next to it, a sacred tree with 8 branches was about 100 meters high. On the floating island, in front of the simple wooden house, the projection of the world snake's consciousness was sitting at the stone table, quietly watching the scenes in the silver mirror. He was originally paying attention to the whereabouts of the gifts he gave, but even he didn't expect that things would develop in such a trajectory. The siblings, who were originally close, parted ways from the beginning. So, even this is what you expected? That's really foresight. When he set foot here again, Asmodeus came because of the sudden changes in the river Styx. The first time that Styx, who traveled between the inner and outer worlds, had such obvious power was when the mother of demons was about to wake up. As the master of hell, it was impossible for him not to pay attention to it. However, as soon as they arrived at the atrium, the Lord of Nine Hells watched a good show. He still remembers the sun and moon he promised to the other party. Although an era has passed and the shadow of the sun has not been seen yet, the influence of the moon phases continues to this day. You are overthinking it. The essence of uncertain destiny is change. Even if it is the so-called symbolic manifestation, I will not know the direction of change. If I can really grasp it, then the so-called uncertainty will only become laughingstock. Speaking softly, Ryan waved his hand, and the round mirror in front of him disappeared. No matter how fate changes, the outcome is always determined by the power itself. Let Artemis write her own story. But Silver Moon City is indeed a good name. Let's talk about yourself, Asmodeus. The first demon god came to the world, and he instinctively guarded Moya's side, absorbing the wisdom and thoughts she brought from this world, and the remaining 5 it won't be too long. When they are born one by one, the demon mother will awaken. So now, are you ready to face them? What you said is wrong. It should be whether we are ready to face them. After correcting it, Asmodeus did not continue to dwell on the events of his previous life. What happens to the moon has nothing to do with him. The troubles Zeus himself created will eventually swallow the bitter fruit. In contrast, the current invasion of the abyss, which was destined to be the most threatening, was the real challenge he faced. There's only so much I can do. Facing the abyss itself, only the purest collision of forces is the only way to deal with it. As for the rest, it's up to them. Looking through the boundary wall, the Lord of the Nine Hells can see that in the first few levels of hell, certain arrangements have already been prepared. They will take care of the devil's affairs, but it's up to you to deal with my former sister. Certainly. Nodding, Ryan felt that Moya's biggest threat to him was probably not his power, but his indescribable appearance. Although she hasn't woken up yet, Ryan can already predict how malicious she will be to the body in the spirit world when she sees her own face. To the real body, Moya is actually nothing but not necessarily to this incarnation. It is somewhat difficult to defeat the opponent in the abyss. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 2, 28 Contract and Divine Magic. The predecessor of Moya, the mother of demons, Mnemosyne and Ryan have been feuding for a long time. Although this so-called feud has always been considered unilaterally by the other party, Ryan has never paid attention to it. It wasn't until the Titan goddess suffered a loss at the hands of the newly born Atlas, C2-32, and chose to plunge into Tartarus that her existence really attracted Ryan's attention. Now she has lost her past appearance and turned into a form even more twisted than a 100-armed giant. When Moya wakes up, one can imagine the resentment in her heart. She gained the power she dreamed of, but she also became a monster not recognized by the gods. If it were not for her being the mother body that gave birth to her, Tartarus would definitely guide her choice and let her aim at the hell that absorbs the power of the abyss after her birth. I am afraid that Ryan would be ready to see her in the spiritual world. Of course, if she really dares to come, there is a high probability that she'll never come back. As long as you have a plan, Moya, who has been favored by Tartarus, is not something they can solve. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Asmodeus nodded. He was about to leave, but when he glanced at the little tree growing under the floating island, he couldn't help but think of Mephisto's thoughts when he explained the future human strategy to him a few days ago. He needs to be able to limit mortal things and, at the same time, gain their trust. This should be a contract that can be applied in large quantities and widely. After learning of his thoughts, the Lord of the Nine Hells originally planned to try to dilute the power of the river Styx, but later he discovered that the power of the Styx oath did not lie in the river water itself, but had another source. The water of the Styx represents more of a punishment for breaking an oath. It has some special divinity and can wash away the power of the gods. Therefore, its river water may be prepared into special ink that can be used to write the content of the contract. It can carry the material of the oath itself, but it requires other sources. An oath-keeping tree. If you pay a price, you can gain strength from it. I really don't know where you got it from. After observing for a while, Asmodeus stretched out his hand and summoned a Nordrassil leaf. The veins of the leaves exude golden light, and some kind of power flows inside. The Lord of the Nine Hells observed carefully. After a while, he extracted the power contained in the leaves and turned them into a stack of dark-colored paper in his palm. This tree should be like the river Styx. It can gain strength by witnessing oaths and punishing those who break oaths. Said with certainty, Asmodeus then looked at Ryan's incarnation. Give me these leaves, and let Mephistopheles take them to the human world. Only there will there be soil where it can spread on a large scale. Maybe one day, this sacred tree will also have power close to that of Styx, indefinite. I have no objection to this. If you want it, then take it. The fallen leaves of Nordrassil are indeed the best carrier of the contract, but I'm afraid you still have extra things to do. Ryan nodded and agreed, but when Ryan looked at the young tree that had grown recently, there were not many leaves on it. This kind of powerful leaf is naturally not born out of thin air. It needs enough power to support its growth. If you only rely on what you have now, I'm afraid it won't be enough. As you can see, although it is extraordinary in nature, the time it takes to grow is still too short. If you want it to grow enough leaves, you have to bring more nutrients to it. Nutrient. Yes, but it's not difficult to obtain. You just need to find some energy-rich life forms and sink their bodies into the spring water. Leonore's fountain was originally a spring from another world. After it died, it was reborn and became part of the atrium, continuing to accompany its former neighbors. Its power symbolizes vitality and purification, just like the dark and evil opposite of the Nine Hells, and its spring water is the best nutrient for Nordrassil's growth. When it first came to the atrium, just like Nordrassil at the beginning, Ryan luxuriously allowed it to absorb part of the origin of the interface and complete its initial growth. But for future development, we still have to find solutions from other places. The bodies of foreign beings are very good materials. The alien energy in their bodies will be purified by the spring water, and their vitality will become nutrients. The remaining materials will settle to the bottom of the lake, turn into soil, and become part of the world. Life is hard to find in the abyss. Apart from the devil, there seems to be no other life here. Thoughtfully, Asmodeus looked at the abyss, where the materialization of the outside world was becoming more and more obvious, and seemed to understand something. And Ryan didn't show off, but explained directly. Yes, after being injured, Tartarus instinct began to imitate hell, imitate the world. Life is a very important part of it, not to mention that even the materials have already had people, it's ready for him. The Lord of Nine Hells knew what Ryan was referring to. The so-called material was the kingdom of fire that had been integrated into the abyss. Even if the gestation of the demon god hadn't ended yet, some primitive beings born in the flames might have appeared here one after another. Then let Mephistopheles figure out his own way. Offering the devil's body in exchange for a contract is in line with the rules of this tree. At this moment, it was not just a matter of contract. Asmodeus was even more inspired. The Fountain of Leonore can rely on the power of purification to accelerate the conversion of life in foreign lands, but the world itself can actually do it, but it just takes longer. Life born in one world inherently contains extremely weak power, and if they die in another world, this will undoubtedly be a subtle weakening. 1 or 2 is insignificant, but tens of thousands is extremely significant. When Moya wakes up, the Nine Hells' direct stealing of the power of the abyss will stop. Then this method may become another way to use the abyss to strengthen itself. Perhaps the war between the two worlds should continue forever, as long as I am always the winner. Thinking to himself, but not saying it directly, Asmodeus turned and left. Seeing this, Ryan smiled and dissipated, and his consciousness returned to the body of the world-circling snake. The huge atrium fell into silence again, with only the water of Leonore's fountain still flowing. The eastern part of the mainland offshore. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, causing bursts of roaring sounds, which was a sign of the departure of the God King. Without taking anyone with him, Zeus walked quickly along the way, following the place where the previous induction was last transmitted. As the sun set and the sun rose, the boundary between the earth and the coast gradually came into view. The God King finally saw a broad lake. Not surprisingly, the birth of God took place here. Not long after the time passed, the air was still scattered with the aura of the birth of the two gods, attracting many birds to gather here. They cling to it, greedily sucking in the power that can change their destiny in order to sublimate the essence of life, and then gain a longer lifespan and powerful power. However, luck and disaster always go hand in hand. Before these birds could realize what had happened, they all turned into ashes as a silver snake passed by. This was not something Zeus did intentionally, but the thunder that spontaneously surrounded the God King did not avoid these mortal objects, but only accidentally touched them, turning them into dust. Falling to the ground, Zeus didn't care about the lives that dared to stand in front of the God King. He just looked at the only existence here that was worthy of his care. Next to the vast lake, on a tall tree, a strange yet familiar figure in a blue dress was sitting on the branch, swaying her legs gently. Looking at her profile, her peaceful and indifferent temperament even made Zeus lose his mind for a moment. But the next moment, when this strange girl turned around because of the arrival of the God King, Zeus suddenly realized the identity of the other party. Hecate, is that you? Somewhat unexpectedly, in the God King's impression, the goddess who left a deep impression on him was not like this. Compared with the liveliness and jumping off in the past, this goddess in a blue dress who looks a bit older, although she has just grown up, has a feeling of tranquility like the ocean, which is very different from the childishness when she was in a red dress. However, appearance and temperament can be faked, but priesthood cannot deceive others. In Zeus's perception, the girl in blue dress in front of him is the incarnation of the magic network. The network all over the world pulses with her breathing, and the silver fire invisible to ordinary people is like silver star spots dotted on her dress, to add glory to his master. And compared to the other one, it seemed that the Hecate in front of her had a deeper connection with the magic web. In her body, Zeus even saw some characteristics of the real ancient gods. They not only possess the priesthood, but also the manifestation of the symbol of the priesthood. Just as the sky is Aurena's and the earth is Gaia's body, the connection between the magic network and the girl in the blue dress is also unusually close. In comparison, Hecate in the red dress is more like a user, rather than the true manifestation of the magic net. It's me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Facing the God King's doubts, the girl in blue skirt just smiled gently. Opposite her, Zeus also calmed down his somewhat restless mind. Not only his appearance but also his personality seems to be very different. At this moment, the God King couldn't help but think of a special rumor spread among the gods. 3 phases and 3 bodies. I didn't expect you to have such a talent. Zeus said in a deep voice that he really didn't expect that Hecate actually had such a talent. The formation of the 3-phase incarnation is extremely difficult to possess unless you are born with it, and it requires not only ability, but also certain potential and special opportunities. Without this kind of opportunity, the primitive gods would not be able to obtain this magical power. If they have the opportunity but do not have the ability, they will also miss it. For example, the 3 goddesses of grace, or the 3 goddesses of fate in the original Destiny. If they could come to the world as 1 god instead of 3, then they would be born 3-phase gods with more powerful power. But due to their lack of potential, this situation never happened. Smiling slightly, the girl in blue dress did not respond to Zeus' words. Her 3rd incarnation is far from taking shape, and even she herself doesn't know what can create it. Hecate, you should know what I am here for. Where are my newly born children? After recovering from the surprise, Zeus also remembered the purpose of his trip. His aura became fierce, but when faced with his question, the girl in the blue dress did not explain, but just waved her hand. See for yourself, Zeus, this is what happened here. Everything has its origin. Following the will of the goddess of the magic network, the mist transformed from the elements spread to the surroundings, projecting light and shadow, and the scenes that happened before began to play out in front of the God King. From Hecate following the breath of the moon, to the agreement she made with Leto, to the departure of the black-robed goddess. Eventually, the apparition ended in a temple. In front of the unconscious Artemis, a human took out a multifaceted crystal from the box and threw it into the silver light band surrounding her. With the crystal as the core, the scattered power regrouped and turned into a small crown, which was placed on the girl's head. New Moon Crown. When he saw its birth, even if it was just a phantom, Zeus learned its name. Like the sun, the original moon of Khaos does not change its appearance over time. The reason why it has clouds and waxing and waning in the eyes of life on Earth is because in the most ancient times, the moon that was hung in the sky, the illusory moon, has such an ability. But now, under the aggregation of the spiritual world's moon phase and the remnants of the moon god from another world, this artifact has become a symbol of the change of the moon's waning. At the same time, it can command all beasts and control all spirits, and even the person wearing it can have special authority on the surface of the spiritual world. The fog dissipated, and the lakeside returned to its original appearance. There was silence for a while, perhaps because he was digesting everything he saw. Zeus narrowed his eyes and asked lightly, "So, what do you want to explain? You plan to leave my daughter in this city of sinners, let her be with mortals, and be separated from the divine court." His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear the dissatisfaction hidden in it. Zeus had recognized the origin of this group of people, a group of bronze humans who had narrowly escaped death. They have obtained the protection of the gods in the spiritual world, and the God King has no intention of doing anything to them anymore. The Emperor of the Sea was the main reason for their destruction, so let them and Poseidon's men fight each other, but if Artemis stayed here, that was another matter. For these humans, Poseidon is certainly the culprit of their destruction, but Zeus doesn't think his image is that good. Growing up in this kind of environment, one can almost imagine how Artemis would view his father, the God King. What's more, the original hunting goddess may only have a natural priesthood with a medium level of divine power. With a crescent crown, her potential has increased again. Given enough time, She would almost certainly be able to become the main god of Olympus with the help of her faith, adding to his path to greatness. You can try to take her away. In response to Zeus's words, the girl in blue skirt responded with a smile. But I will stop you, and so will the spiritual gods who guided these humans here. If you really want to do this, I suggest you bring more people. She is my daughter, Hecate, and she was born to be a member of the divine court. Zeus frowned and said in a deep voice. At this moment, he seemed to be a really good father, but there was no third person present. Both of them knew very well what kind of god the God King was. Oh, don't make it sound like I'm bullying others, Zeus. With a chuckle, the girl in the blue dress slowly faded her smile. At this moment, she was like an ocean about to stir up huge waves, quiet and unfathomable. You knew clearly about Leto's whereabouts and that your daughter was trapped in your belly, but you chose to sit back and do nothing. She would meet me and finally make this vow that she shouldn't have. Who is the real reason? After the girl's words fell, the God King's momentum couldn't help but stagnate. Just as Hecate said, things will develop to this point, and Zeus himself is actually the biggest source. In God's world, although power is more effective than reason, when the power of both parties is not overwhelming, reason has a place to exist. Therefore, in the face of the girl's questioning, the God King still gave an explanation. Maybe, Hecate, I am indeed too much influenced by Hera in this matter. But this is not my intention. I hope you can understand. After casually blaming the source of the problem on his queen, Zeus seemed to realize that he could not take Artemis away so easily today. But this matter can be discussed later. No one knows what this child will think of him when he grows up, and he has another purpose for this trip. Speaking of which, Hecate, I remember you once said that as the goddess of the magic network, you promised that anyone can use the magic network, no matter he is good or evil and what kind of life he is, am I right? Yes. Seeing that the atmosphere had calmed down, the girl in the blue dress returned to her previous gentle demeanor. She leaned against the tree trunk again and stroked her long hair hanging down her neck, acknowledging this. If you want to use the magic network, I have no problem with it. Just like the sun never refuses anyone to receive its light, the magic network will never refuse anyone to use its power, as long as putting away her old body on the ground, along with her former oak body. Moanda hesitated for a moment, then she took away the bodies of Vita and several close friends. As for the rest, she and her it's irrelevant. If they're smart enough to notice what is happening in the orchard, they should run as far as they can, at least not stay on the earth. Otherwise, when the Earth Mother wakes up, the elves don't think Gaia will be able to tell the difference in her rage. Are these nymphs innocent? I'm ready. Stepping out of the barrier, sure enough, Mother Earth's power had no response to the artifact that originally belonged to her. Opposite Moanda, Erebus also nodded and stretched out his hand to open a passage leading directly to the underworld. But before leaving, as if he remembered something, a black light appeared on the Lord of Darkness. He glanced into the depths of the void, and then the black light disappeared in a slight flash, as if he had gone to an extremely deep place in time and space. After finishing the last thing, Erebus left immediately, and the golden apple orchard returned to silence again. Only the huge hole was left in the center, which was covered by the illusion. It was dark, and time seemed to be blurred. When Moanda saw the light again, the surrounding environment had changed drastically. A lavender moon hangs in the sky, and invisible power shines on the gray earth along the moonlight. Rivers of fire flowing with lava separate different regions, and the blazing temperature reminds Moanda of the sun in the sky. Of course, the elf didn't know that it was actually part of the sun. In addition to the river of fire and the dark moon, Moanda also saw some existences that were neither alive nor dead on the ground not far away. They wandered around aimlessly, exuding a negative aura, making the elves feel a sense of rejection from the bottom of their hearts. She hated the feeling of being incompatible with life, so she stretched out her hand, and with the surge of divine power, she mercilessly shattered the soul fire burning in their heads. The first time he used divine power to fight against an enemy, even though the targets were only mortal objects, it still made Moanda feel a lot happier. Okay, don't waste any more time on these things. Unless you can take off the underworld, isolate its moonlight, or permanently change the environment of the underworld so that the energy here dissipates, otherwise it's just useless work. Stepping out of the darkness, Erebus glanced at the undead beings that had turned into powder. Although he also found these things without intelligence and fear to be annoying, under the light of the dark moon, there was no end to their birth. Compared to the undead souls transformed from the corpses of living beings on the ground, these naturally born undead souls are almost endless. The concentration of the aura of the underworld in an area and the intensity of the moonlight often determine the number of these low-level undead. If the number is large, they will starve to death. If the number is small, they will gradually increase. Over a long enough period of time, their total number will always be maintained in a state of dynamic equilibrium. These things are not important. Now, start your work. Erebus waved gently, and from across the boundary between the underworld and the lightless realm, many things suddenly flew out of the realm that seemed to swallow everything. Some of them are tall and handsome, but their bodies contain dark power. Some are strong, but their skin is as pale as a corpse, and their hair and beards are all black. Of course, there is also the most special one, which is a giant egg wrapped in flesh and blood glowing with dark red light. On that piece of flesh, Moanda felt an extremely terrifying feeling. She even had a feeling that the mass of flesh and blood seemed to be looking at her. Although this was only an extremely weak premonition, it made the elf subconsciously take half a step back. You should have no experience, but it doesn't matter. These are ready-made models. Using your inherent authority as an alternative god, this shouldn't be difficult for you. His eyes stayed on the dome for a moment, then left, and the Lord of Darkness said calmly, "But the place where they will live in the future is not the underworld. After all, with your current ability, I am afraid that you cannot change the nature of life and let them adapt to the environment here. Fortunately, their original homeland has also come here, just between the earth and the underworld. So you just have to make some minor adjustments, and I think you should be able to do it." "I understand, but what do you want me to do with this egg?" Nodding and creating life according to the template is indeed not difficult for Moanda. As long as she is familiar with the power of Life Aquarius, this will be just a repetitive task. But this dangerous-looking egg was not only alive in itself and did not require her to do anything extra, but the squirming flesh and blood made Moanda just want to stay away from him. You don't need to worry about this egg. Use the power of life in the artifact to suppress the other life in the flesh and blood. This is what you need to do. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and after a moment of silence, Erebus spoke slowly. It wasn't until he returned to Khaos that the Lord of Darkness finally realized that he still underestimated the terrifying giant tree. In fact, at that time, the interface seemed to suppress his and Ryan's power, but the pressure on the giant tree was actually far greater than the two of them. The remnants of the destruction of a world, combined with the main body of the sacred tree that once supported the 9 realms, were mixed into one. Its essence and power far exceeded Erebus's original estimation, so much so that it has returned to this day, even in its own realm. Despite this, he still could not completely erase the power that remained on his left hand like gangrene attached to the bone. Either take a longer time to wear away the power of this Tao that has certain immortal characteristics, or use other ways to solve it. Fortunately, this is Khaos after all. If he has a life-side artifact and relies on the absoluteness of divine power, Erebus can still solve this trouble. I will. So, is this where I will live in the future? Nodding again, if you just use the artifact to suppress the flesh and blood, it shouldn't be that difficult, so Moanda didn't hesitate. She looked around. Although the life face could contain her true body, since the golden apple tree was no longer a seed, it naturally could no longer stay in it for a long time. Now, she needs a place to plant this sacred tree again. The underworld is probably the most unsuitable place for growing plants besides the abyss. Let's go there, Svartalfheim, the dark country of another world. After you create these lives in the future, let them thrive there first. You can also turn this vast underground world into it will be your territory. Opening a channel at random, the self-contained underworld can theoretically only enter and exit through the only portal, which is also the place where the river Styx flows, but this is obviously not a restriction for Erebus. Especially the undead, don't let them occupy the underground for the so-called Hades. It's best for this naturally dark place to remain ownerless. After listening to the Lord of Darkness, Moanda looked to the other side of the passage. She actually didn't like the environment there either, but she had no choice. The earth is Gaia's essence, and it is impossible for her to plant golden apple trees on the ground. And this underground space may not be a good place for her. Although Moanda and Golden Apple's original consciousnesses shared this body, she shared wisdom with the other, and the other shared the body and strength with her. There was still a gap between the two parties. Just as that consciousness still needs to learn and grow, for Moanda, the divine power shared by both parties is still biased towards the other party. However, seeing this underground world that had never been discovered before, Moanda came up with a way to change this situation. Gaia once created all kinds of plants in the world, but that definitely does not include this lifeless underground world. So if she can create new plants here, it will not only help her become familiar with the power, but also make this lifeless underground world. Creations unique to her appear among the plants in the world. I know, I don't like those undead either. The creation of new plants will have to wait until she understands the environment of the underground world. After putting away the corpses of the creatures on the ground, Moanda carefully lifted the giant egg and then walked into the passage opened by the Lord of Darkness. For better or worse, that will be her new home for quite some time to come. The elf's figure sank into the passage and disappeared immediately. Looking at her back, Erebus also closed the temporary portal. He is in a very good mood now. Creating life is second to none. The thing that has been giving him a headache for a long time can finally be solved. This really makes him feel that his previous efforts are still very meaningful. Things like elements are not unique to him. It doesn't matter if he takes more or less. But speaking of it, the magic network is indeed a very interesting thing. Shaking his head slightly, Erebus turned around and returned to the lightless realm. He is not Gaia, so he cannot walk around the world for thousands of years like the other person. Besides, if he doesn't have something to do, he really doesn't want to go out and move around very often. After today, the next time he comes out will probably be when his good sister wakes up. The audience position on Mount Olympus cannot be missing from his share. Spirit World, 5th level. Buzz. In the chaotic and disorderly interface, everything has no fixed form, only black mist constantly wandering among the illusory stars. But compared to the past, a small interface made up of positive energy and faith has taken root here. Half of it is embedded in the 5th level of the spiritual world, and the surrounding chaotic time and space is anchored a lot. The other half extends to the outside world, and has some connection with the starry sky on a certain time and space level. If you look closely, you can see glowing humanoid beings flying in and out. They seem to be building this home in their own way. 7 Hills of Heaven. Although it has just been built as a 2-story prototype by the reincarnated heavenly tribes, and is limited by the lack of faith and cannot continue, it does already exist and can even provide some similar areas. Godlike blessing. Of course, this blessing is now dispersed because there is no nominal ruler of this future heavenly mountain. However, the buzzing sound echoing in the interface has nothing to do with it. The real source of this sound is 4 light groups of different colors suspended in the void. 4 light groups are suspended in the 5th spiritual world. They are infinitely small on the outside and infinitely large on the inside. There seems to be some mysterious connection between them, making them opposite yet unified. As time passed by, the inside of the light group gradually began to evolve, but as soon as this change occurred, the yellow light group began to flicker. Buzz. Boom. It didn't last long. Although the power of the interface was trying to maintain stability, the yellow light group exploded, and the other 3 also became unstable. Seeing this scene, Ryan could only wave his hand and wipe out the remaining 3. This is not the first time this scene has happened, but the result is similar every time. Sure enough, it won't work for the time being. The bottom layer of this world is uneven, just like life and death. Without my efforts, they will never be able to reach balance. Another failure, but this time, Ryan could no longer learn anything from it. Some things cannot be accomplished, not because not enough has been done, but because the objective conditions simply do not allow it. In this case, he has no solution. Let's try it. Compared with the existence of a reincarnation, maybe it can be more stable. Opening his palm, the black light that had just entered the spiritual world fell into his palm, and Ryan continued to look at the chaotic time and space in front of him. If you want to find order in chaos, you need the existence of an anchor, and depending on the degree of chaos, the need for anchor strength is also different. The third level of spiritual chaos is the least chaotic, so dreams and minds do it. The fourth level of the spiritual world is even better, but using the well of reincarnation to anchor it is completely overkill. It was the turn of the fifth spiritual world. Facing this turbulent and chaotic time and space, Ryan had no choice but to find another way. If the interface is chaotic, use the interface to suppress it. Letting Themis build a kingdom was one choice, but building it himself was another way. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 231 Trial. The world has a multi-level structure, and this is often a universal norm. In most myths, the world is divided into two, with an interface symbolizing the yang side and an interface symbolizing the yin side. This subdivision of the world will occur even further as the myth continues. Just like the 33 days in the east and the heaven and hell in the west, these seem to reflect a problem. Just as the social structure becomes more complex with the development of human beings, the world should also be the same. The multi-level structure contributes to the growth of its internal circulation, as well as the stability of the world itself. So what Ryan did before was actually something similar. He tried to create a circle of inner realm at the center of the fifth spiritual world. Their composition does not involve faith, but is simply composed of elements, while Seven Hills of Heaven is composed of emotions, beliefs, and some elemental energy. The interface built together is the outer world, nested on the periphery of the fifth spiritual world. 1 mile and 1 away, a three-dimensional ring anchors the chaotic time and space, allowing this layer of interface to support life activities, even extraordinary lives like the Celestial Clan. However, although all this was well conceived, it failed at the beginning. Ryan expected that there should be 6 inner realms, earth, water, wind, and fire, arranged in 4 directions, classifying most of the elemental powers in the world. Those that are difficult to divide can be divided into 2 pure energy interfaces, positive energy and negative energy, according to their tendencies, ranking in the upper and lower directions. 6 three-dimensional rhombuses wrap around the core of the fifth spiritual world, supporting the time and space of the interface to correspond to the future outer world. In the future, the realm of belief in gods and illusory stars will be mixed in, forming a complete fifth level of spiritual world. However, the idea was good, but when it came to practice, Ryan found that this was completely unworkable, not only because the spiritual world's control over the fire element was not that complete, but also because the underlying logic of the world was like this. Just as there is no balance between life and death, there are also highs and lows between earth, water, wind, and fire. A cycle with obvious gaps cannot be constructed unless Ryan can find a way to convert the 4 elements into each other and maintain balance, just like the exchange of life and death. This is not completely impossible. Theoretically, if he changes the location of the 4 elemental planes and places them in the 4th spiritual world, he can maintain stability with the help of the complete circulation power of the well of reincarnation. But the reason why Ryan wanted to establish the elemental plane was to perfect the 5th spiritual world, so how could he make such a choice? In comparison, the conversion between positive and negative is indeed easier to balance. Even relying solely on the power of circulation naturally emitted by the well of samsara and the interface order blessed by the creation code should be enough to complete this step. After pondering for a while, Ryan finally gave up the plan of getting it right in one step. It seems that if you want to sort out the order of the last 2 levels of the spiritual world, you still need to complete it bit by bit. With a finger, the black light in Ryan's palm spread and fell below him, which was part of the manifestation of the negative energy in the world. At the same time, the negative energy originally present in the spiritual world also gathered together, and together with it began to evolve a small interface composed purely of energy. The corresponding positive energy came to above Ryan. But compared to the ones below, it seems very rare. This is not only because the spiritual world itself is not deeply involved in positive energy, but also because in the world of chaos, although life is strong and death is weak, on the whole, the negatives are greater than the positives, even the original gods. The numbers clearly show this. There are 2 primitive gods of night and darkness in this world, but day and light are only born with powerful divine power. Even the goddess of day was conceived by the former's body. The gap between the two is obvious. Although this innate gap has been partially closed with the development of the world, it still exists. So when the positive and negative energy completed the convergence, it only stabilized for a short while, and the light group emitting positive energy began to shake slightly. It seemed that it was overwhelmed and could not exist in opposition to the negative energy interface below it. But after all, this is inside the spirit world. Looking at the crumbling prototype of the positive energy interface, Ryan affected part of the power of reincarnation and the power of the interface as before. And just as he expected, after a few sharp flashes, under the faint influence of the prototype of Paradise Mountain in the distance, this new energy interface finally stabilized. However, depending on the situation, Ryan will need to stay here for a few more years. Until the forces of both parties are brought closer under the influence of circulation, he can completely let them run on their own. Phew, that's really troublesome. He took a long breath, but feeling a more complete symbol of spirituality, Ryan still felt that it was all valuable. The spiritual world is the embodiment of his power. The scope of the spiritual world and the overall strength are the manifestations of the expansion of spiritual symbols in the world. In his estimation, even if there are no other benefits, just the improvement of the remaining few layers of interface itself, each layer is enough to bring him a symbolic increase that can be equivalent to the first level. The same applies to other interfaces. If the Lord of the Nine Hells can find a Lord with enough potential for each level of the Nine Hells, improve the mechanism of the natural birth of devils, and even allow the main forces between different levels of hell to cooperate, then his power will also be it can follow the rise and get rid of the current state of Great Bottom. However, the foundation and size of hell are far inferior to the spiritual world, so the rise will not be as high as Ryan's. After finishing the things at hand, I finally relaxed. Although maintaining the stability of the positive and negative energy interface requires him to stay here, it is not something that consumes too much energy. Ryan finally has time to pay attention to what just happened. Of course, it was impossible for him not to pay attention to everything that happened in the Earth Mother's orchard, but Ryan didn't actually pay much attention to the nymph named Mo. As the maid of the Earth Mother and the caretaker of the Golden Apple Orchard, her only role is to act as a tool to avoid Gaia's arrangements in the Golden Apple Orchard. Other than that, the value of her existence is to serve as a teaching material. After all, if the opponent can stab Gaia in the back, he can betray others. Although Ryan is not very afraid of betrayal by his men, he is more interested in the original consciousness of the Golden Apple Tree than keeping such a guy by his side. Moanda herself didn't notice it, and even thought that her reincarnation was like this. But in fact, since she had seen all the processes of the Golden Apple Tree since its birth, why didn't that consciousness share her memory, but it remained the same? Confused and confused? Everything is not without reason, because this interaction on the memory level is unilaterally blocked. If the memory interaction occurs normally, the nascent consciousness will be infected by Moanda's complex memory and become an existence similar to the other party, but somewhat different. This is not what Ryan wants to see. So he unilaterally stopped all this, just letting the other party's mind wake up, and then letting her stay quietly in the body of the Golden Apple Tree, sharing everything Moanda saw and sensed, but without being influenced by the other party's thoughts. Interference. In this case, what she can learn from Moanda's textbook is her own business. Even strictly speaking, the other party is the original consciousness of the golden apple tree, just like a natural god. Ryan helped the other person awaken to wisdom and continue the growth interrupted by Gaia. Although this could be done, it was still beyond his power to do anything to her directly. But speaking of it, I thought that Elf would go to Zeus, and even end up on my head colliding with Erebus, which was really a surprise. Shaking his head, Ryan was only slightly surprised, but then he didn't care. The current world instinctively hopes for the existence of more intelligent life, so it is possible that it exerts some subtle influence. After all, the original destiny trajectory is destined, so the sense of existence in this world seems to be quite rigid. However, when facing places other than the original destiny, such as the underground world, he can still show a little tendency. Of course, that's still just a little. The original god still has the possibility of choosing to be personified, but the world itself has no choice at all. Unless the world is destroyed, and then a forbidden life, like the mother tree of flesh and blood, is born. Besides, there is still this ransom. Just let her stay there. After taking a look at the newly formed negative energy interface, Ryan chose to go with the flow and acquiesced in this. Anyway, what the other party is doing is exactly what Ryan wants. To create a population of life that can thrive in the underground world, Moanda is indeed a good fit. For this underground world that has just appeared, the surface of the spiritual world has not yet had time to cover it. If you want life to exist there, someone really needs to work hard. This world, Olympus. Underground matters are still in His Majesty's blind spot. After all, he has not yet completely ruled the earth. When the thunder flashed across the sky, he hurriedly returned to the sacred mountain. It was not until he returned to this place, where the shackles of the world were no longer present, that the divine power permeating his body allowed Zeus to regain some confidence. Artemis's affairs could only be like this for the time being. It wouldn't be too late until he completed part of the ceremony. Now, he needed to consider another thing. Apollo, his eldest son, he needs the other person to grow up as quickly as possible and become the first real helper beside him who can be deployed at will. But if he wants to do all this perfectly, the God King also needs a good helper. Hera, I don't know if she is still on this sacred mountain. I probably have to find her. Just when he arrived in front of the palace, Zeus was about to summon the god of the west wind to ask about the situation. However, he unexpectedly found that the god of west wind was waiting here with Hera with a look of helplessness. In fact, he was already prepared for Hera to ignore his orders and leave angrily to cause trouble for Leto, but now it seems that his queen still knows how to take the overall situation into consideration. Of course, it is also possible that the situation is irreversible. After all, Apollo has been born, and no matter what she does, it has no meaning. Hera, my beloved, why did you remember this today? His thoughts were spinning, but his face seemed to know nothing. Zeus just waved his hand. Seeing this obvious sign, Zephyros hurriedly turned into the wind and left, leaving this place to the God King and his wife. Why pretend to be confused? Zeus, I am more comfortable with the divine power of reproduction than you are. Even if they are not my descendants, it doesn't mean that I don't know about their births. Sneered, but Hera finally waited for Zephyros to leave before speaking. She looked at the God King in front of her, and her mood that had calmed down became bad again. If shamelessness was classified into a level, Hera felt that Zeus should be the most powerful primitive god in the world, even comparable to the world. Since you know everything, I won't hide it from you. Hera, as you know, Leto gave birth to a child for me, but all this is irreversible. The eldest son of the God King is no better than other gods are noble, and they can't inherit anything from me, so you don't have to be angry about it at all. As if he didn't hear Hera's sarcasm, Zeus smiled and held Hera's hand regardless of her objections. Leto is far from being compared to you. You are the most noble woman in the world. I have been willing to share my authority with you before, and even not long after, I will once again declare that you are higher than the gods and equal to me. Equal status. This is a privilege that only belongs to you. What did you say? Somewhat unexpectedly, her struggling hands stopped moving. Hera thought that Zeus would say something nice again, but what she didn't expect was that the other party would actually make such a promise. Yes, actually this is what I have planned for a long time. As I said, there is no distinction between the status of the gods in the divine court. Even the sons of the god king are like this. Everyone is divided into levels according to their own power according to the original rules, but this is wrong. It shouldn't be gods have power and status, and gods who should be granted status by the god king will also have power equal to their status. This is the true embodiment of rights. His expression was solemn. At least at this moment, Zeus's words came from his sincerity. I will establish 12 main gods who are higher than the gods to rule the world with me. And you are the only one who is equal to me. So, you are trying to persuade me to settle the matter in this way? It seems that you really care about Leto. He said sarcastically again, but now, Hera was no longer so angry. Zeus was willing to share power with her, and now he was willing to have equal status with her. Although she knew that nominal equality did not mean true equality, it still made her feel the other person's intentions. And the most important thing is that Leto is not a mortal or even a regional god. For these two, the Queen of Heaven can really take revenge. But as a true god, the other party is not dead, and no matter what she does, she will eventually die. It has nothing to do with the overall situation. However, in order to prevent the other party from committing another crime next time, Hera still did not intend to let go easily. She was about to recount the other party's previous great achievements, but the next moment, Zeus's words made her think that she had heard wrong. No, I'm not asking you to settle the matter. On the contrary, you can send your men to attack Leto and the child in a few years. Looking at Hera's surprised expression with a calm expression, Zeus said calmly, but the attack is only temporary. After that, I want you to let the attacker go to Delphi. If it hurts my heir, then it will be killed by him in front of the temple of the gods. But no matter what, you're angry, aren't you? Somewhat speechless, Hera did not expect Zeus to make such a decision. Although she hated Leto before, at this moment, she actually felt sad for him for a moment. Wrong choices bring wrong consequences. This is the sad thing about the goddess of conservation. But it was only a moment in the end, and the queen soon came to her senses. What other people do is their business and has nothing to do with her. What's more, people who destroy other people's marriages deserve this fate. This is what you said, Zeus. So don't regret it later. Pulling her hand out, Hera snorted, turned and left. However, it can be seen from her footsteps that she is much happier than when she arrived. Of course, how can she compare with you, Hera? You are the queen, my only one. Behind her, watching the queen's leaving figure, Zeus stood for a while longer. After a while, Hera's figure had disappeared, and he returned to his palace. Sitting on his bed, Zeus stretched out his hand and took out the scepter of the god king. This artifact inlaid with 3 gems is still so weak, which seems to prove the weak authority of the 3rd generation of god king. Compared to his own royal power, the god king really didn't care about Leto that much. In other words, the relationship between him and Leto didn't even stem from heartache, so he had no love for the other person. But there was actually another reason why he made that suggestion today. He did not tell Hera the complete story, because there was another unborn son of God in her belly. If he told her, Hera would definitely ask the god king to leave this opportunity to her child, but Zeus didn't want to wait any longer. All he had to do was wait for Apollo to grow up, declare his existence in front of the Oracle of Delphi, where all the gods of power, and then get the power he gave him. When he welcomed him back to the sacred mountain in the grandest way in front of the gods, and married him the most beautiful goddess, by the way, at that time, even if Apollo had resentment towards his father, it would only disappear. And taking this opportunity, Zeus can also announce his plan to establish the 12 main gods and then directly turn the canonization ceremony into a part of the ceremony, achieving half of his kingship. Thank you very much for your efforts, but in this world, it is the unscrupulous people who live the best life. Whispering softly, at this moment, in Zeus's mind, The huge figure that once brought him infinite shadow seemed to shake. The father who made him feel so desperate in the past seemed to be no longer so far away from him. Father God, I don't know where you are now. Dead? I don't believe it. But no matter where you go, as long as I rule this world, I will eventually find you. When the time comes, I will tell you that I not only learned the things you taught me very well, but I will also use them again. Back to you. And Gaia, the mother of the gods, you are part of every generation of god kings. Since you are so restless, let me use you as my first stepping stone. Kingdom lies in obedience. Whether it is the 12 main gods or other subordinate gods, no matter what reason they fear themselves for, it can further enhance the power of the God King. Now, Zeus is no longer afraid of the awakening grandmother. Maybe her waking up would be a good thing. Time is like water. Nothing happens in the world. So time has flown by since the birth of Apollo and Artemis. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 232, Lemnos Island. Since the flood destroyed the world has been devastated, and no one knows how many years have passed on the earth. To God, this is actually not a long time, but to humans, it is already a period of time that is hard to ignore. This is enough for newborns to grow into adults, enough for their migration paths to cross mountains and seas, and enough for mortals to establish new institutions in the process. But this time, there was no Prometheus to guide them, and the gods also did not interfere in the process. Except for the followers of the kitchen goddess, who brought the knowledge of the old era under the will of God, the new generation of humans is completely in a state of free growth. They learned about the existence of gods in this world, and saw those terrifying giant beasts from the west retreating in front of the holy fire. They lamented the greatness of nature and worshipped the sun, moon, and rivers. Although the gods never appeared directly in front of them, mortals there is still a lot of belief and worship in them. The exploration yielded nothing, but Nyx's interest only grew. Behind everything that was normal in front of her, there was definitely something hidden that caught her by surprise. No one could disappear silently in front of her. Even in the spirit world, she had only been unable to enter, rather than unable to find. But now, with the facts before him, Nyx had no idea how the cow that had obviously been transformed by someone disappeared. If you are a human being, you will have a soul. It's really interesting. The corner of his mouth curled up, and Nyx stretched out his hand and directly knocked on the door of the spirit world on the sea. The next moment, the door opened from the void, but this time, on the other side of the door was the fifth spiritual world. Standing in a chaotic time and space, with illusory stars as the background, and putting down what he was doing, Ryan looked at the rare guest who was approaching with some confusion. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 234, Along the Nile. In the fifth level of the spiritual world, the illusory stars flickered slightly. Are you busy with such boring things again? How much strength can you increase by spending hundreds of years here? Stepping into the spiritual world, the chaotic time and space cannot affect the graceful figure under the black skirt at all. Nyx looked at the prototype of the interface that was moving up and down in front of Ryan, and easily saw Ryan's plan. The ladies who stay the night don't quite understand this kind of behavior. She could still understand Erebus's actions. He was trying to get rid of the shackles of the laws of this world and become a more comfortable great person, but Ryan had already achieved this. For him, there is no threat in this world. Even the laws of the world itself cannot control Ryan in the spirit world. If Nyx also had an interesting world like the spirit world, she would probably just play the development game behind closed doors instead of spending time and energy on becoming stronger. She doesn't have many enemies, so she would have to do that. What is the use of strong strength? A little adds up, Nyx. Everything is accumulated little by little. What's more, compared to what I want to do, my current strength is actually far from enough. Shaking his head slightly, Ryan understood the gap in concepts between the two parties. After all, he is not born immortal, so he is somewhat different from the gods of this world in many ways. There are still so many unknowns in the world, just like how everything was born from nothing in the first place, and what is outside the world. In the past, you could still think that Khaos was the only one in the world, but the Nine Realms' existence has negated that. Do you still remember the mother tree of flesh and blood? As if remembering something, Ryan talked about what was left after the destruction of that world. With your power, you should have discovered his existence when he entered the world. The destruction of a world, I think it's enough to serve as a warning to me. Maybe, as long as you're happy. Non-committal, Nyx was clearly not interested. If the world is going to decay, then no matter what you do now, the end result will be the same. Compared to Khaos itself, the present world is just one aspect of him. Even if you can develop the spiritual world to its peak, or even become another aspect far away from the present world, what's the point? Oh, let's talk about it then. Shaking his head again, Ryan didn't want to argue pointlessly. So, Nyx, why did you think of coming to see me today? He thought that the other person was just interested, and came to visit when he was bored, or asked him for some souls to take back and make a figure. Before they separated last time, Ryan shared a lot of experience in creating life and souls with Nick.
Sri Lanka.
The land of Evernight is probably more lively now, and there may be other changes in the future. However, what Nick said next was beyond Ryan's expectation. A snow-white cow turned into a human, crossed the mountains and the sea, fell into the whirlpool where Prometheus was, and was then sent out by the benevolent god of enlightenment. She finally reached the end of the sea and disappeared before Nyx's eyes. The Mother of Night used her supreme power to penetrate time and space and found some scenes of the unfortunate human being heading to the East China Sea. But there was nothing wrong with everything before. Until he disappeared in front of Nyx. Everything was so normal. What's her name? His expression gradually became serious, and Ryan realized that perhaps, as he just said, he really didn't understand the world as well as he thought. I roughly checked the traces of her arrival. She seems to be called Io, and she has some relationship with the new god king on Mount Olympus. With a calm expression, Nyx could not find any trace of Io after she disappeared, but the traces she left before she disappeared were very conspicuous. If I can't find the answer here, I'll have to go to Olympus and have a look. I hope the new god king won't answer me, I don't know. The corners of his mouth twitched, but Ryan agreed with this. I have some guesses about this, but you can still go to Zeus to confirm. In fact, not long ago, he did seem to have a small accident. Ryan was referring to the inexplicable transfer of intellectual authority. After finishing the task at hand, he planned to go and see what happened for himself, but if Nyx was willing to do it for him, there was nothing wrong with it. However, Mizzy obviously had no interest in this. Compared with a god king, she was more concerned about E, who disappeared in front of her eyes. Now that Ryan already has an idea, there is no need to go to Olympus anymore. Tell me your guess. He tilted his head. Under the changing veil, Nyx seemed a little excited. Well, if nothing else happens. After hesitating for a while, finally, looking at the edge of the sea pointed by Nyx, Ryan said slowly, "The human princess who disappeared without a trace is probably on the bank of the Nile now. Maybe the Nine Realms was just an accident, and that's where the food that cows caught early in the morning was." Because of Ryan's existence, the trajectory of fate has long been disrupted. The smaller the matter, the more likely it is that it will deviate from the original story. Before, he actually didn't expect that the mythical Io would be born as scheduled, because compared to Zeus's later lovers, she neither gave birth to some famous heroes, nor was she the mother of a true god. As an ordinary mortal princess, her existence itself should not be that important in her destiny. Theoretically, Io should have disappeared long ago due to the disturbance of fate. There may be another human princess who is favored by Zeus, or similar things may happen, but the existence named Io should not will appear again in the world of cows in this life. But the reality is that she still appears, and her fate has not changed at all. If so, what was her original fate? Give birth to Epiphus, the son of Zeus and her. He will rule Egypt and become king of the Nile. The expression was incomprehensible, and Ryan vaguely captured some of the secrets behind it. He originally thought that this content would not reappear in the world of Khaos, because this world could not see anything related to Egypt at all, but looking at it now, his understanding may be somewhat fallacious. The myth did not come out of nowhere. Perhaps in its original destiny, Io's existence actually symbolized chaos, cannibalization, and annexation of another world. Not a world that was attracted to it like the Nine Realms, but a world that was originally destined to be. A collision occurs. But here comes the problem. The evolution of the world of Khaos has been greatly accelerated due to the existence of Ryan. The changes of the era and the birth of civilization have changed with it, but another? If so, then of course everything is business as usual. But if not, then when the other world still develops according to its original trajectory, and Io arrives there with the so-called destined king of Egypt, then she may not end well. Because according to Ryan's guess, some kind of conceptual collision between the two worlds has already occurred, and in the trajectory of the original myth, Io should have been born thousands of years later. Perhaps at that time, the two interfaces had begun to overlap, and even Khaos had already taken an absolute advantage. What the human princess did was not conquering, but more like blowing the horn of victory. But things are different now. The battle between the worlds may not have come to an end yet, and nothing is known yet. But the existence of destiny is so rigid. He still sent E to the opposite side, but forgot that it was not an occupied area but an enemy country. So, can you pinpoint her whereabouts? On the side, I don't know what Ryan was thinking of, but Nyx recalled the past, and in her memory, there was no Nile River at all. There is no place in the world of Khaos that she doesn't know about. If she has no impression, the only possibility is that the so-called Nile River is not in this world. This solved her doubts. After all, if it was the power of the world realm, it could indeed avoid her prying eyes. As for why Ryan knew the secrets outside these worlds, she took it for granted. This most ancient god who lives in the world is always so special. No one knows how he was born before all things existed, and what he did. I'm afraid not yet. Shaking his head and looking at Nyx's somewhat unhappy look, Ryan said slowly. We are too far apart, and there is probably a world barrier between us. But don't worry, there will be opportunities later. When the giant beast with hundreds of heads attacked Olympus, the gods fled in all directions. If everything is as I guessed, this is an original part of Khaos's destined destiny, which he had planned early in the morning, the fate of eating the world. Then as long as we follow them at that time, maybe we can find the place where E went. But Nyx, even if you and your body are not identical, can you really not see the trajectory of your destiny? There was some confusion, as if ever since they met, Ryan rarely felt that kind of omniscience about fate from Nyx. It stands to reason that when the three phases control destiny, Nyx should have a higher understanding of destiny than he does. After all, myths are just specious legends from later generations, so how can they be compared to reading the script directly? This is what I have to ask you. At least in the first era, before I came into contact with you, my fate was not mysterious to me. It seemed that she was complaining, but Ryan felt that Ms. Yi behind the veil seemed to be smiling happily. Only those who have had destiny will hate it more and more. You won't understand this feeling. Oh, don't talk about these boring things. In the future you see, how long will it take? It probably won't take long. At most, it won't be more than 1,000 years. Next to Nyx, listening to the other party's profound sigh, although Ryan didn't know what she saw in her original destiny, she couldn't help but reaffirmed her choice. Don't predict yourself. Don't take the initiative to put yourself under the limitations of fate. Then no matter what, everything is possible. Then just wait. 1,000 years, it won't be long. Stretching, Nyx swept across the empty fifth level of the spiritual world. There was nothing interesting here. She was going back to her own place. But before leaving, she seemed to remember something. She turned back and asked curiously, now that you are interested in that world, what are you going to do? You won't go to the theater like me, right? Of course not. And Nyx, it's not the first day you've met me. Isn't it obvious what I'm going to do? His expression was calm. Although he had just learned the unexpected news, Ryan had obviously made a decision. A world much weaker than Khaos, a complete and independent world. This gift from the endless void. He can eat it. Why can't I?
Geh.
He jumped slightly and felt in a trance. When E came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that the world in front of her had changed. Greenery is everywhere, and in the distance are rolling yellow sand that I have never seen before. A wide river surges with waves, nourishing the land on both sides and bringing vitality to this desert. The sky seems to be much narrower. If you are a demigod with divinity, you can even find that the laws that construct all things are different, but this has nothing to do with Io. She couldn't see that much, and the changes in the world did not have such a significant impact on mortals like her. She just suddenly discovered that the gadfly that had been chasing her had disappeared, and even her body was changing back to its original appearance inch by inch. The hooves of the cow turned back into hands and feet, and the clothes covered her body. The power of the foreign gods was dispelled, and Io returned to her original appearance. The creator of bronze mankind, the illustrious Prometheus, whether you have helped me or not, I am grateful for your blessings. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the mooing sound was no longer the girl's clear voice returned to her. She didn't know why she came here, nor why she changed back to her original form, but she attributed all this to Prometheus, the kind god who was bound under the eye of the sea and suffered pain. She accidentally fell into the eye of the sea and saw this old god. She told the Illuminati the brief history known to this generation of humanity, and in return, Prometheus told her about the real world. Finally, the Illuminati blessed Io with liberation and sent her out of the eye of the sea. Now, the princess is extremely grateful to the ancient Titan god, and she is finally out of the abyss of pain. But the joy was only short-lived. When she came back from the joy of finally regaining her freedom, and when the momentary excitement subsided, E couldn't help but feel sad when she looked at this strange place. She lost her father, her home, and came here alone. The only things that accompany her are the sun, the moon, the stars, and the blood of the cruel person in her belly. Loneliness and helplessness surged into Ia's heart. Looking around, she was alone. God, whoever it is, please answer me. How can I return to my homeland and see my father again? Falling to the ground, Io prayed to all the gods she could think of, but she received no response. So the girl fell down by the river and looked at the rolling river in despair. Broad rivers bring life and death. Just as water is the source of life, it can also bring disasters that destroy the world. For a moment, E even had an idea. Maybe it would be a good idea to end her life. Maybe my birth was a mistake. There is only pain in this world. Maybe death is the destination of everything. Standing by the river, E closed her eyes slightly, but when the end came, she was a little scared. No, you can't die. Suddenly, she heard someone say,
Why?
I can't decide my fate, so why can't I decide my own life? She said loudly and excitedly, but the next moment, E seemed to realize something. There was no one else here except her, so who was the one who was talking to her just now? Turning around sharply, E saw the source of the sound at the end of her sight. At the boundary between yellow sand and green, a girl who seemed to have gathered all the beauty in the world came towards her. The scorching sun did not want to hurt her, so the clouds just blocked the sky. The branches of the trees did not want to hinder her, so the wind blew her with the help of others. They all made way. The pure god stepped on the moist earth with her bare feet. Wherever she walked, flowers bloomed and fragrance came. You, who are you? Are you God? Are you here to save me? He stood there blankly. Then his face showed a look of joy. E looked at the girl who was about the same age as herself and asked expectantly. She swore that no matter who this god was, if she could help her return to her homeland, she would spend her whole life spreading her greatness. However, in front of her, the visitor just shook his head. I am Isis, the divine being in charge of life. I have saved many people, but this time, I am not here to save you. The ethereal voice sounded again, and in a daze, The girl in the green dress crossed the long distance. She looked at the princess who did not belong to this world. She was a little confused at first, but the next moment she seemed to understand. Looking at Io, Isis seemed to see herself and her future. The other party should not have come to her world at this time, so when she appeared here, what was originally destined was disrupted. She originally carried the mission of replacing Isis, but now, all this is directly presented in front of the goddess of life. This mission was given by Khaos, and Hermione could not resist, because the former's power was more than one step ahead of the latter, so this was an outcome forcibly destined by the other's power. Even after seeing all this now, Isis still found that there was nothing she could do about it. She could kill Io now, but it would be pointless. Thousands of years later, when the power of another world defeated Hermione's resistance, she was still destined to die. I should thank you. Even if you were arranged to replace me, I should hate you, because you made me see my own powerlessness more clearly. What are you saying? E was a little confused. She didn't know what this strange goddess was talking about. Replace? Who, as a mortal? How could she replace an immortal god? It's nothing, just seeing you made me understand a lot of things. Smile, and the whole world seems to become happy. Isis raised her head slightly, looking at the sky and the earth. It turned out that I was going to marry my brother, but our future was a tragedy. I would give birth to the future king of Egypt. His name is Horus, an eagle and a storm, and you were supposed to arrive at that time. You replaced me and your children replaced my children, but now you are here too early. The fate of your world has gone in another direction. She shook her head slightly. Although she had understood the whole story, Isai knew even more clearly that the confrontation between the two worlds was definitely not something she could participate in, and the world that belonged to them was far inferior to the one on the opposite side. Today's discovery may allow her to avoid her own tragedy, but it will only go so far. And the premise of all this is that she should not try to violate this so-called destiny. Can't you go against your fate? In this case, I don't want to follow the same path, and you are also burdened with a fate that originally belonged to you, so I'll just make it happen for you. Tilting her head, Isis took a gem from her clothes and put it on Io's chest. The gem exuded a green light. Under its illumination, all the atmosphere of Io's belonging to another world seemed to be covered up. Carries my good, carries my evil, carries my strength, and carries my destiny. Your descendants may still become the masters of Egypt, but it probably won't be this generation. Smiling and touching Io's cheek, Isis seemed to be talking to herself. Remember to pray to the gods of your world, starting from your generation, so that your descendants will not forget. Changing the fate of a world is still a world more powerful than us. If he can hear your prayers, maybe everything can have a different ending. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 2:35 Hebrew. On the banks of the Nile, a conversation that changed the fate of two worlds ended. Isis, the daughter of Hermione and the god of heaven and earth, symbolizing life, gave her authority to Io and also shared her destiny. She finally left a constraint in her power, not to say anything about her, and to pass down the names of the foreign gods forever. Then she disappeared, leaving the princess from another world alone here. It was unimaginable for mortals to share the fate and authority of gods, but when Io came with the fate of replacing Isis from another world, everything seemed not so difficult. The power originating from the world can naturally make concessions in front of the world itself, not to mention that compared to Khaos, the rules of this world are very different. Unlike the gods of the previous two worlds, in this world wrapped in yellow sand, the gods are not only not immortal, but will even age due to the passage of time. Divine power can only resist it to a certain extent, rather than completely ending it. Even their innate divine power can be absorbed into each other and integrated into one body during the fighting. The new god defeated the old god, turned the old god into an incarnation of himself, and then inherited the former's followers, name, and authority. This is so common in the world of her menu. This not only reflects the small size of this world and the disorder of the rules, but also makes many things become natural. Just like now, since Io has the divine power of Isis and the destiny of Isis, she will naturally be regarded as a part of Isis. Maybe the world itself can detect this difference, but for the vast majority of local gods, they can't tell the difference at all. They only knew that under the pursuit of plants and the fertile Osiris, the goddess of life finally agreed to marry her brother. Although Isis seemed to have changed her appearance, her personality had changed greatly, and she even often said some strange words. The gods did not take it to heart. According to the decision made by the current lord of the gods of her menu, the sun god Ra, when Osiris will marry Isis, they will become the kings of the world and the actual rulers of Upper and Lower Egypt. To this end, the gods gathered in Heliopolis, the birthplace of human faith, to congratulate the union of the brother and sister. It seems that the Nile River basin that crosses the world will usher in a new owner, and the era will open another chapter. However, at the juncture when everything is going on as usual, in the pantheon, the sun god Ra suddenly wakes up from his dream. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Who?
No.
There's no sundial because Ra is the sun. In the trickling sound of water, God wakes up from his deep sleep. On the supreme throne, the golden divine power leaked out unconsciously, and the originally tall and magnificent temple was erased inch by inch, and everything returned to nothingness. In this ancient palace, only Lana's body, cast like gold, and the gem-studded throne beneath him remained. At the same time, the sun began to oscillate without warning, and both the sky and the earth were affected. In the face of Ra's unabashed power, mortals knelt on the ground and prayed, while the gods looked worriedly in the direction of the pantheon. The Khaos serpent had just been killed once, and it had not been able to revive again. What is it that makes the supreme god so lose his composure? It turned out to be a dream. Opening his eyes on the throne, Ra took a deep breath. His heaving chest gradually calmed down, and his violently fluctuating emotions calmed down again. As the supreme leader of a certain pantheon of gods, the supreme master of Hermione, there was nothing in this world that could make him act like this. The world of Hermione is not like the Nine Realms and Khaos. There are neither primitive gods living with the world, nor giants and undead that can rival the Aesir. Even the side of the world itself only flashed by at the beginning of creation, leaving no more traces in the world. In this world, La Adam, who defeated the previous sun god Adam and turned him into an incarnation of himself, is the only supreme being. Even if it is the symbol of the chaotic side of the world, the eternal world-destroying snake Oppo Faith could only be killed by him again and again. But at this moment, when he opened his red gold eyes again, in addition to majesty, there were also doubts and panic hidden in his subconscious. What a strange dream. What is this? A revelation given to me by Hermione. After staying quietly on the throne for a while, Law waved his hand. Silently, a change occurred. The sun in the outside world returned to normal, and the power that had spilled out unconsciously was taken back by him. At the same time, as if going back in time, the originally broken temple was restored inch by inch. Or, to be more precise, it's a rebirth. After finishing these small matters and sitting on the high throne, Law couldn't help but start to recall his previous dreams. However, what puzzled him was that the dream that made him fearful was completely blank at the moment, and he couldn't remember what he had dreamed about at all. The only thing left in his mind was the warning, which seemed to tell him that something terrible was about to approach, and that his forerunner had already arrived. Joke. In this world, what else can resist me? Even the world itself must surrender under my power. Standing up from the divine throne, supreme power surged around him. LA's golden eyes shone with light, and everything in the world was captured in his eyes. The mortals kneeling on the ground, the gods who were celebrating their marriage, the vegetation and animals, and the back of the world, the giant snake that was gradually reborn in the rolling chaos. Everything is under his control. There are no surprises. He defeated the previous sun. so naturally, he would not give any chance to those who came after him. In today's world, no existence can compete with him. He is the only master of the world. Gazing across the earth, La was very satisfied with the human world that belonged to him. Even though the world seems a little too small for him when his strength reaches this level, this is also a shortcoming that he can't help. However, during this inspection, at a certain moment, La's gaze suddenly stopped. In Heliopolis, he saw the gods celebrating, and saw that they were celebrating the upcoming wedding feast. This was something he had decided upon, so it didn't surprise him. What really made La stop looking was Isis. The daughter of the gods of heaven and earth, one of the few powerful gods in the world. Although the other party's appearance seemed to have changed, this was not the reason for attracting attention. What really attracted him was the other breath of life on the other party. She had a child, and although Isis's power was hidden from the other gods present, it could not be hidden from the eyes of Ra. He was keenly aware that there seemed to be something unusual about this unborn baby. It was a very different kind of bloodline aura. Spontaneous conception. As the goddess of life, it seems understandable. Narrowing his eyes, La didn't think this matter was so simple, but he couldn't figure out the cause of the problem for the moment. As for why he failed to see the problem with Isis, this is quite understandable. Isis already existed, so she could give her destiny and power to the princess in a foreign land, but the son Horus, who the goddess of life was supposed to give birth to, was not yet there. Therefore, although the child in Io's belly successfully replaced part of Horus's destiny, it did not inherit his power at all. Without strength, his bloodline aura that was incompatible with the world was naturally exposed in front of La. Dreams, omens, and this newborn? The low voice echoed in the empty hall, and Ra's face was expressionless. Although he is arrogant, he is not stupid. Just like in the battle with the Khaos serpent Apophis, he did not actually need the assistance of other gods. That giant snake is another manifestation of the weakness of Hermenu's world. Its order is unstable, and its chaos cannot be suppressed. Therefore, unlike the quiet abyss of Tartarus in Khaos, the chaotic power in this world condenses. For the sake of entity, he transformed into the giant snake Apophis, also known as Apop. It has no reason and regards destroying the world as its only instinct, and it is immortal. No matter how many times it is destroyed, it will be reborn after a period of time. Therefore, in order to maintain the stability of the world he rules, La will go deep underground every once in a while, into the chaotic side of the world, to kill and scatter this immortal snake so that it cannot harm the human world. And every time before, the reason why he wanted those so-called powerful gods to go side by side with him naturally had his own purpose. Let the gods witness his power, and also witness the power of Apophis, and then understand the indispensability of Ra and the insignificance of the gods, and at the same time, he can also grasp the strength of other gods through fighting, without giving they exceed their chances. The god of Hermione will age, even if Ra has already stood faintly on a higher boundary. He has grasped the essence of the sun rebirth, and can use other methods to avoid this aging, but this is not the reason for his carelessness. So, no matter whether the newborn has any problems, he will make him have no problems. So now, it's time for him to make a choice. Kill him, or devour him.
No.
That doesn't make sense. He is still too weak, and I don't even see the possibility of him being powerful. Two powerful pillar gods, the title of Egypt's alternative main god, actually gave birth to a being without authority. This is really ridiculous. But maybe this is his special manifestation? Still expressionless, Ra did not want to use this simplest way to solve this disaster, because although the gods of Hermenu can devour each other, they also have a characteristic: swallowing a weak existence will only reduce their own power. Devouring all the gods into one body would be better than retaining only one or two of the most powerful priests. Therefore, in today's world, there are almost no gods worth annexing. After all, in this world, apart from the original water that symbolizes the origin of all things, the sun is the only one. What's more, Ra doubted that if this unborn child really represented some kind of threat, Devouring him might not be able to avoid this disaster. He needed another solution, a more appropriate one. Maybe I can think about the problem from another angle. He can die, but this kind of threat still needs a successor. I need a visible threat, not a hidden danger. And his specialness comes from his bloodline. After thinking for a long time and feeling the blood aura that was incompatible with the world, Law finally made a decision. Sitting on the throne, he looked towards the place where the marriage was held and then spoke loudly. "Shu, come see me." The next moment, Ra's voice reached the ears of every god in the world. All the gods heard the call of the supreme god Ra to Shu, and Shu immediately used his power of wind and atmosphere to turn into invisible fluid and rush towards the pantheon. "Dear god Ra, what are your orders?" Stepping into the pantheon and looking at the sun god who suddenly released his aura not long ago, various speculations surged in Shu's heart. Maybe the Khaos serpent has undergone new changes. Maybe he wants to send blessings to the newly married brothers and sisters. This is all possible. However, Ele's next words made her eyes widen. "Shu, go and deliver my decree to all gods and men. The eldest son of Isis is guilty, and so is she. She will age like a mortal after giving birth to a son, and so will her children. But death is not the end of their sins. Their sins continue in their blood and will never end." On the high throne, Ra calmly announced the death of a powerful god and the birth of a nation of sinners. That sinner, his bloodline must not be cut off, but neither should it flourish. His descendants must endure hardship and become servants of the people of Upper and Lower Egypt. From now on until the end of time, this is me, La At-Tumu, the final verdict. This is not asking, and there is no room for negotiation. This is the power of the only supreme god in his world. In the past, there were no gods who dared to disobey Ra's will to a certain extent, but they all knew that this was just because the sun god didn't actually care about such trivial matters. Although he has the fierce side of the sun, he also has the gentle side of the sun. In many cases, he does not only use his own power to achieve his goals. But now, Shu could feel the unspoken supreme authority of the other party, and she completely understood La's determination and will in this matter. I didn't expect that an upcoming wedding banquet would turn out like this. But why is this? There was some sigh in his heart, but at this moment, in the pantheon, Shu still lowered his head slightly and saluted respectfully to Law. "Supreme God Ra, your will be carried out. Regardless of the past or the future, as long as the sun rises as promised, this is the irreversible mantra for man and God." The premature arrival, the rigid fate, the malicious sun, everything turned the descendants of the God King from chaos into sinners in one day. He would have been glorious and divine. He would have been king of Upper and Lower Egypt, symbolizing the victory of the Olympian pantheon, their victory over the Egyptian gods with the support of the world. But now, all the good things have turned into dust, and they can never happen again. In this land wrapped in yellow sand, he is destined to live here as a mortal. Without the glory and status that a god descendant should have, he spent his life in ridicule and pain. However, although his fate has been changed, his bloodline is still destined to continue forever in Egypt. Since the supreme god Ra needs this different bloodline to exist in front of him, then they have neither the possibility of leaving nor the chance of extinction. Of course, in this world where there is only life on both sides of the river, they have nowhere to go. So the descendants of the sons of the God King, when they were abandoned by the gods that the Egyptians believed in, and when they were reduced to servants and slaves, they could only place their hopes on those unfamiliar names, the ones who were worshipped by the supreme Ra. When Isis, who was gradually aging after being reprimanded by the gods, was still alive, she was always thinking about the unknown gods but never responded. Time is like flowing water, one generation after another, one after another. Gradually, these people struggling to survive on the banks of the Nile have forgotten the past and history. They don't know why they were convicted, but the worship of these unknown gods has become part of their culture. According to ancient legends, their ancestors traveled a distance unimaginable by humans and gods, and came to the Nile basin from a place flowing with milk and honey. They thrived and suffered here, but their former homeland was so beautiful and peaceful. So they call themselves passers and transcenders. This is not only to commemorate their origins, but also to look forward to one day in the future when they can return to their homeland along the path their ancestors took and return to a place where they can be free, a heaven-given place to live freely. They took this name instead of the term sinful people. Gradually, even the local people in Egypt began to call these sinners who were rejected by God by this name. However, they did not recognize the name of the so-called crosser, let alone their so-called ancestors and culture, so they just took its transliteration and used it as the name of the guilty people. The transliteration of crosser is called Hebrew. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 236, Burnt Offering and Clay Tablets. Across the vast distance, across the emptiness between worlds, no one knows everything that happened in the world of Hermenu. On Mount Olympus, the king of gods had long forgotten the human woman. Although he is still very young among the gods, compared to humans, Io is just an insignificant embellishment in his long life. Now, as the seasons change and time passes, he puts all his attention on the earth and around Apollo, who's about to reach Delphi. Because Gaia is about to wake up, the throbbing feeling coming from the earth has become more and more intense. Only if Apollo and Aphrodite return before then can half of Zeus's royal power ceremony be completed. At that time, he can initially possess the power to surpass the gods and have the ability to fight against the Earth Mother on Mount Olympus. Of certainty. In this case, ES existence has naturally been forgotten by him long ago. However, there is more than Olympus in the world, just as there are more than new generations of mankind. When the God King's attention was all focused on the present, in the north of the eastern continent, in the same time as Apollo approached the Delphi plain, a true burnt offering took place again since the birth of mankind. Flesh is sacrificed to God, and God accepts it. In this regard, Zeus, who had a panoramic view of everything, said nothing. The reverence of the gods for the primitive gods has not lasted for a day or two. Just like the reason why no gods are willing to go to the underworld is not only that it is too desolate, but also because it is wrapped in the bodies of many primitive gods. Gods will also fear stronger power, which is understandable. Of course, this is also the reason why he has been tirelessly pursuing power. Your Majesty the God King, I wonder if you have anything to announce when you summon the gods today? I think there shouldn't be any problems with the newly formulated rules of faith. Sitting in his seat, sun god Helios looked around at the different layouts in the hall. A breakthrough in divine power is imminent. For him, the change he wants most now is no change. What's more, as a Titan god born in the last era, even today, Helios is not very accustomed to the sense of time of the Olympus gods. Compared to mortals, Zeus may have been considered as the moon is like the sun, but compared to the Titan gods of the Second Age, the new gods still seem to have a lot to do. Of course, the sun god can actually understand Zeus. After all, when Cronus came to the throne, there were not so many old things left over from the previous era. But understanding is understanding. Looking at the brand new temple, Helios continued asked, "And these 12 chairs, Your Majesty the God King, for whom did you prepare them?" In the temple at this moment, the God King and God Queen were sitting at the top as always, far higher than where the gods were. This is nothing to pay attention to, but apart from that, there are 12 distinctive seats placed on both sides of the hall. They float in the air and surround the entire palace in a circle. For a moment, the other gods also looked at Zeus. This new arrangement made them uncomfortable. After all, the 12 chairs seemed to be towering over them. The god kings are taller than them, which is understandable for the sake of the laws of this world, and the first 2 generations of god kings have also proven their power with facts. But if there are other gods who are also above them, it would be unacceptable. Of course not, Helios. How can the promise I personally made change overnight? Your worries are completely unnecessary. Raising the wine glass, Zeus saw the little thought of the sun god at a glance. The god king didn't really care about his breakthrough, but it was a pity. Without Perseus, the goddess of boiling water, he really wanted to choose a daughter to marry Helios so that he could become his pillar. But looking at it now, there should be no such opportunity. As for the future, let's talk about it. Zeus has not yet decided how to deal with this god of the old age. About these 12 seats, we will talk about this later. We have invited you here today, and there are other things to announce. With a smile on his lips, Zeus mobilized his authority in the next moment. Now, please witness with me. Soon, another blameless, true god will come to Olympus and become a sacred member of us. The divine power was revealed, and the virtual image emerged. Although there was no artifact as a medium this time, the Oracle of Delphi was different. The bronze humans once prayed to many gods when they became extinct, but when the gods withdrew a trace of their divinity attached to their temples, the prayers of mortals could no longer be accurately detected by them. However, in this oldest temple, the power of almost all the gods in the world is manifested. When this connection is invoked by the authority of the God King, the scene on the Great Plains is reproduced in midair. Looking at this familiar scene, many of the gods' eyes twitched. They did not expect that Zeus would dare to openly spy on the hermitage of the Earth Mother. But no one raised any objection. After all, it had nothing to do with them. The gods just looked at the illusory image, looking for the god Zeus said, and soon they were attracted by the god carrying a silver bow. The blonde and handsome god was full of energy. Although the strength of his power could not be discerned, the affinity in his smile made many gods like him. At this moment, Apollo in the picture was bending his bow and arrow, aiming at a ferocious giant snake on the Parnassus Mountains. "Your Majesty the God King, is he the god you mentioned?" Aphrodite suddenly asked as the temple approached the upper position. "Of course, my friend, a fine new god, isn't it?" Nodding, Zeus didn't expect Apollo to attract the beauty god's attention so easily. And it seemed that Aphrodite had a good impression of Apollo, which made the god king feel that his plan might not be difficult to complete. Snort. As soon as the thought came up, he was interrupted by a cold snort from the side. Zeus's eyes met Hera's faint gaze for a moment, and then he chose to remain silent. And Hera's eyes stopped on Aphrodite after scanning Zeus. Regarding the former, although Hera was still dissatisfied with such an opportunity specifically for the other party to appear in front of people, she still reluctantly accepted this result in the past period of time. As for the latter, it is simply due to boredom in character and authority. One is loyal, the other is passionate. One perfects the order of marriage and makes it truly powerful, while the other is a natural symbol of primitive lust and can arouse the desire in the hearts of the opposite sex with just a smile. Hera has been dissatisfied with Aphrodite for more than a day or two, but as a true god with powerful divine power, the beauty god is not afraid of Hera in the divine court. Therefore, facing the diva's obvious dissatisfaction, she just glanced at him lightly and then turned a blind eye. Zeus turned a deaf ear to this, and other gods did not intend to get involved in the conflict between the two. As a result, there was some silence in the hall, and the gods focused their attention on the image in midair. "Is this the bow and arrow you asked Cyclops to make before?" Hestia asked hesitantly after looking at it for a while, as if she recognized something. She seemed to have seen the silver bow in Apollo's hand. It was the weapon made by Cyclops. Although it is not a divine weapon, its power is still extraordinary in the mortal world. Yes, there was originally a golden bow, but it may not be able to fall into the hands of its owner for the time being. Speaking of this, Zeus couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then naturally ignored the topic. Let's take a look at the young man's performance. A beautiful arrow. Accompanying the God King's praise was an arrow that went straight into the python's eye socket. It penetrated the beast's brain and ended its life. Zeus was the first to cheer, and the other gods also joined in. For a time, the atmosphere in the hall became lively again. "It seems that we should take him to Olympus. If you need, I can go there myself." Gradually realizing something, Hestia glanced at her brother. Zeus is not a god who cares so much about outsiders. There may be another reason why he cares so much about this new god who is about to join Olympus. And looking at Hera, who is obviously in a much worse mood today, Hestia already understood that this was probably the descendant of Zeus. Of course, my sister. But before that, the victor should also receive his reward. Nodding, Zeus did not hide his love for Apollo. He stretched out his hand, and the three-color scepter appeared in his palm. The god-king pointed forward, and then, somewhere, something changed happened. I have asked Zephyros to pick him up. It won't be long before he gets the prize he deserves, and he will be here to sit with me. Withdrawing the scepter, Zeus took Hera's hand beside him and smiled in the other's puzzled eyes. Next to Hera stood another god with a childish look on his eyebrows. That was Zeus and her descendant Ares, who was in charge of part of the war. Looking at Apollo in the light and shadow at this moment, he looked a little eager to try. If it weren't for his young age, I'm afraid he would have already stepped forward to do something. Quiet, Ares. In a few years, you won't be worse than him. Thinking that Zeus was telling her to take care of her son, Hera snorted and then gave instructions to the god of war beside her. The god-king just smiled at this. What he really wanted to take care of was Hera herself.
Boomstreepje.
Pulling the python's twitching body, Apollo walked step by step to the temple of Delphi. He took off the scales from the heart of the giant python, used it as a sacrifice to replace the strange beast, and then strode into this ancient building. Time has not affected it, but has only added a bit of time to the temple. On its stone pillars, Apollo saw many mysterious symbols. They seemed to be some kind of words, and they also seemed to contain signs of power. Continuing forward, on the 12 tallest pillars, in addition to the runes, the young god also saw what his father had seen and what had not appeared when he came. It was the process of how the gods created the creatures of the Golden Age. It also recorded the birth of the first generation of humans, the past of the human king meeting the gods in his dream, and the ancient poem that was only half listened to. The collapse of Mount Odeals, the disappearance of the golden humans, and the demise of the silver humans. One ascended to the sky, and the other entered the earth. Then the third generation of humans created by Prometheus returned to the gods, destroyed by flood under the king's suggestion. Without any cover-up, these pillars display the past history. Apollo looked at them silently, and then continued to approach the center of the temple. The content described here is different from what he heard along the way, but compared to the speculation in the mortal world, the records of the sanctuary are obviously more trustworthy. Ignoring the corridors leading to different side halls, Apollo finally arrived at the core of the temple. Spiritual Lord, Earth Mother, and God King? Looking at the position of the officiant, Apollo read out the three existences Leto had told him, but the scene in front of him made him a little confused. Because at this moment, on the high altar, one of the three suspended stone platforms was obviously empty. There was nothing there that symbolized the Earth Mother, and it looked particularly awkward. It's really strange. Although it was a bit surprising, Apollo didn't understand this ancient primitive god. Perhaps this is how it should be here, so he just placed the sacrifice on the altar, expressed his respect to the three saints, and then stepped forward again. Leto told Apollo that his father left him a treasure here, which would allow him to have the best power in the world in one fell swoop. Although the young god didn't like the father he had never met before, and he didn't really want to accept the gift, looking at Leto's expectant eyes, he still agreed at that time. He would rather do it all on his own, but since he has agreed, Apollo has no intention of hesitating anymore. In a few steps, the young god stood in front of the lowest stone platform, looking at the holy stone that symbolized the god king. The holy stone that died on behalf of the king? This power of life is really powerful. He murmured softly, and at some point, the surface of the holy stone in front of Apollo was as red as blood. Even strands of golden and red mist lingered on it, exuding a terrifying and alluring aura. The precious stone of the God King and the golden apple presented by the Earth Mother have gone through 2 eras and the years of the replacement of God Kings. When they come together, This sacred stone that has been baptized by the fire of the sun has become the top god in the world.
Things.
The attraction between light and sun, the connection between blood, and the instinctive desire for the life force of the golden apple. At this moment, Apollo had to admit that this was indeed a rare opportunity in the world. C2 and 73/74. So, under the distant gaze of the Olympus gods, he stretched out his hand, held the holy stone, and let the blood surging on the stone flow into his body like ripples. The light shined brightly in the hall, and an unprecedented sense of power emerged from Apollo's limbs and bones. It was obviously night, but soft light spread across the night sky, illuminating the dim earth. The god in charge of light thus replaced his brother and obtained one of the few divine objects from Zeus. He proved with facts that even for the gods, the sooner or later they were born was of great significance. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 238, Belonging and Birth. Click. The wine glass was crushed, but Hera didn't notice. She wanted to stand up, but the power of Zeus restrained her to her seat along with the hands held together by the two. Obviously, the god king had anticipated her reaction. The golden apple is a treasure that allows the gods to reach the upper limit as quickly as possible across a long period of time. Hera originally thought that her brothers and sisters had used the accumulation of 2 eras of Earth Mother and there would no longer be a similar treasure in the world, but she actually forgot that there is an exception in this world. The sacred stone that was exchanged for the newborn Zeus not only preserved the power of the golden apple under the influence of various factors, but even made it stronger. Now, Hera looked at Apollo, whose aura in the image became more and more powerful, and felt a chill coming from her chest. Zeus had deceived her again. No, the god king would not deceive, he would just hide something. With a power in the holy stone, Apollo, the son of Leto, will master his birthright as quickly as possible like his brother Zeus, but Ares is different. Even with the assistance of faith, it would take him nearly 1,000 years to do the same thing. What's more, in just a dozen years, Hera has realized that her child has not inherited any of his parents' wisdom. Just like his priesthood, he symbolizes the side of war that favors brutality, killing, and injustice. He wasn't merciful. Hera didn't care about that, but Ares didn't even have the brains to pretend to be merciful. If she wasn't sure that she hadn't done anything to offend Zeus, Hera would have even thought that he was actually Poseidon's bloodline. Hera, I also make the best use of everything. It can only have the best effect when used on Apollo. There was no opening of the mouth, but a certain sound was transmitted through the connected arms. Zeus had known that Hera would react like this, but he obviously wouldn't change his mind. In fact, at the beginning, the god king did not intend to use his few treasures, because he had taken the golden apple before and knew very well that although the effect of this rare divine fruit was powerful, the power of one fruit was far from enough to make a person the powerful true god realizes his potential in advance. Even if there was only level 16 divine power, it would take at least 2 or 3 to barely do it. However, with the birth of Apollo, the authority displayed by the other party made Zeus change his mind. The holy stone is different from a simple golden apple. It contains the blood of Zeus, and its legend is also spread among humans, which in some way greatly enhances its effect. And the most important thing is that this holy stone, which can withstand the burning of sun fragments and is indestructible, is naturally compatible with fields such as sun and light, which is unmatched by others. Therefore, this special treasure can only have the best effect in Apollo, so the god king did not leave it to Ares. Even if the latter has the queen as his mother, since he cannot rely on this gift to enter the realm of powerful divine power as quickly as possible, he is not qualified to obtain this opportunity. The god king has always been a pragmatist. And this is especially true where his future is concerned. You have also seen, Hera, that this power is not so compatible with Ares. Shaking his head slightly, Zeus explained again. This is fate's choice, not mine. A choice of fate? So Zeus, if fate shows that you will lose your throne one day and shows that the next generation of god kings will do better than you, will you accept it calmly, my respected king of gods? Cold interruption. If it were not restricted by Zeus's power, Hera would really want to make a fuss at this moment, ruin the banquet that Zeus had prepared for a long time, and then see who the god king would choose between her and that Apollo.
Who?
Yes, Ares may not be as good as the god in charge of light, but Hera also believes that even considering the value, as the queen of heaven, her own value is far greater than that of Leto and Apollo combined.
Be big.
So, what do you want to do? No matter what, the power in the holy stone has been absorbed by him, and Apollo must return to Olympus. This is my bottom line. If you have something you want, just say it. As long as it's not too much, I will agree to it today. Taking a deep breath, Zeus' tone remained gentle. He didn't care about the victory or defeat in words. Besides, Hera was actually right. It was precisely because he would never accept the fate of losing the throne that he did what he did now. At the turn of the era, the prophecy of Cronus still rang in his ears, and he had never forgotten it. Heaven is separated from the earth. Thought triumphs over ignorance. Zeus has yet to understand the meaning. But as the god king, he had a premonition in the dark. This was by no means a simple threat, but a real destiny. However, what Zeus still doesn't know is that this is indeed fate, but this time, it is not the fate given to the god king in this world. This is just someone telling him that when that day comes, his goal will be achieved, and the reign of the third generation of god king will also come to an end. Let go of your power first. People's emotions are not connected. Just as Zeus cannot understand Hera's pain, it is impossible for Hera to know what Zeus is thinking. She didn't make a request, just looked at the hands the two held together. Zeus hesitated for a moment. He stared at Hera, seemingly weighing whether the other party would do anything irrational, but finally let go. The god king knew his sister, even better than Hera herself. Like other goddesses, she will be impulsive in the face of sudden changes, but she will also choose to recover the loss after calming down, rather than losing both sides. As for what conditions the other party would put forward, as long as they were not too excessive, he could still accept them. So in the eyes of the gods, there was no quarrel between the god king and the god queen. They just watched Apollo's every move in the image quietly together, and then after the two looked at each other, Zeus let go of his hand, and Hera slowly stood up. As you can see, Hera said calmly, Olympus will welcome an excellent god. I know that many people here are speculating on his origin. A powerful god must have an extraordinary origin, and he cannot come into this world out of thin air. And what I want to say is that there is a god king in his body. Noble bloodline. This is the proof that he is born extraordinary. But in addition, today I have another thing to announce. Like the third thing that follows, they are the reasons for holding today's banquet. After a slight pause in her tone, the queen motioned for Ares to come forward. The god of war took a few steps for no apparent reason. He had no idea that this extra thing was going to happen to him. Hera took his hand, and the authority of the queen of heaven surged through her. Under Zeus's somewhat surprised and amused gaze, she said solemnly, In the name of the queen of heaven, as the definer of marriage, I will witness a sacred marriage with the king of gods, the eldest son of Zeus, and I will marry the most beautiful one among you. Beautiful appearance should naturally be determined by strength. Guard. What? This? After the words fell, there was an uproar in the hall. The eyes of the gods couldn't help but wander around Ares and Aphrodite, which was really beyond their expectation. Isn't this decision a bit sudden? Ares, he seems to have just grown up? Haha, the queen probably doesn't want His Majesty the God King to make mistakes again. After seeing the son of a love rival, she naturally doesn't want another one. That's right, the goddess of beauty's belt should be like this, but I don't know if Aphrodite will agree. As soon as he said this, the gods started talking about it, but next to Hera, Zeus felt relieved. Hera's decision only surprised him, but it was not difficult. He had previously planned to marry Aphrodite to Apollo, but this was only from a reasonable point of view. Only one powerful god is worthy of another, and Ares is not like the goddess of beauty who gave birth to an era. He had almost peaked divine power when he was young, but his power was far from growing. But there is nothing wrong with doing this now. It would be a bit urgent to propose marriage to Apollo directly, and it might further anger Hera. But now, the definer of the marriage order wants to restrain the unscrupulous goddess of beauty, the queen wants to eliminate potential competitors, and the mother wants to find a beautiful wife for her child, and they can even push the marriage that Apollo brought to Hera. Stimulate the above. As long as his goal can be achieved, Zeus doesn't care who marries Aphrodite. So he showed a very obvious expression of astonishment and surprise, then stood up in the various eyes of the gods and echoed with some helplessness. Yes, this is also the decision we made before. As the incarnated child of Heavenly Father, Aphrodite, you must be willing to fully integrate into Olympus. In the main hall, Ares was overjoyed by the unexpected pie. He had long been secretly attracted by the beauty's appearance. The other person involved, Aphrodite, also calmed down after a brief moment of anger. If nothing else is taken into consideration, Ares is indeed in line with the beauty of perseverance commonly recognized by humans and gods. As the embodiment of love and beauty, apart from her instinctive dislike of marriage, Aphrodite even felt that this was a good result. It's just that she didn't want to just agree. Although Mason felt that she didn't have the ability to refuse when the will of the God King and God Queen was consistent, she still made some attempts. His power is not strong enough, Aphrodite reasoned. I'm afraid it's not suitable for marriage or anything. With his current power, he is not enough to protect me. Then wait until Ares has the power to match yours before completing this marriage. I think that day will not be far away. Don't you think so, Zeus? He took a step back slightly, but Hera had already sealed the matter in words. She looked at Zeus, who could only continue to nod helplessly. Yes, in this case, as a wedding gift to you, Ares and Aphrodite, I will allow you to draw a piece of land on my land as a territory for mortals who believe in you. You will accept it day and night. Their faith grew as quickly as possible and became a solid pillar of Olympus. I will, Father. Ares was pleasantly surprised when he was hit by a pie again. He took a step forward, knelt on one knee, and expressed his gratitude to the God King and God Queen. Although he was the son of Hera, he was born too late to participate in the division of faith among the gods, but now Zeus's promise made him suddenly eligible for admission. At this moment, Ares secretly planned that since it was a country that believed in him and the god of beauty, it would naturally have the characteristics of both to show his prestige. As for what the characteristics are, naturally they are his killing and fighting and the female beauty represented by Aphrodite. Very well. Now that the matter is settled, let's wait for my brave child. Later, I will announce the last thing. Sitting back in his seat, Zeus picked up the wine glass and took a sip. It doesn't matter which son it is. Ares might save him a little trouble. But I have to say that things went really smoothly today. On the other side, outside the Temple of Delphi. At this time, Apollo obviously did not know that the goddess of beauty originally assigned to him by Zeus was snatched away by his younger brother. Of course, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care based on his personality. And in a sense, this matter is probably not good or bad for him. Now, standing in front of the temple gate, Apollo was getting familiar with his own power and experiencing the sudden change in divine power. Perhaps because of the special nature of the holy stone, he even felt that he had some kind of connection with the sun. However, it was still night, and he could not feel this connection more deeply. However, this was just a rough detection. He didn't feel it for too long before Apollo opened his eyes and looked into the air not far away. There was an undisguised aura swirling and dancing. The other party has been here for a while. Obviously, the person who came is waiting for him. Dear Your Highness Apollo, I am Zephyrus, the god of the west wind. On the order of the God King, I come to invite you to Olympus for a banquet. The voice came along the wind and rang in Apollo's ears. Seeing that the young god finally noticed him, the god of the west wind couldn't help but reveal his figure. Then, Your Highness Zephyros, please lead the way. Apollo didn't show any surprise, he just nodded. The python was just an addition. The one who really brought him all this was the Queen of Olympus. But compared to dealing with a beast, he obviously couldn't just rely on the bow and arrow in his hand to solve this trouble. If he doesn't plan to fight against the divine court itself, then he has to go inside the divine court, which is what Leto wants. So now he is ready to go to that sacred mountain to have a look and then take back the status and glory that should belong to him.
Boom.
The door was pushed open, and when Apollo walked into the temple, the gods who were waiting in conversation all turned their attention to him. Without the barrier of space, as the new god walked into the hall, the power that was difficult to control because of its new growth was released. Near him, the nymphs turned pale, unable to move due to the powerful aura. Apollo, my son, the gods have been waiting for you for a long time. With a smile on his face, Zeus could swear that his current smile was indeed sincere as he saw another pillar supporting the ceremony coming in front of him. Even with Ai Wu and Wu Xia, he also had more preference for his outstanding eldest son. Take a seat. I have ordered the giants to build a palace for you. From now on, that will be your residence in Olympus. Apollo, son of Leto, pays homage to your majesty. He was slightly bent over, but his back was very straight. The young god immediately saw the god king and god queen sitting at the top. The shaking golden crowns and thrones all showed their status. But Apollo didn't say anything because he had just arrived and he didn't know what was going on Mount Olympus yet, and he didn't intend to make a decision easily. What's more, pure words are meaningless, and the Queen of Heaven did not use words to chase him, but actually released a strange beast. Well, my child, there is no need to be polite. In the future, you will be proud of being a member of Olympus. The next thing is the last thing today. He noticed Apollo's claim, but Zeus simply ignored it. Let Hera handle such a small matter by herself. Perhaps even fate is aware of the changes that are about to happen. Now, Zeus feels that his spirit is more transparent than ever. The authority of the god king trembled slightly on his body, as if he instinctively realized that something was going to change it. When Apollo sat in the seat that had been reserved for him long ago, Zeus finally said the most important thing today, while facing the eyes of the gods. Everyone, since the creation of the world, there have been 3 generations of god kings. I often think about what made the first 2 god kings lose their thrones. Zeus's gaze swept across the entire venue, and the seats in midair glowed slightly. The gods were a little surprised. They didn't know why Zeus mentioned this matter. Wasn't it fate and strength that caused the first 2 god kings to lose their thrones? However, on the throne, no one else was expected to give an answer. Zeus then expressed his opinion. Some people say that this is the result of fate. Others think that it is because they do not have truly invincible power, but in my opinion, it is all because they are unwilling to share their rights with the gods. Those ancient and proud gods, they uphold the blessings of the world, think they are the masters of all things, and can rule all directions with their own power. They can't even tolerate their own children and then torture them and imprison them, but I am different. I would never do that. So, what are you going to do? Yushin couldn't help but ask, and the other gods were also looking forward to it. Faced with his question, Zeus smiled lightly and revealed his long-awaited plan. I heard that among the numbers between heaven and earth, 12 is the most perfect, so Heavenly Father and Earthly Mother gave birth to 12 titans, and the first God King was born. However, Uranus failed to understand the will of the world. He oppressed his own child, destroyed the order of all things, so he eventually faced the consequences of fate. And my father god, the powerful Cronus, also failed to understand this, so under the guidance of fate again, I won the final victory. In order to learn from them, I will not follow their example. On the contrary, I will entrust the 12 Lord gods to let them share my authority and glory and rule all the spirits in the world with me. I think, if with the best of the 12 gods standing with me all the time, the rule of the divine court will surely last forever. In the future, there may be a more complicated selection method for the position of Lord God, but now, I think that the powerful true gods of Shuntong are enough to deserve such a position. This is all my thoughts. I don't know who has any opinions on my decision. Have any objections? After the words fell, the scene fell into silence. No one knows why Zeus suddenly separated his power and whether he has really learned lessons from the 2 generations of old kings, but they have no reason or ability to refute. In addition to the goddess of law, who was revered as a judge by the god king, and including Apollo, who would fully digest the power of the holy stone in the future, there were only 6 people with powerful divine powers in the divine court. There is no doubt that they will not oppose themselves and refuse this honor that falls on their heads out of thin air. And how can other gods dare to reject the will of the god king at this time? If no one objects, that is approval. Seeing this scene, Zeus's heart agitated. Including Hades and Poseidon, who had not yet arrived but had already communicated with each other, symbols symbolizing different gods suddenly appeared on the seats hanging in the air. The order of the god king was carried out, and under the witness of the gods, this order was also seen by the law. So in the dark, where the gods cannot see and understand, the future overlaps with the past, and certain concepts begin to converge. In the main hall, everything was as usual. Only Hera felt something vaguely, but she was only the queen after all. This change is happening in an unknown place. Only as the true leader of all this can we feel the symbol that is gradually forming. It is incomplete because the 12 main gods have not yet been perfected. But it is enough to exist because Zeus and Hera, who are the core, are not absent, and the authority of the god king is real. Just as the abyss gave birth to 6 demon gods, Cronus gave birth to 6 children of true gods, and the men and women of the former Titan gods were arranged in correspondence with each other. This ritual that was faintly reflected in the source sea began to move, and some kind of obscure fluctuations also began, taking the world by storm. The smile on his lips was a bit unbearable, and Zeus felt that all his divine power was being withdrawn. They are briefly used in the construction of rituals and then returned to oneself in some purer form. It won't be long before even the gods present will realize this change at the highest level. As long as the next moment he can… Suddenly, Zeus covered his head, and an unprecedented amount of pain came from it. Not far away, Hestia suddenly stood up. She looked at her brother worriedly, and Hera was also a little at a loss. The other gods showed different expressions one after another. It was clear that everything was as usual just now, but the god king suddenly behaved like this. For a time, doubts and speculations spread among them. However, Zeus has not lost consciousness yet. At this moment, as the source of everything, he has realized the problem. Separate, Hera, use thunder to separate my head. With a low drink, Zeus gritted his teeth. He finally remembered that when the ritual was running, his divine power was briefly extracted. This was not a big deal at first, but there was another guest in his body. Before, he had been using his divine power to suppress the other person's birth, to suppress this god who should not have come to the world. Even if he could complete this ritual, theoretically, he would be able to suppress the other party forever. But at this stage, perhaps his consciousness, when the power that enveloped him finally dissipated, the power from another god began to awaken in the body of the god king. But this time, Zeus did not have the power to stop the opponent. But, Zeus, There was some hesitation. Hera did not expect Zeus to make such a request. However, before she could say anything, she was rudely interrupted by the god king. Do as I say, now, immediately. Hera, do you think you can really hurt me? He shouted sternly. If possible, Zeus would have done it himself, but having lost all his divine power, he could not do anything at the moment, and no third person could easily use his powerful artifact. Good. Taking a deep breath, although she still didn't know what happened, she noticed the changing atmosphere in the field and became decisive. She reached out and made a move, and Zeus's thunder responded. Hera, who shared part of the power of the god king, could also use this powerful weapon. She held the artifact in her hand, aimed it at Zeus's head, and slashed downwards. The next moment, accompanied by a painful roar, the top of the god king's skull cracked. A bright light shines from it, filling the entire Olympus with fragrance and splendor. Even more than just the sacred mountain, the magnificent vision spread out and was staged in the entire world of Khaos. The sound of law, delayed for hundreds of years, filled the sky and earth to celebrate the birth of another god. It should have belonged to the goddess who was conceived in the Second Age, but under the suppression of the god king, it became a bright wonder in the sky of the Third Age. On this summer night, it falls in tandem with the stars in the sky, bringing a little light to the vast earth. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 239 Athena. The head is cracked, and the sky is filled with glow. When the crisp sound sounded, the hazy halo spread. The aurora ripples at the end of the North Sea. Thousands of brilliant light strips dance across the sky, and the sounds of nature echo among the mountains, forests, and springs, playing different tunes. For a time, everything was singing, celebrating in their own way the birth of another god in Khaos, the last god of the Second Age. This is a vision of the birth of God, and it is also a spectacle that should not have appeared in this era. Because with the changes of 2 generations, today's world is no longer urgent for the birth of gods, but there are exceptions to everything. She was supposed to be born when the old king was dead, and the new king was yet to come, stuck in the middle of the 2 eras, but because of a prophecy and the actions of Zeus, she was delayed in coming to the world until today. However, the law itself does not care about this. It only provides a belated gift to the new gods and allows humans in the Third Age to witness this rare spectacle. The source sea was slightly turbulent, and the waves became more and more turbulent. This is not only because of the birth of the god, but also because the obstacles are lost, and the ritual of the god king can finally continue to run. At this moment, the new god and the incomplete symbol of kingdom came to the world almost at the same time, seeming to remind the master of the ceremony that Métis had devoted all his life to his position as the god king, and even she herself had fallen into an unpredictable situation. However, all this is obviously of no use to Zeus. He is not a person who cherishes the past. Perhaps in the dead of night, the god king will also think of Métis and his past, but compared with the supreme power at the moment, everything pales in comparison. So, enduring the pain, the crack on Zeus's head was restored inch by inch. Without even a moment's hesitation, he opened his arms, laughed, and welcomed back his power in the strange eyes of the gods, and then looked up to the east of the earth with the call of his true name that resounded throughout the world. The movement today was too big, and it finally caused some changes in advance. Under Zeus's gaze at this moment, the vast earth trembled slightly, and the ancient will was slowly awakening. But it doesn't matter anymore. The old thing from the old days should just sleep in the ground. Now he is the real God King. The underworld, the lightless realm. The outside world is so lively, which makes this place even calmer. In this realm that seemed to swallow all things, Erebus raised his head. Although all turbulence is isolated from the realm, to the Lord of Darkness, the waves coming from the source sea are so clearly visible. That kind of turbulence may not be violent, and it is far from a huge wave, but it is still extraordinary because any change depends on where it occurs. The only things that can really make a huge wave in the origin sea are the opening up of the spiritual world, the change of the era, or the integration of the 9 realms, which are major events that affect the entire world. The degree of turmoil like today is actually the limit of normal conditions. If we must make a comparison, this is even close to the day when the Titan gods came to the world. Of course, he can't be invincible in the world, but he can give it a try if he is invincible on the earth. Let this ancient god, who always shows his presence in the replacement of god kings, understand. Since you are an antique from the old era, then immerse yourself in your past and don't come back again. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 240 Landslide. Late at night, everything is quiet. Different from the excitement on Mount Olympus, After Apollo left, peace and quiet returned to the vast Delphi plain. Compared with the outside world, there is not even the sound of insects in this place where the Earth Mother lives in seclusion, let alone the sounds of birds and animals. The instinct of creatures makes them dare not approach this place with rich water and grass, just like this. It's like a terrible forbidden place. But the silence is only temporary. When the vision of the birth of God covers the world, Delphi cannot be an exception after all. Even the residents of the original god still could not block the sound originating from the sea of origin and the law, so when the true name of the new god resounded throughout the world, it penetrated the earth and resounded in the heart of a huge consciousness, without any hindrance. This sudden sound made the consciousness that had been sleeping for a long time waver slightly. If prepared in advance, the divine vision will not awaken the sleeping gods. But obviously, because of the changes in the laws of heaven and earth at the turn of the era, all the gods thought they would never see such a scene again, and naturally they did not respond to it. Very noisy. Annoying voice. Pallas Athena, who is that? This seems to be a divine birth. Why is there a divine birth in this era? What happened outside, and how long have I been asleep? The consciousness gradually awakened, and with the end of the vision, the sleeping Earth Mother finally recovered some memories from her chaotic thoughts. She could feel that her condition was far from complete. Not to mention the original deficit caused by multiple divisions, the rejection of laws caused by the war at the turn of the era still remains. Although when Gaia returned to her true body, Gaia's sense of time was the same as that of the Earth, and 100 years was only a blink of an eye, but judging from the results of her deep sleep, it was clear that not that long had passed. 300 to 500 years, 700 or 800 years at most. Earth Mother is not very clear about the specific time, but at most it is that long. Could it be that in such a short period of time, the laws and order of the world have changed again? This was a bit beyond Gaia's expectations. After all, in her impression, in the entire first 1,000 years of the Second Age, Cronus had only just consolidated his position as the god king. Whether it is legislation or creation of people, that is what happens later. Forget it. Now that I'm awake, let's go see what happened. Speaking of which, I forgot to ask how Zeus plans to treat his elders after the Titan War. The ground trembled gently, and the thick sound echoed on the plain. The next moment, under the gathering of huge consciousness, an earthy yellow halo slowly flowed towards the ground. At the foot of Mount Parnassus, in a small courtyard that is integrated with nature, strands of invisible air flow gathered upwards and gradually turned into the shape of a woman. The brown clothes were dragged on the ground, and the figure's face gradually became clearer. Perhaps it was because of the hundreds of years of sleeping that Gaia's appearance had improved a lot even though her deficit had not been replenished. This is because the remains of the 9 realms have not disintegrated, otherwise her condition would be even more intact. Even if their tiny fragments merge into the present world, or their main body becomes one with the earth, then Gaia may really be able to take this opportunity to greatly increase its source and regain some of the past glory of Mother Earth. However, there is no such thing as reality. The reason why the 9 realms are integrated into Khaos in such a separate and independent way is partly due to the influence of fate. So on her much younger face, subtle wrinkles are vaguely visible, proving that all this is just superficial. Sleep can repair injuries, eliminate the rejection of the law, and restore lost divine power, but it is not of much use in terms of authority and symbols. So, where did the moon go? The figure was completely solid, and Mother Earth looked at the sky. The sky is filled with stars, but there is no trace of the moon where it should be. It's really ridiculous. Is it possible that the current 3rd-generation divine court is so incompetent that it can't even guarantee the movement of the sun and the moon? I remember that the moon god seems to be in existence with only weak divine power. With a cold snort, Gaia pushed open the fence of the small courtyard. The moon was just a trivial matter and had little to do with her. She planned to summon her maid first and ask what had happened recently. Scanning the surrounding area, Mother Earth searched for the breath of life around her. However, What puzzled her was that the nymphs who were supposed to be guarding the area had gone somewhere, and there were only a few familiar scents on the entire plain. Everything seemed wrong, very different from before she fell asleep. "Moanda? Come and see me." Calling in a low voice, Gaia's voice spread from outside the small courtyard and echoed over the vast plains. However, just as she sensed, the nymph whom she had arranged to guard the Delphi temple was missing and had no idea where she had gone. Did an outsider come here, or was there some other change? It's best not to be derelict in your duties. No matter what, let's get her back first. Gaia frowned slightly, and then she stopped thinking about it. Most of the nymphs standing around her are the original plants. They were planted by the Earth Mother long ago on her side, and were later planted together with the golden apples. As long as they find their true form, even if their bodies as elves are destroyed, Gaia can use the original fluid in the life bottle to create a new one for them. Now, Mother Earth is eager to know what happened on the Earth during the time she was sleeping, so that everything is so strange to her. Taking one step forward, when Gaia's figure reappeared, she had arrived at the door of her orchard. As the embodiment of the Earth, this distance obviously means nothing to her. After looking at the orchard, which looked like it had not been taken care of for a long time, Earth Mother frowned again. Then she pushed open the wooden fence and walked slowly into the garden. However, after taking a few steps, Gaia soon discovered that something was wrong. Is this moved away? No, they left on their own initiative. Walking through the orchard, Gaia couldn't find what she wanted. The places where plants should have been planted are now empty, leaving only large or small potholes. There is no doubt that they were poached, but this is definitely not something that outsiders can do. Even if there is a foreign enemy, there must be a nymph who brought him into the orchard. Otherwise, no matter how strong the visitor is, he will be blocked by the power left by the Earth Mother, and then wake up the ancient primitive
gods.
This is not even coercion, but someone's voluntary. After all, their bodies are protected in the orchard. As long as no one is willing to lead the way, outsiders will never be able to enter here. After a moment of silence, an ominous premonition surged into Gaia's heart. Before, she thought that the nymphs in the outside world had provoked a certain god and were killed casually. Although this made her a little dissatisfied, she could not say how angry she was. After all, nymphs were nothing, let alone they are not completely dead either. As long as he found that god and asked him to sincerely apologize, Gaia felt that he wouldn't really care about anything. However, this scene today proves that things are not that simple. To deceive or seduce Gaia's maid and sneak into the golden apple orchard. If the person who comes here doesn't know that this will definitely attract the thunderous wrath of the Earth Mother, then it is simply impossible. He knew this very well, and even knew about the barrier left by Gaia. Since he knew and dared to do this, there must be some huge temptation worthy of him. And in this orchard, the only thing of sufficient value. A yellow light flashed, and the next moment, Gaia appeared in the middle of the orchard. The golden branches danced in the wind, and the tall golden apple trees swayed. From the outside, everything seemed to be no different from usual. However, this ridiculous and stiff illusion cannot even be hidden from the careful nymph, and how could it be hidden from the Earth Mother, who has been with the golden apple tree for tens of thousands of years? Clenching his right hand tightly, as the power surged, the illusion was shattered, and the real scene here was presented in front of Gaia. There was a huge pit with some golden leaves scattered around it. Just like other places in the orchard, the originally tall sacred tree had long since disappeared, leaving only a pit that looked like it was mocking Gaia. Staring at everything in front of him, with the orchard as the midpoint, the atmosphere over the entire Delphi plain was suppressed, and everything seemed to be still. For a few moments, Gaia's face was expressionless. She stretched out her hand and grabbed it slightly. The next moment, under the ray of light, a slender nymph fell in front of her in embarrassment. Ahem, who is it? Who dares? Your Highness. Your Highness, great. You are finally awake. The vigilance just now turned into surprise. The loyal maid got up from the ground and bowed her head slightly in front of the Earth Mother. She had long been overwhelmed by all the recent changes. Fortunately, she finally waited until Mother Earth woke up. However, in front of her, Gaia did not even look at her, but continued to stare at the pit in front of her. She had just woken up and faced such a thing. It was difficult for Earth Mother to describe her feelings in words. Now she just wants to know what happened during this period of time. Tell me about it, tell me what you know. Tell me everything clearly. Who has been here? When did it become like this? And what did you do? Your Highness, I don't know. Shaking her head, Nymph didn't know what to say. Previously, Moanda was in charge of the Oracle of Delphi, so after she disappeared, no one noticed the missing aquarium of life for a long time. The incident in the Golden Apple Orchard was discovered. They went to find everyone on the Great Plains to discuss the matter, and then they suddenly discovered that many nymphs had disappeared silently. Also missing were the artifacts in the Great Temple. Not long after you fell asleep, His Majesty the God King went to the temple to offer sacrifices. Later, the situation in the orchard was discovered. There seemed to be something wrong with the golden apple tree, and many people were missing. Everyone is very scared. Many people have fled, but some people have stayed. We have gone to the temple to check, and your life bottle is also missing. What did you say?
Boom.
The earth shook slightly, and everything shook with it. The nymph failed to stand firm, and she fell to the ground again. In front of her, Gaia's eyes could no longer suppress the shock and anger. She hadn't noticed this just now, or in other words, she thought it was because she had just woken up, so she didn't feel the active vitality of the companion artifact. But now, when Nymph's words fell, Gaia almost instantly detected the breath of life Aquarius. However, the result disappointed her again. In Mother Earth's perception, not only was the artifact missing, but even the mysterious connection with the accompanying artifact seemed to be severed. It was as if she had never owned the vase of life, unable to detect the slightest trace of the other party. After a long silence, Gaia casually grabbed the nymph in front of her, and she arrived in front of the Temple of Delphi in an instant. Looking around, in front of Mother Earth, there was a huge snake corpse in the oracle that was originally dedicated to the gods. There was also special power radiating in the surrounding air. There was Zeus, there was a certain aura that was unfamiliar but related to Zeus, and there was also the aura of golden apples that Gaia was very familiar with. They existed not long ago, even within a day. I see. At this moment, everything became clear. Gaia didn't even notice the trace that Erebus deliberately left for her, but she already fully understood the cause and effect. In order to stabilize his divine court, the new god king chose to give birth to sons of gods with his bloodline. In order to let them grow up as quickly as possible, Zeus set his sights on the golden apple tree. He has experienced the power of this divine object, and the more he understands it, the more he will naturally desire it. This is a matter of course. So Zeus used some means unknown to Mother Earth to break the barrier she left, and even took away the vase of life, together. Her sanity was on the verge of collapse, but Gaia still couldn't figure out why Zeus dared to offend her like this, and even let his heir be promoted so unabashedly at her door, after success. So, just in case, she still suppressed the anger in her chest and asked the nymph in front of her, "What has Zeus done in the past few hundred years? What is the whereabouts of the defeated titans?" Nymph, who was thrown to the ground again by Earth Mother, coughed slightly, but still thought about it seriously. Without the existence of Gaia, Delphi was actually isolated from the rest of the world, and very little information came from the gods. But she still knew a thing or two about the most well-known ones. Ahem, Your Highness, things among the gods rarely come here. I only know that His Majesty the God King seems to have created a new generation of human beings, and, before, he also threw His Highness Khaos into the abyss. Zeus, rumble. No longer suppress it, even if there is still some confusion, it is no longer important. The materials for making humans cannot be created out of thin air, and the act of imprisoning Titan directly showed Zeus's attitude towards her. At this moment, Gaia felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. That Junior dared to treat her like this, the mother of the gods. Not only did he do these things arrogantly, He even created humans at her door and let his descendants hear.
Promotion.
Call. Taking a deep breath, Gaia turned around and prepared to leave. But as if she remembered something, she suddenly turned around and looked at the nymph on the ground. The golden apple is gone, and the vase of life is gone. What about you? What? Not knowing what Gaia meant, Nymph raised her head slightly, but directly met Gaia's piercing gaze. I mean, they are all gone. Why are you still alive? The divine light surged across the Delphi plain in an instant. In an instant, all souls were extinct, and the heaven and earth became silent. This huge power even extended out, destroying all things without any scruples, but in the blink of an eye, there was no sound from the land thousands of miles away. Ha 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 ha, you all deserve to die, especially you, Zeus dash. Word by word, the earth shook under Gaia's overwhelming fury. This unscrupulous behavior immediately drew a warning from the world order, but it was obviously not taken seriously by the Earth Mother at this moment. Aurinus, Ryan, Erebus, none of them took her seriously. But no matter what, they are at least ancient gods on the same level as Gaia, but why are you Zeus? So the next moment, a huge halo of light rose up, bringing a third act of wonder to the world tonight. If you stand in the sky and look down at the earth, you can see that the divine light gathers into a river and rolls westward. The destination of the long river is the residence of the gods, the sacred mountain Olympus. As the long night comes to an end, Ms. sleeves gradually leave the sky. At the junction of sea and sky, wisps of morning light shine out, bringing some light to the world. It was a coincidence and an attempt. In that short moment, the two ancient gods planned to attack the gods who were watching. Ryan has many purposes, such as to see if the gathered power can still exist if the main god who is the support of this ritual is cut off from the god king. Another example is whether the main body of fate in this world is still unbreakable after being influenced by him for 2 eras. The purpose of the Lord of Darkness should not be that much. He probably just wanted to test the former and wanted to see if there were any huge flaws in the power of the new God King. So he used his own power to wrap the gods in darkness, and the next moment, he got the answer he wanted. But he got it and Ryan didn't. Therefore, he did not stop after his attack was half a beat too slow. Instead, he shifted the target of his attack to Erebus, and then hit him all the way to the depths of the starry sky. You attribute the reason why you are at a disadvantage to the authority of death. Do you want me to try it too? No need, you have already given me the answer. His expression was calm, and the matter was already very clear. At the moment when the gods were covered, Erebus suffered some kind of damage. Although it was not as strong as expected, the fact that it could cause harm to the great divine power proved something in itself. But in the face of Ryan's subsequent attack, the Lord of Darkness subconsciously chose to conceal it. He pretended to be fine and tried to make the other party misjudge, but the result was obvious. If Ryan's power was similar to that at the turn of the era, he might not be aware of the strength of Erebus, but it's different now. Soon, the reaction of the sky in front of him further proved his suspicion. When Ryan's words fell, the darkness in front of him visibly shook, and silently, as if he had never existed, the other party silently disappeared in front of him. Obviously, after realizing that he was doing useless work, Erebos did not pester him, but simply chose to leave. The starry sky became quiet again, and only the broken stars silently told what happened here. After waving his hand, it was as if time went back and everything returned to its original state. Standing in the void, Ryan thought for a moment. Although the moment just now was short, some results could already be seen. When the gods were enveloped by the power of darkness, they did briefly disconnect from the rituals, but this did not seem to bring immediate weakening to the God King. To be more precise, it is more like the true gods who have been imprisoned in the abyss. Although their connection with the world has been cut off, the laws related to the priesthood will not immediately riot, but there will be a long process in the middle. In contrast, a more direct betrayal by a god can have a greater impact. Just like the 3 brothers of Zeus entering the abyss, the rules they represent are not disordered for a moment, but when they take the initiative to activate the priesthood, they can cause more severe natural disasters and turmoil. But the direct betrayal of the gods. Thinking of this, the damage Erebus had just suffered became even more dazzling. After all, if the subject of destiny still has such strong inertia, and he is still restraining the subject of the trajectory and cannot be shaken, then can the so-called betrayal really happen? Maybe it can happen, and then it will be corrected back to its original appearance by some kind of coincidence. Whatever is missing, then make up for it. 2 eras have passed, and fate is still so stubborn. There was a moment of silence. Although this was actually expected, it did not mean that it was acceptable. The changes in the side details only really affect the side details. The replacement of the 3 generations of God Kings has never changed. It won't go on like this forever. Since you are so stubborn when facing others, I wonder if you can still be unshakable when facing yourself. The voice gradually became colder. 20,000 years of trying have been long enough. If this gentle approach is useless, it must be changed. Perhaps, as he always thought, the world itself was his real obstacle. So Ryan looked towards the earth, towards the only god on Mount Olympus. Wait for a result before making a decision. No matter what, the river of destiny of this world will be completely cut off in the 3rd era, and everything that will follow will be completely unknown. If simple planning can't solve it, then use absolute power to tear apart the laws of this world. Thinking of the world of Hermione not long ago, Ryan felt that maybe this was not impossible to accomplish. And the God King. The position of the God King is actually very special. It is closely related to destiny, and its replacement often represents the change of the era. So, at this moment, the long-existing plan came to Ryan's mind again. Maybe the God King only needs 3 generations. Above Hades, the underworld. In the dim underground space, a faint fluorescence appeared at some point. Some kind of luminous moss spreads everywhere, bringing light to this vast world. And in the middle of this huge cavity, a tree that shouldn't be there swayed. It has golden leaves, perfectly proportioned branches, and some new branches that have grown out and are dark in color. In front of the giant tree, a group of exquisite-looking beings gathered. They knelt on the ground and worshipped and kowtowed to the giant tree. It seems that you have adapted to life underground. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded near the tree, and the figure of the Lord of Darkness slowly emerged. He waved his hand, and the nearby creatures were moved away. In front of the golden apple tree, Moanda also walked out of the trunk. As you asked, I have completed most of it. Lowering her head slightly, Moanda didn't know why the other party came, but she still whispered. Although she didn't see anything directly, her intuition told her that the person in front of her seemed to be in a bad mood. Most of it is done, yes, except for the egg, you're almost done. Nodding, Erebus narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Beside him, Moanda was waiting quietly. After a long time, the vibrations from the ground seemed to gradually stop, and Erebus seemed to have finally made up his mind. Originally, it was enough for me to take this knife, because it doesn't matter what I take. But look now. Turning around, the Lord of Darkness looked at the nymph who was reincarnated as a god, and said lightly, Moanda, right? I have a task for you. Please give your orders. Bowing slightly, the elf responded obediently. In a moment, I will take you to the surface to meet the God King, the one you wanted to meet before. I will reach a covenant with him, and you are the guarantee of our agreement. You will become part of his divine court, even part of his power, and then enjoy the light and beauty on the surface from now on. This is great, right? Then what do I need to do? He raised his head carefully, but instead of being happy, Moanda only felt a little frightened. She didn't know what she was going to do, but she believed that it was definitely not a simple thing, and what she wanted to do was definitely not just enjoy life. You don't need to do anything, at least for now. And you don't need to worry about your safety, because the golden apple trees are still here to stay. Sighing, Erebus felt a little emotional for the first time. He raised his head and looked at the zenith of the underground space, as if looking at something else. He is like Gaia. What? Moanda couldn't help but ask because he didn't hear something clearly. I mean, There is always something that has a way to make itself hated by everyone, even if there is an existence protected by him among those everyone. Smiling and saying nothing more, Erebus just waved. Let's go. I don't know if you are lucky or not. Get ready to welcome your new life. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 243. The whole world is the enemy. Deep in the starry sky, as the two ancient gods left one after another, this remote place once again returned to its former silence. Just like the edge of the world where the river of the world is located, the edge star field far away from the earth is usually uninhabited. But just as the edge of the sea is the domain of Oceanus, so is the edge of the stars. So when a part of his domain was violently torn apart and reshaped, it finally attracted the attention of the owner of this place. After a long time, in a corner of the star sea, a subtle fluctuation was transmitted. Two figures walked out one after another. One was a tall, middle-aged man with obvious muscle lines. He walked in front, observing the star field that had returned to its original state. Behind him, another woman wearing gorgeous clothes followed closely. Her whole body was dotted with various rare treasures, but there was a hint of depression between her eyebrows. Under the gaze of the two Titan gods, everything here is very obvious. The surface of the starry sky has been repaired, but some deep-seated power is still spreading on another level. The belatedly arrived gods slowly approach the battlefield, feeling the terrifying residual power. Some kind of force seems to have permanently changed the laws here. From now on, this will become a silent star field. No being below the true God can make or listen to any sound here. At the same time, some kind of life seemed to be born. In those restored celestial bodies, intermittent thoughts were gradually born. They possess wisdom under the power of spirituality, but are influenced by the power of darkness. Maybe this will give birth to a special kind of starry nymph, or it may be some kind of strange beast that wanders in the starry sky. But obviously, the two ancient gods who created all this did not take them seriously. Just like the divine-blooded beasts born in previous divine wars, they have never been noticed by the source of their bloodline. The great divine power. Compared with the Lord of Darkness, the darkness I control is just the tip of the iceberg, or even just an extension. The lightless celestial body is just a manifestation of darkness, which is far from its essence. Far away. Sighing in a low voice at the power of the original god, the Titan turned to look at his wife. Over the years, the other party never gave up trying to persuade him to leave Starry Sky, and the response he gave was just rejection again and again. You have seen it now, Fubai. This is the true power of those ancient gods, and it is also the reason why I am unwilling to go out. I know you have never wanted to stay in the silent starry sky, but only here can you avoid the troubles of the world. And danger. The sound was low and thick, like the heavy roar of stars in motion. Khaos, the main god of the lightless celestial body, is one of the few gods in the world who has reached divine power level 20. He has not appeared in the world since the middle of the Second Age. In other words, except for the marriage of his daughter Asteria, the goddess of the Ryusei star, this powerful Titan god briefly stood on the side of the second-generation god king and intervened in the starry sky disputes. He has basically not been active in the world. Even that brief intervention ended in a hurry with the birth of Hecate. Like his priesthood, Khaos remained silent in the darkness. He sat and watched all the changes in the world, but never took any action. But that's what he thought, but as the goddess of light, Fubai obviously didn't think so. Khaos, I acknowledge the power of the Great One, but isn't that why I want you to do something? Great people are not just born, and God the Father is not born great. He gave birth to us, and then ascended the throne. He relied on the power he obtained through his own actions instead of waiting for authority to fall from the sky. There is also restraint. Ronos, Ryan, they all took that step unknowingly, even Zeus now, if they can. Why can't you? It was relatively calm at first, but as he spoke, Fubai's tone became a little high-pitched. She is the main god of the light body, not some mother of silence, or goddess of cold universe. She doesn't like her current life at all. In the myths of later generations, Fubai even once had the title of ancient moon goddess. Compared to her silent husband, she was obviously not a quiet existence. Perhaps in her original destiny, she had some kind of deep conflict with the moon god Selene. The god of light tried to bring the moon under his jurisdiction to increase his authority, but the final result was just to give god King Zeus an extra lover. Of course, the moon in this life did not have that power, and Fubai stopped looking at it. In comparison, it was the true supreme being with billions of light bodies that moved her more. However, no matter what, that is something Fubo himself cannot do. Compared to Khaos, her strength is more than a little bit behind. You know what I want. Wouldn't it be better for us to dominate the starry sky together? The true master of the sun, Hyperion, is no longer here. I said before, maybe you should do something. Let the starry sky return to your authority, or wouldn't it be nice to study the mysteries of faith like the gods of Olympus? 3 god kings and 1 ancient god who was born in the same generation as the original god cannot prove anything. That is their own specialness and the blessing of fate. Shaking his head, just like every time in the past, Khaos once again rejected his wife's request. Beside him, Fubai finally couldn't bear it anymore. So this is what you want. You just want to stay here forever, pray that no ancient gods notice you, and then spend eternity as if you were dead? The voice was a bit sharp, and Fubai couldn't understand. Although he had such good conditions and a power second only to the great divine power, why did his husband have no other thoughts and just wanted to stay in the cold and dead starry sky? Even Oceanus knew how to try to unify the sea, but an era passed and Khaos did nothing. No matter what you say, Fubai, I will stay here. In today's world, there is no chance for us. If you don't want to stay, then just leave by yourself. I've never stopped you. That's it, I'll go back first. With a calm voice, Khaos took one last look at the starry sky. He didn't say anything more, just turned and left. You, pointing at his departing husband, Fubai's arms trembled with intense emotion. It was like this every time. Khaos was never moved by her words, but Fubai didn't dare to let her leave on her own. The power of the light body is too dispersed. When the moon is weakened, the sun itself occupies more than half of the light body. This makes Fubai far less powerful than other first-generation titans. Although she has not fallen to the point of being as weak as the god of speech and the god of language and letters, she has no ability to conquer the sun. You will regret this. In the end, the goddess just said a harsh word as always. She found a random celestial body to sit down, planning to go back after a while so that the other party could understand her anger. Anyway, the lightless objects in the starry sky are the eyes and ears of Khaos. Even if the other party is not here, she is not worried about encountering any unexpected situations. She had stayed in that quiet and boring place for too many years. If she could leave for a while, she would just leave for a while. He didn't know that there had been an argument after he left. After casually repairing the edge of the starry sky, Ryan didn't stay any longer. Compared with other primitive gods, the Order of the World obviously takes special care of him as an outsider, and this is also the second time that Ryan has taken action in the world after the change of the era. Compared with last time, even though he had avoided the Earth, the suppression of the invisible law was still higher by more than 1 level. Of course, 100 times 1 is only 100, and there is no difference for numbers in the tens of millions. But it has no impact now, which does not mean it will be the same in the future. The 3rd time, the 4th time. In the foreseeable future, every time he shows his power in this world, this kind of oppression from the world will become stronger. Until one day, just stepping out of the spiritual world, the Order of the World will make it difficult for Ryan to move forward. This is difficult to avoid, not only because of the changes in the laws after the change of the era, but also because of the increase in the spiritual world's body and the reason why Ryan began to carry the great personality. And the only way to end it is to have power that is equivalent to or even stronger than the current world. But let's not mention the difficulty of getting there. Even if it does get there, Ryan will have to face another problem. Suppressing the great divine power in this world has been done in a subtle way even before the Third Era. The most fundamental reason is actually easy to understand. The present world itself is only half a level higher than greatness. It is natural for him to suppress those ancient gods who walk in the world and have their own thoughts. Any existence will be wary of things that may threaten itself, and the best way is to make it cease to exist. In contrast, the reason why the outside world does not behave similarly is simply due to the dominant nature of chaos. This is why a more powerful world tends to have more dominant order, because it may be rigid, but it does help maintain stability. Not even just in the world, but also in the realm of mortals. The more stringent the law, the more unreasonable it is, but conversely, it can allow a certain order to be better extended and implemented. So the questions that follow become clear. Once the volume of the spiritual world expands to a certain limit and truly reaches a situation equal to that of the real world, will chaos, which is only half a block higher than the spiritual world at that time, produce something very big? The immediate reaction is something difficult to say. Therefore, Ryan has been trying to use roundabout means to change the fate of this world in the past, because before he actually had the intention to control the power at the peak of great power in the future, not to continue to grow, and then accumulated money through methods similar to investing in hell. With the extra strength, one day he'll be able to reunite and make the ultimate leap. But looking at it now, this idea still seems too good. Perhaps for a well-run program, the only thing that can really solve its subject is violence. Either external violence, internal violence, or both. In short, those methods that only touch the corners are meaningless actions. So, if nothing happens, I'm going back. Do you have anything else to say? As different thoughts collided, Ryan stepped into the underworld, but when he felt the aura that was still following him, he couldn't help but ask. The world is both big and small, at least for Nyx. The fight between Lion and Erebus is so obvious and present. So, compared to Gaia's battle, which was obviously going to last for a long time, she decisively chose to come to the other side to watch the fun. However, the excitement has now ended, and Nyx is still following him and has no intention of hiding his presence. So it is obvious that the other party has something to say. You can ask directly. If you can answer, I won't hide it. Smiling casually, Ryan looked aside. Now that you have said so, then what are you going to do at the end of this era? The secret was revealed, and a familiar figure stood in the moonlight. Nyx blinked his eyes behind the veil, and then asked his question directly. Why do you ask this? Do I have to do something? Shaking his head slightly, Ryan did not answer the question directly. Every day now, my strength is increasing. When life spreads to every corner of the world, the symbol of spirituality will rise spontaneously. I just need to wait quietly, and everything will come to me automatically. Maybe I will only witness the arrival of the Fourth Age and the birth of the next God King. It's impossible. You don't make that decision. After a pause, Nyx slowly said, because there is no Fourth Age in this world, at least while I can still see the future. He doesn't have it yet. Staring at Ryan in front of him, Nyx narrowed his eyes. Don't you want to tell me, or are you scared? I remember that in the last era, you didn't have the power you have now, but you still said in front of me that you would be the God King for a day. I saw your later performance, which was very interesting, but in this era, what are you going to do? Or, to be more precise, when is the end of your so-called era? The scene was quiet for a while, and Ryan was a little surprised when Nyx looked at him, but not that surprised. There is no fourth era. What that means is probably not that the world will have no set destiny by that time, but that the world will be completely stable in the third era, and there will be no possibility of further changes. I have to admit that I wasn't very sure about this before. But whatever you say now, I have to make up my mind. Smiling again, and changing the subject, Ryan returned to Nyx's previous question. There's nothing I can't say about what I want to do. After all, some things can't be changed just by knowing. It's just that the answer this time may not be what you want. What answer does it have to do with me? It's a little strange, but Nyx doesn't think this has anything to do with him. Do you still remember why you came here at the end of the first era, and why you blocked the door to the spiritual world? Asking in return, Ryan smiled and spoke. Of course, it's because you took the opportunity to open up the spiritual world so that the world gave the instructions to the gods. Somewhat suddenly, it seemed that he finally understood something, and Nyx's eyes couldn't help but look strange. So, are you going to do something similar this time? But you'd better be prepared in advance. If there is a chance to hit you then, I may not hold back. It should be said that for the sake of past friendship, I will be merciful. Smiling, Ryan turned around and disappeared into the dark void. But you don't have to be too afraid, because by that time, everyone will be your teammate. Turning around and leaving, Ryan had no intention of further answering, and Nyx didn't ask any more questions. Just like last time, Ms. Yi did not ask what the one-day God King was. She always seemed to like this feeling of decryption and anticipation, so after just thinking for a while, she continued in a good mood. Went to watch the battle on the ground. She couldn't figure out why Ryan had such confidence, but if she couldn't figure it out, she couldn't figure it out. Time would give her the answer. On the gray earth illuminated by the dark moon, only Nyx's inaudible laughter remained. The third era is different from the first era. This time, there is no replacement of God Kings and birth of gods to buy time. Invincible to the whole world? So if you want to avoid being beaten to death, are you telling me that at least for that day, you have to be invincible to the whole world? No one can answer her question. Everything has been hidden. Only the water of the river Styx is still flowing slowly, never-ending. In this world, outside Mount Olympus, the power that shakes all things is still continuing, but 3 days and 3 nights have passed, and now the situation outside the sacred mountain has changed drastically. The whole world is the enemy. This is what Mother Earth is really thinking at this moment under the gaze of the gods of heaven and earth. 3 days ago, although the brief and unexpected change alarmed the God King, Gaia had no intention of stopping. The power of the earth continued to impact, and even though Zeus had tried his best to pay attention, cracks were still being knocked out of the sacred mountain. Fortunately, this is the body of an ancient mountain god. It can be repaired spontaneously over the long years, so there is no irreversible impact. However, this also proves from the side that Gaia's judgment is not wrong. Without the suppression of the laws of this world, Zeus would not be able to stop her from destroying the sacred mountain. However, there are no ifs in reality, and the laws and regulations never change according to the will of the individual. So at this moment, even though power was still pouring into her body from the earth, even though there was still a power that frightened the gods when she raised her hand, standing between heaven and earth, the oldest innate gods still felt the inner strength of her body. The feeling of inner exhaustion and the desolation of being abandoned by everything in the world. Opposite her, the God King was still pouring out his power wantonly, and Gaia was like a ruler and a useful tool to prove his power. Around the sacred mountain, the originally odd gazes of the gods gradually changed. For the first time, they realized that perhaps this noble Earth Mother was not as powerful as they thought. The third-generation god Queen wears a golden crown. Her majestic and solemn look at this moment reminds Gaia of her past self. So young, so confident, and they even have the same power, the authority divided by the world. But her first era has passed, and now, Gaia is just an uninvited guest. Even in addition to this, Earth Mother also noticed the auras that flashed one after another. Ryan and Erebus, 2 people who have always been suspected by Gaia, but this time, they seem not to notice her at all. From attacking the gods, to fighting each other, and then heading to the stars, from the beginning to the end, no one said a word to her, as if she was no longer worthy of attention. Especially Erebus. He even only paid tribute to the God King, but did not pay attention to his sister, who was standing aside. And his sister. Nyx has probably been here too, but Gaia sadly discovered that if the other party is not willing, if the Mother of Night in charge of Secret does not have her feet on the ground, then she will not even notice it. Her presence. Obviously, Nyx had no intention of showing up. All mixed together, Gaia's desperation and rage are simply beyond words. Bump. Grief and anger turned into strength, and Gaia once again mustered up her divine power. The huge light rose up crazily and collided with thunder again. However, this time, in the eyes of Mother Earth in disbelief, Zeus's hand did not even waver. How can this be? Mother Earth, you have gone too far. He was also stunned for a moment, but then he realized something. Trying to suppress the joy in his heart, in front of the gods, looking at the ancient god who once made him extremely afraid, the God King spoke righteously. I know that you may be dissatisfied with me because of the Titan god matter, but Gaia, this is not a reason for you to vent your anger randomly. Making up lies, using the so-called golden apple tree to slander the king of gods, endangering the stability of the world, trying to destroy the sacred mountain that supports the sky. Gaia, you have felt it. The world has already punished you, and this is his punishment for your wanton behavior. In just a few words, Zeus equated slandering the God King with destroying the God Mountain, and even put those involving himself first, as if the suppression of the law was really because of him. But even in the eyes of the gods who were watching, what the God King said at this moment was not wrong. Imprisoning Khaos, the god of weather, is just a normal power struggle. As for the golden apple tree, that is even more nonsense. Gaia's anger is somewhat ridiculous, so even if she is being ridiculed by Zeus at this moment, it really does not arouse any empathy. After calming down, throwing away the aura of the original god of the Earth Mother, Gaia in front of the gods seemed to be an old woman who had been stimulated by unknown means, and then was suppressed when the trouble failed. Zeus, you once didn't even dare to raise your head in front of me, you dash. Boom. Thunder was thrown and instantly drowned out Gaia's voice. But this time, it seemed that a certain critical point had been passed. The Earth Mother, who was originally at a disadvantage, fell backwards in the collision, and there were even red marks on her hands. It's not that Zeus has become stronger, it's that Gaia has become weaker. The 3 days and 3 nights of fighting seemed to have exhausted the patience of the worldly order towards this primitive god. If the huge pressure he lowered fell on Zeus, it would even be enough to make this God King who had just reached the edge of greatness immediately fall back, or even return. It has reached the point where it is worse than before the promotion. Although Gaia is not like this, it has also been weakened unimaginably. Now, she once again replaced Zeus and the Lord of Hell, who had just touched the greatness, and became the edge of great divine power. It's over, Gaia, give up your meaningless behavior. Under the witness of the gods, and in the name of the God King, I have never stolen the golden apple tree. With a calm expression, Zeus spoke slowly. If you are willing to admit your mistakes now and give up the meaningless accusations against me, then I will respond mercifully and let your transgressions today be forgotten. After the words fell, the God King looked at the Earth Mother calmly, as if he already had a chance to win, and that was exactly the case. The scene fell silent, and the gods looked at Gaia, waiting for her response. The Earth Mother had no chance of winning, or even a chance of losing both sides. The only choice she could make now was to leave with dignity or an embarrassment. As for suppressing her, that was unlikely, but Zeus never wanted to do that. The power of the God King has been established, and the rest is more than enough. There was no reply, and no attention to Zeus's explanation. Gaia, who was knocked back by a blow, just looked at her hands with red marks. All life in the world seemed to be laughing at her, but when she looked around, she couldn't find anyone who could stand by her side. Ha ha ha! Zeus, son of Uranus, descendant of Cronus. After a while, Gaia raised her head and looked at the God King standing proudly in the clouds. Her voice was a little hoarse, but at this moment, the entire continent seemed to be echoing her voice. I curse you. I curse you. My time may have passed, but one day, so will yours. I will wait for you, Zeus. I will wait for you until the end of all things. Boom. As early as the second sentence of Gaia's words, the thunder arrow struck again, but this time, the God King failed to do anything. Gaia's figure has disappeared, and no one can stop her on the earth, even if she is on the verge of falling. And Mother Earth's final curse spread throughout the world along with the tremors of the Earth's crust. The God King's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care about the loser's incompetent anger before he left. But only Hera, who was familiar with him, noticed that perhaps Zeus was not so calm in his heart. Because she had heard Zeus talk about the prophecy before the second generation of God-King disappeared. Zeus, a curse without power, is meaningless. It is just meaningless words. Now, it's time to do what the God-King should do. Taking a step forward, Hera spoke softly. Yes, it's a joke. It's just a last-ditch show of respect by an old guy from the old days who doesn't want to quit. Nodding, Zeus took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at the gods who were bowing their heads under his gaze, not far away. Not because of the recommendation of the gods, but because of his supreme power. Compared to the past, he is now the true God-King. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 244, Paladin and Rejection. Power beyond the gods is still overflowing between heaven and earth, bringing a certain invisible sense of oppression, but outside Mount Olympus, under the gaze of the God-King, the gods are silent. But that's all. Although in the previous battle, they chose to sit on the sidelines because they misjudged the situation, but now facing the victorious God-King, the gods actually didn't panic much. After all, they made the same choice, and they didn't make any further moves. Then, unless the God-King intends to rule the world alone, he can't really do anything to them. What's more, Mother Earth was only defeated, not dead, plus the fleeting darkness 3 days ago. But this is just a guess. Maybe the increase in power will change Zeus's personality, so the gods at this moment, he was just waiting quietly for what the God-King would do next. Of course, there are some exceptions among the gods, such as Ker, the god of destruction. As a subordinate of Pluto, he only came here to witness the banquet where Zeus canonized the 12 gods on behalf of Hades, so even if he made the same choice as the gods, he still stood aside very naturally. There was also the goddess of justice, who had just returned to the sacred mountain not long ago. She also did not stand with any gods. She just stayed in midair alone and watched everything calmly. The goddess seemed to be thinking about something, occasionally looking back in the direction of Mount Olympus. She rubbed the hilt of the sword at her waist, with some hesitation and relief in her eyes. Ever since she got this sword that symbolized justice, she seemed to have never really used it once. This divine sword that slays evil has also been gathering dust. When did this start? The goddess doesn't remember much. Or it has been like this since the first age. This is the world of gods, the world of immortals. After staying here for so long, it seems that even she herself has forgotten what justice is. On the contrary, Themis saw something among the human tribe not long ago. Perhaps many times, unless there is a perfect monarch, justice and law are not actually connected. Sometimes they intersect, but they also conflict. Your Highness Themis, I haven't seen you for a long time. Without paying attention to the gods for the first time, the God-King looked at his nominal elder. He smiled, but his questions were direct. I wonder if you have any different opinions on what I just did? As you can see, what happened today is not what I want to see, but it is not something I can decide. If possible, I hope you can draw a conclusion on it in the name of the Arbiter, and let more lives be saved to know what's going on and what's right and wrong. The meaning of the God-King is obvious. As the first battle since he showed his power, it should be perfect and reasonable. However, Gaia's curse before leaving made him look like a villain, so in this case, in fact, Zeus hoped that Themis would approve of this. And this is not deception. After all, in Zeus's view, although he has indeed done many things that are difficult to talk about, at least as far as Gaia is concerned, he has really done nothing wrong. Even now, when the God-King had some speculations about this, he once again confirmed that he was the innocent party. After all, he had never seen a golden apple tree before, and Zeus knew it very well. Regarding today's battle, if you are seeking my opinion, then Zeus, I have no opinion about the Earth Mother. She failed to produce evidence to prove what you did, and her actions did bring harm to the order of the world, so it is natural for the world to respond to this. Themis gave her own answer calmly, without letting her personal views on Zeus affect her judgment. This is actually a common feeling among the gods. They don't quite understand Gaia's hysteria. Before the Earth Mother woke up, many of them also foresaw today's scene. After all, the conflict between her and the God King was almost inevitable. But in the eyes of the gods, this was at most just a battle about the weather god Klee. It's just a debate about Russia's fate. Perhaps Gaia will indeed resort to force if negotiations cannot be reached in the end, but the greater possibility is that Zeus takes a step back again and surrenders in front of the original god. Other than that, there should be no other developments. The direction is right. However, when things really happened, the God King's power certainly surprised the gods, but Gaia's behavior also puzzled the gods. Crazy, paranoid, unable to understand, and even unwilling to listen to explanations, the other party directly believed that Zeus had stolen her sacred tree and accompanying artifact. Of course, they did doubt whether Zeus really stole the golden apple tree, but the fruit tree it's easy to understand. But what's going on with life, Aquarius? As the companion artifact of the Earth Mother, it will sleep as its owner sleeps, and will also refuse anyone other than the owner to use it. There is really no benefit to stealing such an artifact other than being looked down upon by the gods. It would be great to hear your fair judgment on this here. In fact, I am still puzzled by this. Maybe Earth Mother has slept for too long. Nodding with satisfaction, Zeus couldn't help but reveal a smile when he saw that he got the answer he wanted. Another thing solved, he smiled at Themis. He used to have a headache with his aunt, but now it seems that she is still very easy to talk to. So the God King turned around, the matter was resolved, and the next step was to continue the unfinished ceremony. He was about to say something, but behind him, Themis's voice came again. Zeus, what happened to Mother Earth is indeed what you said, but what happened today is more than that. Should you say something about Métis and Athena? With a calm expression, behind the God King, the goddess of justice spoke slowly. Your Highness Themis, this is my personal matter. Frowning slightly, Zeus had no choice but to face his aunt again when faced with the goddess' question. But he had already prepared for this matter. In the regulations of the divine court, it seems that there is no relevant money involved. Apart from fulfilling the priestly duties and basic requirements, what the gods do is a personal matter. As for Athena, the daughter of Métis, and I will do the same, give her the compensation she deserves. There is no need to say more about this matter. Zeus never mentioned the right or wrong of Métis' matter, but only mentioned the laws of the divine court. Yes, he had requested this when he asked Themis to perfect the divine laws. The divine court only needed laws involving the responsibilities, rights, and obligations of the gods, rather than trying to restrict all the words and deeds of the gods. On the one hand, it is impossible for Zeus himself to accept a law that even he himself is a criminal. On the other hand, all gods instinctively hate this kind of rules. They prefer to make a temporary ruling on the outcome of an event after it occurs, rather than making a ruling in advance. Therefore, regarding the opinions of the gods, the king of gods naturally abides by them when discussing laws and regulations with the goddess. According to him, the law only has meaning if it is recognized by everyone. If you impose a rule that no one likes, it is just violence and power. As the goddess of just, she should not do this, and Themis was indeed convinced at the time. Only now did she gradually understand the problem. The laws of the divine court, yes, the laws that were enacted according to your request are indeed like this. Not surprisingly, Themis nodded. Turning around and looking at the gods around him, a feeling came to him. While walking in the human world, she felt a similar touch. But now, this touch has been confirmed. Perhaps my previous choice was indeed wrong. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and I have never truly understood my vocation.
Huh? What are you talking about?
What is wrong? Zeus narrowed his eyes with some bad premonition. He is not afraid of a confrontation in strength now. The goddess in front of him is no longer his opponent, but his intuition tells him that what Themis wants to do has nothing to do with strength. The mistake I mentioned was, of course, choosing to stay in the divine court. Heaving a sigh of relief, at this moment, Themis completely understood why she had always felt awkward. In the past, except for the time when she was legislating for the present world, she seemed to have never fulfilled her duties in a true sense. The goddess has obviously made efforts for this, but the results are always unsatisfactory. She is like a spectator who upholds the name of justice, but if she really has to say that she has done anything, she has done nothing. In the past, Themis never understood why, but now she somewhat understood. In the world of Khaos, the meaning of the existence of the law itself is to maintain the order established by a higher being, and this higher being is sometimes the order of the world, and sometimes it is the God King. Therefore, the goddess of law did not refuse Zeus's invitation, because in her opinion, the divine court was indeed a suitable place for her to perform her duties, and she accepted the status of judge. Unfortunately, she forgot one thing. If she was just a simple goddess of law, it would make no difference to her whether the God King or the world. However, in addition to the law, she also rules over fairness and justice. So this was the source of her discomfort. The laws of the world were indeed fair. At most, they would only weaken all threatening things equally. So Themis felt the resonance of the priesthood and the joy from the heart when she legislated. But in comparison, the God Kings are different. They have never been righteous. Even the previous God Kings have committed acts of swallowing their children. This is the most essential conflict. The object of the law service itself is not in line with fairness and justice, so the results it brings will not be good anyway, but this is also a problem that is difficult to solve. Unless she finds an existence that is completely consistent with Themis's ideals, it will be possible for her to have all of her life, perfection, unification, all kinds of vague concepts were understood by Gaia. Looking at the giant tree in the distance, she seemed to be looking at some absolute truth in the distance. Where is this? How could I know? This is still the underworld. I haven't moved at all. With a jolt of energy, Earth Mother's loose consciousness became a little clearer again. She looked around intently, and this time, Gaia quickly noticed something was wrong. Whether it is the dark red earth or the majestic and holy giant trees, they are all fake. Or, to be more precise, they are all reflections refracted from some distant space. The only thing that is real is that branch. It was a translucent red branch, with its crystal-clear branches and leaves like the most perfect work of art. In other words, its existence itself was synonymous with perfect life. It defines what is the ultimate of life. Looking at it, the content that I understood from the Life Aquarius in the past is so insignificant. In front of Gaia, this branch has been swaying slightly, and some kind of small but unimaginable power emanates from it. It is this power that previously affected Mother Earth's perception. Obviously, from the perspective of quantity, it can't compare to the weakest true God, but with its supreme nature, it temporarily confused the judgment of the original God. Even if Gaia's condition is very bad, this is enough. Shocking. But for Earth Mother at this moment, looking at the strange scene in front of her while alert, she actually felt a little inexplicably happy.
What is he?
You came to me, why? Speaking softly, no matter what, this strange existence hidden behind the scenes was the only person who gave Gaia a response at this moment. So out of some subtle psychology, she actually developed a slight liking for him. Look. It seemed that he could not express his meaning clearly. As the branches swayed slightly, no further information was transmitted. Only a flash of light and shadow slowly appeared in front of Mother Earth. It was a somewhat strange world. In a vibrant realm, a giant tree symbolizing life and eternity exists peacefully, and all souls live and work in peace and contentment, living together in harmony. But everything did not last long. One day, the peace was finally broken. Some kind of power from the outside penetrated into this world. It suppressed the power of the giant tree and began to devour and plunder the entire interface. Shortly afterwards, another one of his minions came to this world and saw the beauty of this place and the specialness of the giant tree. The black figure was so powerful and confident that he simply attacked the giant tree, and the giant tree was forced to fight back. During the fight, due to carelessness at the beginning, A branch inserted into the hand of the man in black, and then turned into power and stayed in it. Light and shadow flickered, and scenes flashed by quickly. Another figure arrived, and he joined forces with the previous shadow to fight against the enemy, but the giant tree still did not fall behind. But the victory or defeat at the world level ultimately belongs to the world. The giant tree was not defeated by the outsiders, but was eventually sealed with the disintegration of the interface power. From then on, the image of him disappeared, and only the broken branch remained in the flashing images. The light and shadow flowed, and this power that was unexpectedly freed from the seal seemed to have experienced a lot. And as time went by, after being expelled several times to no avail, the power of this branch finally became attached to a mass of flesh and blood. In the end, the dark shadow, who had been traumatized by this, took them out together one day and handed them over to a figure that was familiar to Gaia. That was her former attendant and one of the leaders of the nymphs beside Mother Earth. It's just that the figure is no longer as weak as before, but exudes a powerful aura. Behind her, a tall golden apple tree swayed. The image ended, and everything became clear. The boundless chill invaded the bone marrow, but this time, Gaia did not make any more noise. She had sobered up a lot after calming down. Gaia knew that besides being a pointless way to vent her emotions, that kind of behavior would only make people laugh. But with the end of light and shadow, the ancient Earth Mother Goddess clarified many things and solved many doubts. Khaos lowered his power to suppress the fragments outside the boundary. Erebus and Ryan arrived one after another, and the figure of his former maid, Moanda. Perhaps Zeus was indeed not the mastermind. He was just an accomplice of the Dark Lord, and even Ryan was involved, and it was his power that caused Moanda to somehow occupy the golden apple tree as a body. But according to the description of the light and shadow, the annoying spiritual master was probably not the final winner. He was tricked by Erebus and Zeus. So at the end of the film, the fruit trees and artifacts belonged to his brother who was hiding in the darkness, and Zeus gained the friendship of the golden apple and another primitive god, but Ryan, who was also involved in all this, gained nothing. This also explains the reason why Ryan suddenly attacked the gods a few days ago and Erebus protected him. Gaia, who was carried away by anger before, had not thought about it carefully, but now, she felt that she finally saw the truth clearly. Just like her, Ryan was dissatisfied with the actions of the God King and the Lord of Darkness. It's just that he was not as impulsive as he was. Instead, he chose a suitable moment to retaliate. Even after being blocked for the first time, he took advantage of the situation and chose to give up for the time being. Perhaps this is the most reasonable behavior for the primitive gods. Eternal gods should not care about temporary victory or defeat, but Gaia also knows that if she could have remained calm, she would not have ended up like today. The world is easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. Some things cannot be changed just by knowing them. But now that she had figured out everything, Earth Mother also deflected her gaze. The underground world. This should belong to me. She spoke in a low voice, with overwhelming hatred in her voice. Now, Gaia just wanted to go there immediately, take down the elf who betrayed her master, and let her feel eternal pain. However, just after taking half a step, Earth Mother seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but stop again. Erebus, Gaia, who had calmed down a little, finally recalled the gap between the two sides. She knew that unlike Zeus, she had no chance of winning against the Lord of Darkness, even if she did not remember the suppression of the law. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how crazy she fought, there was no way she could defeat her brother in the face of absolute power.
So, she needs help.
What about you? What is your purpose, and what do you want to do? Turning around and looking at the swaying branches in the void, Gaia suppressed the emotions in her heart. An existence sealed by chaos, an existence that can defeat two great divine powers even under the suppression of the world, a divine tree that dominates an interface, no matter what. He is by no means harmless to humans and animals. Even his cunning brother has suffered a loss because of this. The Lord of Darkness, who has never been exposed to this level of power, has no idea that he has indeed driven out the power like gangrene that attaches to the bone bit by bit, but it actually does not. It was not eliminated, but lurked in secret. This almost immortal essence, Gaia couldn't think of anything that could correspond to it for a while. There was only one thing that could be equated with it. That is the source of the immortality of the gods. Although Gaia felt that the level of immortality in the branches in front of her was far from that high, the two sides were already vaguely similar. If it were power at this level, the Lord of Darkness and Zeus would be nothing more than that. Born. The branches swayed again, and some hazy thoughts came from them, but Gaia easily understood what he meant. He needed her power. And the reason why he chose to appear in front of Mother Earth was precisely because of Gaia's previous hatred for everything in the world and the authority she displayed when facing Tartarus. The divine right to reproductive, this is the only thing he wants Gaia to do. There is no need to provide power. It is only responsible for being the mother body. As the most up-and-coming primitive god in the world of Khaos, Gaia gives birth to the mother tree and her offspring, and then gives this life the identity of walking in the world. The birth of this new life has only two missions: to leave more traces in Khaos for the mother tree, and to obey the Earth Mother's orders and help her complete some things, such as what she expected, to the God King. And temporal revenge. So, you want me to betray the laws of this world and attract the invasion of an outsider like you? After a moment of silence, looking at the branches in front of him, Gaia seemed to be talking to him, or to himself. Of course you can, but what you gave me isn't enough. Gently clenching her fist, Gaia felt the opponent's strength again. It is very powerful and very corrosive, but in any case, it is impossible for it to corrupt an original god while the laws of this world are still intact. Although the order of the world is becoming more and more disgusting to Gaia, she still will not let Mother Earth's consciousness be infected by other things. So, thinking of her powerlessness when facing Zeus and the pressure that the law had been pressing on her so far, she finally made up her mind. Mother Tree, right, I'll call you that. I can agree to your request, but if it has it, I should have it too. The power you give it, you must also leave a share for me. Silently, in the corner of Hades, the remnants of the foreign land reached an agreement with the Earth Mother of Khaos, and the seeds of a new life began to grow in the depths of the earth. It carries the fate of Typhon, but it is more than that. In this increasingly unpredictable world, it will definitely leave more traces on the world and change the direction of destiny. Lord of billions of demons, some people called it this in later generations. Others believe that it is a symbol of depravity, the source of many evil things in ancient times, and the beginning of many disasters in the material world. But no matter what, as the son of the mother tree of flesh and blood, there is one thing that is recognized by later generations of mystical scholars. The end of the ancient Third Ancient Era is closely related to it, and in that lost history, it must also be an indispensable existence. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 246, Ming Pagoda and Advice. The center of Hades, the Garden of Truth. Different from the edge where Gaia is at this time, even the underworld, which has always been remote, is inevitably a little different at the core. The tall Pluto Palace is built here, and there are many strange buildings built around it. Their existence is like a kind of decoration, making the dark interface look more lively. But that was all a few days ago, and now, the land that has endured the disaster does not look so intact. Crash dash.
Boom.
Along with a loud noise, the corners of Hades's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at the wall that collapsed after just being supported by him, and his pale face could not help but turn a little dark. This is not a unique case. Similar situations are everywhere. Faced with this sudden disaster, Pluto didn't know what to say. This is not the first time. Previously, because of the goddess of the dark moon, the newly built shrine had been destroyed once, and now not long after, it was destroyed again. Except for the main hall where he lives, which is still intact, the huge truth garden is in a mess. Even though he never cared much about these superficial projects, Hades was also a little angry. But that was all he could do. After all, it was Zeus and Gaia who caused all this, and judging from the situation in the previous battle, neither of them was something he could provoke now. In desperation, Pluto had no choice but to admit that he was unlucky. He glanced around again, then waved, and as an invisible wave came out, some kind of message was also conveyed by him. Soon, a warrior, wearing armor, came from afar and knelt on one knee to show his loyalty to his master. He was said to be a samurai, but whether it was the negative energy lingering around him or the faintly burning soul flame, the identity of the other party's undead was revealed. This is also one of Hades' achievements in recent years, the existence that has been resurrected from the corpses of bronze humans. And the most important thing is that the one in front of you is a bit special. He is one of the few people whose life energy was so strong that he survived the flood for a while longer. For such a high-quality element, Hades naturally couldn't hold back when he saw that the underworld was still in a state of being full of waste. He took action in advance when the opponent was on the verge of death and manually turned him into an undead life. And the other party did not disappoint Pluto. In just 100 years, he became a rare and powerful existence among the undead. And most importantly, he was loyal to Hades. Therefore, Pluto accepted him as a close minister, of course, and even expected him to learn something more and become his right-hand man. Evans, what are the casualties? And in the turmoil just now, forget it, don't worry about this. He shook his head and said nothing unnecessary. Pluto's question went straight to the core. Although it was not long ago, and although there were not enough high-level undead with wisdom, let alone devout faith, Hades gradually realized the sweetness of the power of faith. And as the true god who holds half of the power of the underworld, he keenly noticed that with the increase in life, the power of the underworld itself seemed to have increased. It's just that there is some gap between the undead and the living life, and there is no true god with similar authority in the underworld to sort out these changes, so for now this change is not drastic. But no matter what, it's good to be able to move forward steadily. As a god who had reached the pinnacle of the priesthood not long after he was born in this world, this slowly increasing feeling still made Hades feel intoxicated. Then the existence of the high-level undead was also in his heart. It's just that this kind of thing can't be rushed. Pluto can only wait for time to give the result, provided that it doesn't cause him any trouble every 2 days. Your Majesty, apart from the collapse of most of the recently built buildings, there are no obvious signs of casualties, but after a moment of silence, the warrior named Evans continued. The power contained in the previous voice can directly affect the stability of the soul fire. For the advanced undead who have awakened to wisdom, the endurance is over. But for those who have not yet awakened their consciousness, it is a bit difficult to resist. Reading the implication of Evan's words, Hades felt heartbroken again for his unintentional disaster. Among the bronze human bones previously collected from the earth, less than 100,000 have now possessed relatively stable thinking and have even recalled part of their body's memories during life. The rest have not yet been able to complete this step. Well now, they immediately drank the soul fire and disintegrated at Mother Earth's stern command, forcing Pluto's plan to be postponed again. At this moment, Hades, who had never disliked Gaia, couldn't help but feel a little bored with his grandmother. If Zeus provokes you, just go to him. Why bother to harm my underworld? I understand. You go ahead and arrange the reconstruction matters. The endless stream of dead people on the earth is just a waste of hundreds of years. Trying to appear nonchalant, Hades waved his hand. In front of him, the undead warrior also bowed and retreated. Soon, the quiet pastoral of truth became noisy, and a large number of undead lives began to be busy, cleaning up the broken buildings and then laying the foundation for new ones. After watching for a while and seeing no other changes, Pluto quickly returned to his still intact palace. Sitting on his throne, he couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in his heart. Previously, Hades had always acted calmly because referring to the previous two eras, the first one or 2,000 years before the God King took the throne was often calm. According to his plan, this period of time is enough for the power of Hades to rise a considerable distance and for him to reach the peak of powerful divine power. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Zeus's sudden display of power made Hades greatly fearful and at the same time a little envious. Before today, Hades was not afraid of his younger brother in the underworld. With the blessing of half of the underworld, there were few things that could truly threaten him. But with the battle between Zeus and Mother Earth, this unrivaled power simply changed Hades's mind. He wanted to do something, and it just so happened that, as the keeper of the oath, Zeus owed him a condition. Mingta, did you find the person I asked you to find? With his eyes flickering, Hades asked the maid on the side. Your Majesty, not yet. Shaking his head, Mingta responded respectfully.
No.
Frowning slightly, Hades said nothing. He just thought about it for a moment and then made a decision. Then just put this matter down for now. I will find another way. What? With an exclamation, the water fairy raised her head slightly. Seeing the gaze cast by his master, Mingta gritted his teeth and continued. Your Majesty, why do you bother with this? The gods on earth will not like the underworld. Enough. Wow. With a cold shout, invisible air currents swept through the temple. Almost instantly, Hades understood why the other party had not completed his explanation. It turns out it's not that I can't do it, but that I don't want to do it. He knew that this nymph had always had some kind of delusion, such as getting involved in the position of the queen of the underworld, but Hades did not expect that she would dare to neglect the task she had given her for this. Before, Pluto didn't care too much about her thoughts, because nymphs with similar delusions abounded in Olympus. But perhaps because of the emptiness of the underworld and his own attention, Mingta not only had ideas, but also tried to put them into action. Originally, Hades thought that time would allow her to see the reality clearly, but the reality was just the opposite. Not only did she not give up, she even dared to disobey his orders. Recognize your identity, Mingta. You can't do what I want, and you can't carry this power. Within the next 100 years, use the identity of Nying Fu to find the daughter who is hidden by my sister. This is the last chance. After speaking calmly, Pluto waved his sleeves and roughly swept the maid out of the palace. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one available, he would really like to directly erase this smart guy. Go and find it. If you can't find it, then you don't have to come back. As you said, the life on Earth should stay on Earth. His Majesty. Boom. The gate of the shrine is closed tightly, separating the inside and outside, and also blocking out the sound of Mingta. Sitting on his throne, Hades rubbed his brows. In the entire underworld, there are either local gods with bad personalities and clergy, or taciturn undead. The only water fairy who can do things always has thoughts of one kind or another. At this moment, his idea of having a queen of the underworld becomes more and more urgent. He doesn't care about rights or enjoyment. Those can be shared. He only wants the growth of Hades. But I don't know why, even this small request is always blocked by others. Brush. On the earth, thunder and lightning traveled in midair, passing over the vast earth. It was the incarnation of the God King. Following a deliberately leaked breath, Zeus' figure flashed in the sky. The war had just ended, and there was no landform left around Mount Olympus. It wasn't until after a while that he could gradually see the ridges and depressions on the ground, or the water and forests. But the voice that called him before should still be farther away. Of course, Zeus didn't rush forward because of this. His incarnation just flew forward at a normal speed, and taking this opportunity, the God King tried to figure out the whole thing in his mind. There are still many doubts about what happened in the past few days. What's more, unlike Gaia, Zeus is very aware of some of the problems. For example, since he has never stolen the golden apple, there must be someone else who actually did it. People. Referring to the two fleeting breaths not long ago, the collision of darkness and unpredictability, it is almost obvious who the real thief is. They are all suspected of being the Lord of Darkness or the Lord of the Spirit World, or they may have done it together. And what puzzles Zeus is that it seems that these two primitive gods have some kind of malice towards him. Also, unlike Gaia, Zeus is not unable to sense the intention of Erebus. He was prying into the nature of his ritual, and he was also trying to isolate the blessings given to Zeus by those gods as the pillar of royal power. Although judging from the final result, the effect of his ritual was very complete and the other party's behavior was a complete failure. No matter what, the attitude expressed behind it still made the god-king fearful and vigilant. Of course, vigilance is vigilance, and Zeus is not too afraid of the other party. After all, since this boundary has been crossed, even if there is a gap in strength between the two sides, there will probably be no instant kill. Just like how many Titans fought against the greatly reduced Heavenly Father at the end of the First Age, even if they were beaten to the point where they were almost unable to fight back at the beginning, if they insisted on holding on, it would not be a battle that could be ended in a short time. Unfortunately, there is no room for a long-term war in today's world. In this case, the God King is naturally fearless. Of course, there is another reason why he is fearless. Anyway, what he comes here is just an incarnation, and no matter what the outcome is, it will not have any serious consequences. The lightning flashed, and the mountains and rivers were left behind. After a while of thinking, a towering mountain range gradually appeared in front of Zeus' eyes. And to the God King's surprise, the place in front of him was very familiar to him. He had even been here more than once in the past. Delphi Plain, Parnassus Mountains.
It's just different from the past.
Now, the entire area of this mountain range seems to be dead. Huh. Are you telling me directly that the golden apple tree was taken away by you? Well, just let me see what you're going to do. Zeus secretly thought in his heart, flying down to the mountains, but looking around, there was no one here. The original god who released his breath to lure him here didn't know where he was at all, as if he was just joking with him. Since you brought me here, why bother playing such a little trick? With a calm look on his face, Zeus just said calmly in the face of this situation, I just want to see what is so special about your authority as the God King. But now it seems that it is more like an authority that is both omnipotent and omnipotent. And speaking of which, I thought you didn't dare to come see me. The sound came, and Zeus was startled. He suddenly turned around, and under a lifeless tree, Erebus was standing there. The other party should have never left, but just covered up his presence. If Gaia were here, he would probably be able to detect the opponent's presence through his induction of the earth, but the God King could not do this. As the Lord of Darkness said, King power is closely related to the authority granted by God. He can influence almost any rules, but it is far inferior to the gods who are really good at this. It feels like a worldly rule that has been infinitely weakened. But the rule in this world is all are strong, so Zeus is all weak. In a real battle, an absolute advantage is far more useful than having no shortcomings. Maybe it is like this now, but it will not always be like this. As for whether I dare to come, the ancient god who controls darkness, as the God King who rules the world, there is no existence in this world that I dare not face. Although this is the first time we meet, strength is the best business card. Looking at the primitive gods in front of him, the God King did not argue about the strength of his authority. He just said loudly, But Your Highness Erebus, should you give me an explanation for what happened before? Explanation? What explanation do you want? Zeus's meaning was obvious. He was talking about the Lord of Darkness's previous actions against the gods. Opposite him, Erebus also lost his smile. Of course, it's the respect you should have when facing the person you are seeking to cooperate with. Smiling slightly, feeling the vague pressure that suddenly began to come from all around, the God King believed in his own judgment more and more. You shouldn't come to me for no reason. Maybe you need me to do something. At least you need the living God King to do something. In this case, shouldn't I seek an explanation? The atmosphere froze for a moment, and a certain vast aura became more and more concentrated. Zeus calmly looked at the Lord of Darkness. Although he still doesn't want to become an enemy with this primitive god, he also knows that he must not fall into an absolute disadvantage before the conversation has even begun. blindly giving and will not bring good results, not to mention the premise that you already have the ability to talk on an equal footing. Calling out when called out already shows one's attitude. Now, it's the other person's turn to show some minimal kindness. Moanda. There was a moment of silence, not knowing what he was thinking, but just when the pressure escaping from the surroundings was about to collapse the incarnation of the God King, Erebus stopped. He glanced at Zeus, then called to his men. With a flash of green light, Moanda appeared next to the Lord of Darkness. Who is this? Without saying any further arrogant words, Zeus expressed his doubts in a timely manner. The God King felt some inexplicable closeness to the strange god in front of him. He seemed to have some kind of connection with this goddess he had never met before, which made him feel good and almost let him down his guard. Of course, this is just a feeling. In fact, the vigilance in the God King's heart never dropped. Since you want an explanation, then let her be my explanation. Your ritual should also require the participation of a being like her, right? With a smile on his lips, Erebus continued. As for who she is, hey, isn't Gaia here just for her? Let Moanda join your divine court and become your so-called main god, which makes everything just right. Golden apple tree? It was a bit unbelievable, but Zeus finally understood the source of this strange feeling. There is indeed a connection between him and this spirit named Moanda. The other party is indeed the natural candidate for the Lord God, because from a mystical perspective, Moanda is even the half-mother of the God King. The God King once used a golden apple to represent death, dyed the holy stone red with his blood, and made it exist in the name of Zeus for many years. In a sense, the holy stone is the half-body of the God King. Although the power within it has been taken away by Apollo, the concept it possesses has not diminished at all. In this case, as the consciousness of the golden apple tree, the relationship between Moanda and Zeus is naturally self-evident. However, the accident was only momentary, and soon the God King regained his composure. He looked at the Lord of Darkness in front of him. This was not just an explanation. Although I don't know how the golden apple tree suddenly turned into a god, it is not an ordinary thing for the other party to become one of the 12 pillars with a key position. How can I ensure that she won't turn away from me by making her the main god of the divine court? When asked directly about the essence of the matter, Zeus naturally expressed doubts. Compared to his blood relatives, Moanda is obviously an outsider, who is not worthy of trust. You can't guarantee it, and I'm not going to guarantee it. In fact, that's the only way her existence is meaningful. With a chuckle, Erebus expressed his meaning without any concealment. The existence of Moanda is not a simple explanation, but a bridge of communication between the two parties. When the relationship between him and Zeus is still good, naturally nothing will happen. But if the relationship changes, the elf may be recalled at any time. Of course, this is not a fatal threat to the God King. The opponent's departure will only cause his strength to decline for a period of time. As long as a new god takes up the position, it can still be restored. So, what do you need me to do? After thinking for a moment, he seemed to have acquiesced in this result. Before there were enough own people to fill the vacancy, it might not be a bad idea to fill it with others. However, Zeus still seemed a little confused as to what the Lord of Darkness wanted him to do. To give such a gift as soon as they met. In fact, the explanation Zeus asked for before was actually at most a less than sincere apology. Don't worry, you will know what I want you to do later. If you want to refuse by then, it's still too late, and when the time comes, I will also give you corresponding rewards. For example, golden apples are good. Moanda joining your divine court does not mean that the fruits she bears also belong to you, he said with a smile. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Erebus suddenly looked strange when looking at the God King in front of him. So now, is the simple agreement reached? I have no reason to refuse. Nodding, Zeus would naturally not refuse the free gift, and he was even happy to see it come to fruition. At least one primitive god whose attitude was unclear before has suddenly become half of his friend. Perhaps in the future, when he is an enemy of other primitive gods, he can be paid to become his helper. Very good. Now that the agreement has been reached, as your senior, let me give you another piece of advice. Advice. There are some doubts, but the God King is still very interested in this. As a god born at the beginning of creation, perhaps the other party wanted to tell him some ancient secret history to reveal his status, but it didn't matter. In this regard, the God King is happy to see the success. Please tell me, I am all ears to your warning. Very well, young God King, since you are willing to accept it, that would be great. He raised his hand slightly, as if he could see the God King's thoughts, but at this moment, Erebus just smiled happily. Actually, this is nothing special. It's just Zeus. You have to remember, in the world of chaos, some things are actually just isolated cases. For example, not every primitive god is as incompetent as Gaia. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 247 Pollution and Arrangement. On Mount Olympus, with the joint efforts of the gods, a temporary meeting place was barely built. Although the environment here seemed dilapidated compared to a few days ago, when the God King took the first place and raised the 12 seats again, the mentality of the gods obviously changed dramatically. The previous position of Lord God was more like the result of the rise of the God King. It was a title of only honorary nature. Those true gods with powerful divine power, even if they do not have such a position, can force Zeus to listen to their opinions, while those with insufficient power, even if they sit in such a position, will not really be taken seriously by the gods, more like he is a jester who relies on the power of the God King. But things are different now. When the God King has absolute power, everything will naturally change accordingly. No matter who it was, they all had completely different thoughts at this moment. Your Majesty, thanks to your supreme power, the sacred mountain was saved from the wrath of Mother Earth. The gods sat down, and before Zeus could speak, there were gods praising his power. The other gods also echoed, as if they had not distanced themselves from the God King before. In response to this, the God King sitting at the top just smiled, and then raised his hand to signal to silence. Rather than making some flattery, it is better to arrange the business first. Although his incarnation is still on the road at this moment, it is not very difficult to multitask to this extent. After solving Gaia, we should be able to have some peace and quiet in the future. But thinking of Mother Earth's final madness, Zeus still had a headache. He was actually not very afraid of the curse. After all, if the curse could kill a person, the world would have been at peace. What really bothered him was that what Gaia said happened to be similar to what Cronus had predicted. A simple curse is meaningless, but if it is actually a glimpse of the future that some great person inadvertently glimpsed, that is another matter. This is not absolutely impossible to happen. After all, since he can see his future self in that sacrificial ceremony, it is naturally possible for Gaia to do the same. The ancient primitive gods always have some secrets that he doesn't know about. In order to eliminate the uneasiness in the heart, strengthening strength is naturally the most direct and effective way. Everyone, let's stop here for the previous matter. Although Earth Mother did make a big mistake, we should still give her the respect she deserves. The closer to the sacred mountain, the denser the human population, because this is the direction in which the fourth generation of humans migrated. They traveled from west to east on the eastern land after the Great Flood, looking for a suitable place to live. Those who are closer to Mount Olympus tend to migrate shorter distances and take longer to settle and reproduce. They have a clear lead in both population and culture. Of course, this often means that the gods pay more attention to them. It is completely common for 7 or 8 gods' temples to exist in a city. In contrast, those emerging city-states that are farther away seem to be ignored. No one knows how many small cities there are in the entire eastern land that have been established less than 100 years ago. There are even quite a lot of them. Even the temples of the gods have not been built yet, and no priests have ever been here. This is a normal thing. After all, the church is developing very fast, but human beings as a whole are developing faster, and those remote places are naturally ignored. Like the kingdom of Eleusis, it was such a country that was established in only 2 generations. Its founder is dead, not from old age, but from the pain of fighting along the way. As the son of the city's founder, Eleusinus, Celius naturally inherited his throne and became the king of this kingdom, which actually only had one city and a few small towns as its territory. In the first 20 years of his succession, everything went smoothly. The country, which originally had only a few 100,000 people, grew stronger under the governance of Khaos. However, for the past year, the king has been frowning. The climate change was too sudden. Not only did the temperature drop, but even the crops stopped growing. The land became barren, sources of food became less and less, and wild beasts began to attack humans regardless of danger. The kingdom of Eleusis, which had never encountered such a situation, had no way to deal with it, and the small amount of food reserves could not last for a few years. A famine was just around the corner, but as king, Cyrus had no choice. Until this day, the king, who was still thinking about countermeasures, received news that his daughters brought him an unimaginable guest. Ms. Moyle, this is our home, and it is also the only palace in the city. Walking on the compacted dirt road, for girls with ordinary looks but obviously unusual clothes were gathered around an old woman. They supported the old man and introduced her to everything in the city and their home, the Eleusis Palace at the end of the road. Of course, it is said to be a palace, but it is actually just an ordinary building that is taller and wider in area. Eleusis, which had only experienced 2 generations of monarchs, had no taste for pleasure, neither the king nor the people. They advocate pragmatism more, and this simple style is clearly reflected in many corners of the city. Really? Haha. Thank you very much. Looking at the palace at the end of her sight, the old woman named Moyer smiled and thanked her. But there was still a hint of disgust flashing through her eyes. But after all, it was a palace for mortals, so she reluctantly accepted it. The mortal king was already the one with the highest status, and she could not ask for more, so Moyer tried her best to look satisfied and grateful, but she did not know that her thoughts were clearly seen by several people around her. Providing help to our kin who have come from afar is what our grandfather always taught us when we were still here. The eldest of the 4 girls supported the old woman and asked casually, "The weather is getting colder. I wonder why you are walking through the wilderness alone." There was a wordless silence, and Moyer's expression changed slightly. After a while, just when a few people thought she wouldn't say anything, the old woman said calmly, "I came to look for my daughter. She was so innocent and lively, but she was taken away just like me." The atmosphere became a little cold. Even though several girls tried their best to say something to liven up the atmosphere, nothing changed. Until several people entered the palace, they could not return to their previous appearance.
I'm tired.
Entering the palace, Moyer expressed his opinion calmly. She has no consciousness of being a guest at all, or in other words, this is already a polite behavior towards mortals in her understanding. Then the daughters of King Cyrus looked at each other, and their sister stood up again. "Please come with me, and I will take you to my room. Then lead the way." Nodding, Moyer agreed as a matter of course. Behind her, the other 3 girls did not follow, but hurriedly left after watching the eldest sister and the woman leave. They didn't know who this old woman they met outside the city, who seemed to be begging but could not hide her arrogance, might be walking through the wilderness alone in this era, which was something even their father could not do. Invite the other person into the palace and express their kindness as much as possible. This is what they can do. As for the rest, it was up to the king to decide. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.